Peas, Carrots, and Happily Ever After, the Peas and Carrots series, Book 6, written by Hannah Lynn, narrated by Rafe Beckley. Chapter 1. "You haven't forgotten that you're having a sleepover at Auntie Lydia's tonight, have you?" Eric asked, remembering that he still had to pack an overnight bag for Mabel and dig out her favourite cuddly from the pile on her bed. "I've got to help Uncle Hank with a couple of jobs at his place, so you need to make sure you've got clothes for tomorrow, and don't forget your toothbrush and hairbrush." I know," said Abby, with a mixture of condescension and exasperation. "Good. So I'll take you both straight over after school." "Great. Also, in the morning, Lydia thought we could all go strawberry picking and—" He hesitated for a moment. "Now, say if you're not okay with this, but I was thinking about asking Daisy to join us for that. The strawberry picking, that is. She might not say yes, though. She's very busy with work. I just wanted to check with you before I asked her." Dressed in an old T-shirt of Susie's that she had taken to wearing as a nightie, Abby dropped the cereal box she was holding back down on the kitchen worktop and locked eyes with her father. "You don't have to ask our permission every single time she joins us for something, Dad. We like Daisy." "I know. I just wanted to make sure you didn't mind her encroaching on family time." "She's cool. You like her, so we like her." It felt there could be more to that sentence that she wasn't saying. As such, Eric pressed a little deeper. "I don't want you to like her just because I like her. I want you to like her because she's a likable person. She is, you know, a most likable person." "Geez, Dad, you seriously need to chill. That level of stress can't be good for you." Following her insightful and sophisticated assessment of Eric's mental health, Abby sauntered over to the fridge and grabbed the milk from the door. "And honestly," she continued, "while we're on the subject of Daisy, you know it really isn't a big deal if you guys want to have a sleepover here. You don't have to keep making up excuses to send us away for the night." "Sorry," he spluttered into his coffee. "I mean it. Staying at Granny's, camping with Chad. You know we've seen more of Auntie Lydia since you met Daisy than we have since, well, since Mum." "I'm sure that's not true." Eric was now struggling with a lump in his throat. "It is. So you can cut the helping Uncle Hank line. We know you're with Daisy." "I like Daisy," Mabel added, lifting her head from the painting that she had decided she wanted to do the moment she woke up. "Daisy makes yummy biscuits. She can sleep in my room." "That's sweet, Mabes," Abby said, "but I'm pretty sure Dad will be more than happy to have Daisy sleep over in his room. Right?" I, Eric was stuttering. What he thought had started out as a perfectly safe conversation had ended up with him being completely railroaded. He tried to regain some control. "I am helping Uncle Hank with some things." "Really?" Abby raised an eyebrow. "And you also decided you needed women's deodorant and a pink razor last week, too, when we stayed at Auntie Cynthia's?" His stomach squirmed. He'd found the forgotten items in the bathroom and thought he had got rid of them in time. Obviously, he'd been wrong. "So, am I right?" Abby asked. "Is Daisy coming over tonight?" Try as he might, he couldn't seem to make eye contact. He went back to his drink and took a very large gulp. "Well, have fun with Daisy, if you do happen to see her," she said, with a barely suppressed smirk. "And, you know, if you do see her, maybe you should just ask her if she wants to move in." Eric choked on his coffee. "Pardon?" "What?" Abby asked, her face a picture of innocence. "I'm just saying, if she moved in, I might get to sleep in my own bed for a full week, that's all." With that, she scooped up a mouthful of cereal. As unamusing as Abby's little morning interrogation had been, she was right. Palming the kids off here, there, and everywhere so that he and Daisy could get the odd night together did seem a little ridiculous, especially considering how well she got on with the girls. However, moving in when she had not yet stayed over with the girls in the house felt like a rather large step. Given the tempestuous start to their relationship, combined with everything the girls had been through over the last few years, adding something this significant into the mix just didn't seem right at that moment. Now was about getting to know each other, and, currently, he liked almost every single thing he had seen about his new girlfriend. As Abby had correctly suspected, the minute he dropped off the girls, he was en route to pick up Daisy for a pre-planned night of takeaway telly. "I don't think I'll ever get tired of doing this," he said. "What, overeating?" Daisy asked. "That wasn't what I was thinking, but that too, I suppose. I meant just this, just lying here relaxing next to you." Having polished off enough Indian food for 3 people, and no longer able to move due to the volume of chicken korma and dal stretching their stomachs, they were lying on opposite sofas with their arms out, hands joined together. Being the gentleman he was, Eric had let Daisy pick the film. 3 minutes in, and he knew it was a bad idea. She had terrible taste, not just in films, but television shows too. He could deal with rom-coms, he was actually rather keen on those, but 9 times out of 10, what she picked wasn't comedy. Unless you considered the acting, that was definitely comedic at times. Fortunately for her, he was too full to reach for the remote to turn the volume down. "I guess life could be worse," she said, smiling in response to his comment. "And it's far less stressful than going to your place." Her eyes twitched a fraction. "My place is not that stressful." "It is, and you know it. I wouldn't be surprised if that nosy old cow next door had drilled holes in the walls so she can spy on us." "She's not that bad. She's just lonely, that's all." "Well, perhaps if she wasn't the most irritating person in all existence, she'd have someone to talk to." The person to whom he referred was Daisy's not-so-elderly neighbour and the most belligerent busybody he had ever encountered. While he didn't go in for stereotypes, she hit every one, living alone with her plethora of cats and constantly hammering on the door, complaining. 3 times in one night she had disturbed them while they were watching a film to tell them that the volume was too loud. "It's shaking the light fittings in my living room," she told them. "Common courtesy aside, I don't know how you're not damaging your eardrums." They had watched the remaining 40 minutes with subtitles, as the volume was so low even he couldn't hear it. The following week she had falsely accused him of filling up her bin with newspapers, although his favourite so far came after his first visit, when she had taken Daisy aside and said she'd seen a very similar-looking man on Crime Stoppers the week before, and didn't she think it would be a good idea to call the police, just in case? "You know, she wasn't like that before you started coming over," Daisy said. "So what you're saying is that I should definitely take it personally?" "Pretty much," she laughed. As such, he had come to the conclusion that, while it might be a little more stressful arranging for the girls to go away for the night so that Daisy could stay there, at least he didn't have to worry about a SWAT team bursting in at any moment to arrest him. The film, having now totally lost his attention, with its wooden acting and phony will-they-won't-they scenes, he rolled over so he could see Daisy more clearly. "So I was talking to Abby this morning, and she suggested you move in here." "She what?" she jerked, dropping his hand. "I think she's fed up of going on all those sleepovers. She has got a point." A nervous look in her eye, Daisy pushed herself upright. "What do you mean, she has a point?" "Well, just that I keep turfing them out, I guess, and, you know." "I know what?" The conversation had taken an unexpectedly serious turn, and he found himself struggling to find the right words. "Well, it's an option, isn't it? I mean, I think it's an option. What do you think? Do you want to?" As the questions left his mouth and made their way into Daisy's brain, he tried to figure out what he actually wanted her to reply. Moving in with a woman, or rather, a woman moving in with him and the girls. Was it a good idea? He hadn't really thought this through properly, he realized, as the silence extended between them. Sure, he would like to see more of Daisy, but there were things to consider. There was the issue of whether there was enough room to start with, and Daisy's work. It would be complicated. But good complicated? Maybe. From the look on her face, it appeared she was also having similarly conflicting thoughts. Either that, or she had eaten too much. Wow, that's... Wow. It's okay. Forget I said anything. Do you want me to? I don't know. Do you want to forget I asked? She shook her head. She, too, had now abandoned the film as she chewed on her lip. Okay. She shifted so she was facing him squarely, her hands firmly on her knees. Don't take this the wrong way or anything, but I think it's too soon. Don't you think it's a bit soon? I mean, it's not that I don't love you. You know I do. But we've only been together 8 months. That would be fast going, moving in together, wouldn't it? Probably. And my work. Things are crazy at the minute. You know, I'm trying to make a name for myself. I completely understand. And then there's this house. I mean, it's lovely, but I just don't think there's enough space here. Not for the 4 of us. And I'm not sure I would feel comfortable here permanently, you know? You chose this place with Susie. Daisy, it's fine. He reached over and rested his hands on her shoulders. I completely agree. I just wanted you to know that I'm committed to this, that's all. I really am committed. Both relief and amusement rippled through him. He couldn't recall a time he had seen Daisy visibly squirm, and, while it did make him chuckle, it showed, once again, that they were on the same page when it came to their relationship. Don't worry, I agree. Things are going well, there's no point pushing things too fast and rocking the boat. Exactly. She leaned forwards and kissed him on the lips. Why ruin a good thing, eh? It was a good thing that had very nearly not happened. Eric had met Daisy through an online dating site. What he hadn't realized, as they'd messaged and talked on the phone, was that she was working for the very company that was trying to buy out the allotments from beneath him and his friends. It hadn't been easy to reconcile the feelings he'd had for Daisy with those he'd felt for Marguerite Woodhouse, the name she went by at work. More than once they had almost come to blows. Several times he had tried to cut the ties altogether. As much as he wished it had been he who had managed to show maturity in the situation, in the end it had been Daisy who'd sacrificed her job to make it work for them. And every time he thought about that, it made him love her a little bit more. So, just to check, we're fine as we are? He asked. We are perfect as we are. Wonderful. She lay back on the sofa and continued watching the horrendous film. But Abby's suggestion was still whirring around his mind. Yes, moving in was probably taking things too quickly, but, as Abby already knew what was going on with the weekly sleepovers and was fine with it, perhaps they should consider the next baby step. As it was, Daisy had already come over for several family pizza nights. Maybe, next week, she should just stay the night. It seemed like the most logical progression, and he knew the girls wouldn't object. Clearing his throat, he was about to make the suggestion when the doorbell rang. Are you expecting someone? She asked. I don't think so, he replied. Not that that meant anything. Burlham was the type of place where neighbours would frequently appear on the doorstep with no warning whatsoever. Cynthia would normally come bearing gifts of cake or other baked goods, and Hank usually had something alcoholic in his hand. That said, a text or phone call normally preceded late-night visits, particularly after what had happened when Susie's father had visited. When Eric had opened the door late at night that time, it was to a burly, menacing stranger and had resulted in an entirely unprovoked attack. Not that he expected lightning to strike twice, but he kept the chain across now, even in the daytime. Still feeling far too full to move, he hoisted himself up onto his elbows, then his feet. Don't worry about pausing the film, he said as he went into the hall. Fingers crossed it would be over by the time Hank or Cynthia finished talking. With Lulu at his side, he opened the door to the limit of the chain. Standing out in the driveway was an unfamiliar figure. Dressed in jeans and a hooded jacket, the young man was walking back and forth, hands deep in his pockets. He stopped pacing and turned to face Eric. "Great. Hi," he said. "Hello," Eric replied. "Can I help you?" Yes, maybe, I think." The young man stepped forwards, towards the light. He was nodding his head nervously and taking in large gulps of air. "Are you Eric Sibley?" "Yes, and you are?" The nodding now increased, and his hands, which had come out of his pockets, were gripped in front of him, trembling. "My name's Noah. Noah Wright. I think you may have known my mother, Susie Davenport." Chapter 2. Eric couldn't move. He wasn't even sure he was still breathing. The man, or was he a boy? Eric couldn't decide, had begun nervously tapping his foot on the ground. His eyes were glued to him expectantly, although nothing but a string of expletives was currently running through Eric's head. "I'm sorry," Noah said, finally breaking the silence. "I shouldn't have come. This was a mistake. I should go. I'm so sorry." Still muttering his apologies, he turned around and headed back towards the road and was halfway down the drive when Eric finally found his voice. No, wait, don't go," he called. Hands shaking, he fumbled with the chain on the door. Finally freeing it, he stumbled out onto the driveway. "Please wait. Yes, I knew your mother." The stranger stopped under the street lamp at the end of the drive, his back to him. The nervousness had now switched places as Eric could feel his own knees starting to knock. "Noah. It was Noah, wasn't it?" Slowly, he turned back to face Eric. Now he knew who he was looking at. All the evidence was there, so clearly. The almond-shaped face, the slightly crooked smile, even the same crease between the eyebrows. Susie's son. Abby's brother. Since learning of the boy's existence after Susie's death, he had begun to think this day would never come. But there he was, standing in front of him, in the flesh. Eric's heart pounded. "Yes, I knew your mother. I knew her very well." Both men were then waiting for the other to say something, to make the moment make sense. And so, Eric said the only thing that made sense in such a situation. "Do you want to go to the pub?" Eric had no idea how long he stood there, waiting for Noah's answer. Perhaps he didn't drink, he thought. Perhaps he frowned on people who drank and would immediately dismiss the idea of having anything to do with him or his family, based on the fact that he turned to alcohol to deal with stress. Finally, a smile broke on the young man's face. "The pub sounds like a great idea. Shall I drive? My car is right here." "Perfect. I know just the place." Only when he'd sat down in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt did Eric remember one small fact. "Bugger," he said, undoing the belt and leaping back out of the door. "I'll be 1 minute. I just need to check on—" "Don't go anywhere, okay? Don't move." "I won't. It's fine." Inside the house, he grabbed his keys and wallet off the hall table before sticking his head through the living room door. "Where have you been? Is everything okay?" Daisy asked. "The film is about to get to the good bit." While he seriously doubted any part of the film could be considered good by someone with a modicum of taste, it was not the moment to dwell on such matters. "Something's come up," he said. "I'm going to have to pop out for a bit. Is that okay?" Sitting up, she grabbed the remote and hit pause. "Is everything all right?" "I'm not sure," he answered honestly. "Maybe. I hope so. Can I explain later? I don't want to keep him waiting. I'm sorry. I really have to go do this." Her look of concern deepened. "Do you want me to go home? If you need me to, I can." No, absolutely not. I want you to stay. Besides, you've drunk too much to drive. I want you to be here when I get back." I'm going to need you to be here. Then that's where I'll be, she said, standing to kiss him. When it came to watering holes in Burlham, the Sailboat Inn was always Eric's first choice. It had been that even before he'd moved to Burlham and, despite the change in management, it was still the place he liked best. The problem was, so did most of his friends. Hank, Maggie, even Janice could often be found there on a Friday night, and the last thing he wanted was to have to try and make his way through mumbling half-introductions. So, instead, he directed Noah to the Prince Edward. "Is this your normal hangout?" he asked, shuddering as he stepped inside the pub. "No," Eric replied. "I just thought we might want some privacy." "Well, we'll definitely get that." It was as if they had stepped back in time. The place couldn't have been decorated since the mid-70s, with a yellow and brown carpet and matching walls and ceiling, all ingrained with 30 years of dirt, grime, and cigarette smoke. Both the bar staff, a man and a woman in their mid-20s, were glued to their phones. The only patron Eric could see was an old woman who was glued to the television that hung in one corner of the bar. Her laughter intermittently sliced through the air. "What do you want to drink?" he asked, gesturing for Noah to take a seat. "A pint's fine." "Great." 2 steps later, he was at the bar. "2 pints, please." The barman offered no response, although his hands moved to pick up a pint glass, which he began to fill, all without taking his eyes off his phone. On the plus side, it didn't look like the sailboat was going to go out of business any time soon. After paying for the drinks, he went over and joined Noah at the table. His body was rife with nerves. It was impossible to count how many times he had thought about this moment over the last 4 years. Hundreds, probably. How many times had he practiced this conversation in his head? At the precise moment that it mattered, he hadn't got a clue what to say. "I need you to understand," he started. "I didn't know about you. Not a thing. Not until after your mother had passed away." "I'm sorry. That must have been a tough discovery." "You could say that." Eric took a gulp of his beer. What the hell was wrong with him? This boy had just made the most important and probably most terrifying trip of his life, and there he was, offering sympathy to Eric. Susie's genes ran heavily there. "After she was gone, after I found out, I tried looking for you for a while." "I know. Actually, that's how I found you." "It is? I was going to ask." "A friend of mine, who's adopted too, emailed you a while back." "I remember," he said, recalling the young man and the guilt he had felt at not being able to help him connect with his birth mother. "The truth was, I was never really looking for Susie. I'd been pretty lucky with my life. I figured if she'd ever wanted to find me, she would have tried. Maybe that's naive or whatever, but I was okay. I'd always known I was adopted. My parents, my mum and dad, they were amazing people. And I guess that Susie had her reasons for what she did. She was young. Very young. I wondered if that was the case, although I probably imagined most scenarios over the years, if I'm honest. I can imagine." A momentary silence hung in the air. "I looked you up a while ago. Saw your video, too, the one you did to try and save the allotment. Did it work? Did you stop them building on it?" Eric nodded slowly. "We did. We stopped the developers. It was a strange time." He had thought life would be more straightforward after they'd sorted out the allotment situation and he and Daisy had got together. Apparently, fate had other plans. "Well, I watched the video. You talked about Susie, and I heard you say about your daughters, about Abby and Mabel. I'm an only child. Or at least I was an only child. I guess I got a bit sentimental." His words came to an abrupt halt. He shook his head. "I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. You don't need me barging into your life." He put his drink down and stood up, preparing to leave. "No, please," Eric said, catching his arm. "Please, I do. I do want to see you. I have thought about you, about meeting you. I've thought about it a lot, and I'd like to tell you my side of things, if you'll listen. I don't know you, I know that. I have no rights in your life whatsoever, but I can already see you're a great guy. A really great guy. You have to believe me, there is nothing in this whole world I would want more than to get to know you. A weary shadow crossed Noah's face. But it's complicated, right? No, Eric interrupted. Well, yes, but that doesn't matter. We can figure it out. Please. You came here to learn about your mother, your family. Let me tell you about them. His heart drummed as he waited for an answer. Without a word, Noah sat back down and picked up his pint and nodded. Feeling a drink would definitely help, Eric took a large gulp from his own glass before he started putting together the pieces of his past. I know lots of people say this, he started, but your mum, Susie, was the kindest person I've ever known, and the smartest, and the funniest. She was incredible. And, this may sound trite, but I have no doubt she thought she was doing what was best for you. I'm sure she did. She was just 15. I don't know why she didn't tell me after we married, I really don't. I have racked my brains for reasons, but I just don't have one. She trusted me. She loved me. But it was as if she had locked it all away, couldn't let thoughts of you take hold in her current life. Your Aunt Lydia, she knew about you. She was the only other one. I imagine they kept it a secret all that time because they didn't want to hurt Yvette. Yvette? Your grandmother. His eyes widened. Wow. My parents were getting on when they adopted me. I never had grandparents growing up. At least none that I remember. A fresh wave of guilt rippled through Eric. Well, you have one now, and let me tell you, she has her foibles, but she has a wonderful heart. I wouldn't have got through your mother's death. Susie, Noah interrupted. Sorry? Susie. She wasn't my mother, she's just Susie. Of course, sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Noah's eyes fell to the bottom of his glass. My mother died last year. The woman who raised me, that is. I don't mean to seem callous towards Susie, but she wasn't my mother. I understand, he replied, although the actual thought going around in his head was how did he manage to get himself so utterly embroiled in so many complicated situations? Why was nothing ever straightforward? Still, Noah was sitting there waiting, so he carried on. The thing is, Yvette is the one who got me through Susie's death. She's been a rock, but she's been through a lot herself, too, an awful lot in recent years. And finding out about me is not likely to go down so well. I don't know, he answered honestly. I'm not sure how anyone would react finding out their daughters had been lying to them for so long. I would love you to be part of our family, if you would like to be, and I understand that's a big if. He could feel himself getting flustered. You've got your own family, and we would never want to try and replace that, but if you would like to get to know us all better, Lydia, your aunt, and I would need to figure out how best to proceed so as not to hurt your grandmother. Does that make sense? Another silence ensued, stretching past a normal pause to something far more serious that caused Eric's heart to start hammering away in his chest. Not really. Noah's words echoed around the room. Oh. His heart sank. Well, I mean, I don't really have a family. Not anymore. Not a big one. An aunt and uncle, a couple of older cousins. Like I said, my mum passed away last year, my dad the year before that. Noah, I'm so sorry. It's okay. They were getting on. They adopted me when they were older than most parents. I suppose that's the reason I wanted to find you now. I don't have anyone anymore. He met Eric's eyes with a smile laced with sadness. Eric had been a few years older when he'd lost his own mother, but he could still recall the deep pain he'd felt. To lose your whole family so close together, he couldn't imagine the sorrow that must have brought. What I'm saying, Noah said, breaking into his thoughts, is that if you think it's possible, even if it will take a bit of time, I'd like to learn a bit about you all. You, Abby, and the rest of my family, too. If that will be okay. Eric picked up his pint and took a gulp to mask the tears he could feel prickling at his eyes. I think that would be fantastic, he said. Chapter 3. Why did this have to happen now, when things were finally feeling normal again? I mean, he seems like a good kid and everything, but his timing couldn't be worse. Why? Daisy asked. She was absent-mindedly stroking his arm as they were lying in bed. The joy of only spending the night together once a week had resulted in a prolonged honeymoon period, enhanced for Eric as their nights had been uninterrupted by any children or responsibilities. That night, however, the bubble had well and truly burst. What's wrong with the timing? We're settled. Yvette and Chad are settled. I don't see how it could have turned out better. I guess you're right. The conversation between Eric and Noah had continued on to a second drink, during which he had learned that the boy had, by all accounts, a fantastic upbringing. His parents had been doctors, and they had holidayed around the world, although, rather than following them into medicine or science, he had spent a year in Paris studying culinary arts and was now looking at pursuing this as a career. So, Daisy said, bringing him back into the moment, you do want him to be part of the family? How could I not? He asked. It doesn't seem fair not to try. And she'll be okay with it, won't she? Abby, I mean. She'll be all right. I think Abby will be the easiest of them. What do you think Lydia is going to say? A knot tightened in his chest. I have no idea, but I know it's going to be my fault. He considered this a moment longer. Are you okay if I go and pick the kids up from strawberry picking without you tomorrow? I know we were going to use it as a chance for you to meet Lydia and the boys, but I really need to speak to her about this. You understand, don't you? You were using it as a reason for me to meet Lydia? Well, I'm happy to avoid meeting your sister-in-law for, well, ever, if that's okay with you. He chuckled and leaned forward and kissed her. When they broke away, Daisy spoke again. Honestly, you do whatever you need to do. Whatever he needed to do. He flopped back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. What the hell was that going to be? Normally, he and Daisy had a nice lie-in, a bit of grown-up alone time before the real world intruded. However, that morning, his mind just couldn't rest. I'm sorry, he said later, waiting for their coffees to filter through the machine. I'm not great company at the moment. It's fine, really. You know I've got work to get on with. I could do with an extra day to get my head around this current project. Besides, the guys have decided we're all going to do a half marathon in October to raise awareness for the cause, so I promised them I'd start training for it straight away. You run? While Eric was aware he didn't know every detail of Daisy's personal life, the fact that she was a runner was something he thought he would have picked up on. From the way she was scowling, he assumed it was not her favourite pastime. I can run, she said, sauntering over and removing the coffee from the machine. I just have thousands of other, more interesting and less torturous ways that I prefer to spend my time. Silently relieved he wasn't going to be dragged out for afternoons running pointless circuits of the village, he sat down at the kitchen table. I thought the point of you taking this job was so that it didn't take over your life like the last one did, he said. Well, that was half the point. The other half was that I didn't keep working for a corrupt, soulless corporation. True, he agreed, but it still feels like you're doing an awful lot. With a slight yawn, she blew the steam from the top of her cup. I know, but this is different. This is a really good job with an organization that are doing great things, and I just want to make a good impression. You already have. They're the ones who are lucky to have you. You have to say that, she said, reaching up and kissing him. And don't worry about today. I'm sure Lydia will be just fine about Noah. He is her nephew, after all. Yeah, well, you don't know Lydia. And I'm quite happy to keep it that way, she grinned back before offering another kiss for support, which he was undoubtedly going to need. They left at the same time, Daisy heading back to her flat in Chelmsford, Eric to face Lydia. Surely it was impossible to be in a bad mood when strawberry picking was involved, even for Lydia. When he arrived at the farm, he headed over to the fields to find his family. Assuming their role of older cousins with all seriousness, Hugo and Ellery were taking Mabel around with them, and they appeared to be letting her pick and eat as much as she wanted. Abby was a little way ahead, with a full punnet in one hand and a rapidly filling one in the other. "Dad!" She waved her arms, bouncing up and down as she saw him approaching. "Come and see the strawberries I've got. I'm getting some extra punnets too. I thought I'd get one for Granny and Chad, and Hank and Jerry, and Auntie Cynthia." Waving back and wondering just how much this little trip was going to cost him, he spied who he was looking for over on the other side of the field. Lydia was picking her strawberries from a raised bed. "Thanks for bringing the children here," he said when he reached her. Picking up a punnet from a stack on one side, he started to pick his own fruit. "You know, I'm so grateful. They really love spending time with you. You're such a good influence on them." He immediately regretted his choice of words. Lydia's eyes shifted from the strawberry plants. Damn, he'd overdone it. Too big a compliment. Now she was on guard, he could tell from the suspicious look on her face. "If you're going to give me an excuse about next weekend, then you'd better have a good one. You said you'd be there." "Next weekend?" "Mum's birthday. We're all going out to lunch, remember? All of us. You were going to invite Daisy, remember? Although I thought you were going to bring her today, and that obviously hasn't happened." "Yes, sorry. Something came up. And of course, yes, definitely," he said, making a mental note that he still needed to buy a present and praying like hell that Daisy hadn't already got plans for the day. "She's really excited about it." Looking far from convinced, she went back to her strawberries. He shuffled up the row, staying as close to her as seemed decent. "There's something else I want to talk to you about. Need to talk to you about, actually." "About Mum's birthday?" No, it's nothing to do with Yvette. Well, I suppose it is. Not directly, but yes, I guess, in a way." As Lydia rolled her eyes, he filled his cheeks with air and let it out in a long puff. Mumbling, along with plastic waste, extravagant gifts, and people who overfilled their shopping trolleys, was one of the things that annoyed her the most. If he didn't spit it out soon, she'd stop listening altogether. "Noah visited me last night," he said, trying to sound as casual as possible. The decision to start with the young man's first name had been deliberate, given that he wouldn't put it past her to know about him already. However, her face showed no glimmer of recognition whatsoever. "Noah?" "Noah. Susie's son." Her jaw dropped. "You are joking." "Do I look like I am?" Putting down her punnet, she studied his face. "How did he find you?" she asked eventually. "How did he even know you existed?" "Actually, that's the interesting part. Kind of a funny story, I suppose." A prickling heat was building around the back of his neck, and Lydia could sense it. "You did something, didn't you?" "What? No." "Then how did he find out about you?" "How should I know? You can research these things now. People are helped to find their real parents." "Eric?" He shuffled his feet slightly as he avoided her gaze. "Okay, well, I did something. Not a bad something, and it was a long time ago. A long, long time ago. Like I said, it's actually a really interesting story. It turns out that he was friends with this boy called Eric." His head dropped, and he sighed. "Look, whatever I did or didn't do is irrelevant. Abby has a big brother in this world, a really nice big brother, and he wants to meet her. He wants to meet everyone, you, the boys, the whole family. So the question is, what are we going to do about it?" Her jaw tightened, and a small muscle started to twitch beneath her left eye. "Eric, we have spoken about this. We have to think about Mum." He was ready for this. Lydia, Yvette is in a good place, the best place she's been in years. She and Chad are—
Please, Eric. You can't still think they'll last?
His jaw locked. When it came to Chad and Yvette, she had been dismissive from day one, and it was understandable. After all the upset with Lydia's father, Philip, and Katrina, the young dancer he'd got pregnant, the last thing any of them wanted was to see Yvette hurt again. But she was a grown woman, and you only had to look at the pair of them to see that they adored one another. It's been 2 years. Why do you still think they are about to break up? More twitching followed as she chewed the inside of her cheek. Eric took a moment to rethink his strategy. He had known from the start that this wasn't going to be easy. He just needed her to see what could be gained from the situation. Look, this isn't just about Yvette. It involves the entire family, of which I am a part. Now, I know it won't be easy, and I know there are a lot of things to consider, but I honestly think that— Dad, are you guys coming to help us or what? Abby's voice was loud and close behind him, but he didn't dare turn. He kept his eyes locked on Lydia's, where he could almost see her thoughts swirling. Maybe it would have been better to have discussed things with her husband, Tom, first. Not that it mattered now. It was out there. Maybe we should talk about this later, he suggested, stepping backwards into one of the strawberry bushes before turning and waving at Abby. Something's come up, he called to her. We're going to need to go in 2 minutes. I'll come and help you with your punnets now. Then, turning back to Lydia, he said, I'll call you, okay? Chapter 4. The journey home was worryingly filled with strange noises from the back seat. Exactly how many strawberries did you eat? He asked during a nervously quiet interval. On the plus side, it was Abby doing most of the groaning. On the minus side, Mabel tended to copy whatever Abby did, and he had no desire to find out whether that would go as far as projectile vomiting. You know you're not meant to eat them when you're there. You're supposed to pick them, put them into your punnet, and pay for them all. Of course you're meant to eat them. That's the whole point of it. Otherwise you might just as well buy them at the shop. Fine, but if you're sick in the car, then you're old enough to clean it up yourself. You know that, don't you? I won't be sick, Abby said determinedly, although, from the green tinge to her skin, he wasn't convinced. The conversation, or lack thereof, that he'd had with Lydia was rolling around in his brain. He had told Noah that he would speak to her as soon as possible and ensure they could move forwards with a plan regarding Yvette. But having a proper conversation with her about how to approach the introductions was going to be about as enjoyable as hemorrhoids. One of the most frustrating things about the situation was that, whether she would admit it or not, she had to take some blame for it. If she had just been honest about everything from the beginning, he probably wouldn't have got into this mess. So, did you have fun last night? He asked the girls, trying to distract himself. Yeah, it was good. The boys have got this new board game and you have to make roads and things from wheat and stone. We played that before Mabel went to bed and then, afterwards, we watched a film, which was okay. Sounds like you had a good time. Oh, and I was reading through one of Auntie Lydia's magazines, and I saw this article about how you could win a wedding. You're a bit young to be thinking about that, Abs. No, it was brilliant. You get everything paid for. They give you the money for the hotel, the wedding dress, all of it. Maybe renewing their vows would help cheer your aunt up, he said, only half under his breath. No, I was thinking more about you and Daisy. I thought you two might want to enter. I've brought the magazine with me in case you wanted to have a look at it. Had it not been dangerous, he would have performed an emergency stop right then. Instead, as calmly as he could, he addressed his elder daughter. Abby, he said, please do not show Daisy that article. Why not? Why? Because we are perfectly happy as we are. We are certainly not in any rush to get married. But everyone says that weddings are really expensive. And so are divorces if you end up marrying someone in a rush. But she might like the idea. Abby. He pronounced her name with as much warning as possible. She sank further down into her seat. "I only want you to be happy," she muttered. His heart softened a fraction. "I know you do, darling, but that doesn't mean marriage is the right thing to do. Besides, I am happy, wonderfully happy." With a glance in his rear-view mirror at Abby's disappointed face, his chest tightened with guilt. "Look," he said eventually, thinking that maybe this could be a way to lessen her disappointment. "I know you're only trying to help. And, if it makes you feel better, and if you're okay with it, I was thinking of asking her to stay the night next Friday. Would that be a good idea?" He watched as enthusiasm flickered back into his daughter's eyes. "You mean stay the whole night? Not go home after the film?" "That's exactly what I mean." Her face broke into a smile. "Can I make her pancakes for breakfast?" "Probably not. She's wheat intolerant." Her face dropped again. "I'm joking," he grinned. "Of course you can. I'm sure she would love it. I'm assuming you're going to make them for me, too." "I'll make them for everyone. I should start thinking about fillings now." You would have thought it was the week before Christmas the preparations were so intense. Every day after school, Abby came home with another thing they needed to do to get ready for the big sleepover. "You've put clean sheets on the bed, haven't you?" she asked when they got home on the Friday. "You have to have clean sheets." "Yes, there are clean sheets on all the beds." "And did you pick up some flowers? You said you would." "I did not buy flowers," he replied. A look of thunder flashed across her face. He smiled and ruffled her hair. "I asked Penelope if I could have some of hers from the allotment. I'm pretty sure even you will approve. They're in the kitchen. Go and have a look." Abby bounded straight past him to where a large vase had been filled with sweet peas, sweet William, and cornflowers, the carefully arranged bouquet a distinct improvement on how he had left them earlier, dumped by the kitchen sink. Good old Yvette. She could always be counted on. "What about Granny and Chad?" Abby asked, under no illusion as to his flower-arranging skills. "Are they coming for dinner too?" "Not tonight." He'd considered that Abby and Mabel would be more than enough for Daisy to deal with during her first overnight stay. Fortunately, with it being her birthday the next day, Chad was sweeping Yvette away for the evening with a pair of tickets for a show in the West End. As 5 o'clock arrived, the girls were waiting by the door. Abby had already changed outfit 3 times, despite the fact that tradition dictated she would be in her pajamas by the time they put the film on. The moment Daisy's car pulled into the drive, she opened the door and leaped outside. "Here, let me take your bag for you," she offered, ready and waiting by the car door before Daisy had even had the chance to unclip her seatbelt. Daisy shot Eric a nervous look through the windscreen, to which he returned a wide grin. This was good. This all felt really good. "We were waiting for you before we ordered the pizza," Abby said as they walked into the house. "I know you usually like mushroom, but I didn't know if you'd want something different given that you're staying tonight. Also, Dad said you've just been for a run, so I wondered if you might like a large one because you'd be hungry, or a small one because you're trying to be healthy." "How thoughtful of you, Abby. Mushroom is good wherever I'm staying, and I definitely need a large one." "Cool. That's cool. I'll take your bag up to Dad's room. That's where you'll be sleeping, right?" "I think—" "Abby," Eric stepped in front of his daughter. "Why don't you give Daisy a bit of space before you exhaust her with all your questions?" "I was just checking." "It's fine, Abby. I'm perfectly fine. And yes, I'll be sleeping in your dad's room, if that's okay with you." "Of course it is. Come on, Mabel. We need to make sure it's all tidy up there." With the girls dashing up the stairs, Eric took a moment and wrapped his arms around his girlfriend. "How are you feeling?" he asked, kissing her gently. "Surprisingly nervous. You?" "Same." Gazes locked on each other. They giggled like a pair of schoolchildren. Butterflies fluttered in his stomach. It had been such a long time since he'd experienced this, the excitement of new love. He hadn't exactly forgotten it. He just hadn't remembered quite how great it felt. With barely a minute to themselves, they had just reached the kitchen when Abby was back downstairs. "Okay, so I've put you a clean towel on your bed, and Mabel wanted you to have her kitty cat cuddly. She'll probably want it back for bedtime, though, she said, offering the soft toy. She never lets anyone keep it that long. That's all right, Daisy replied, taking the cat. I brought my own teddy to sleep with. You did? Abby's eyes widened as Daisy reached into her handbag and pulled out a threadbare piece of brown fabric that was almost unrecognizable as any kind of stuffed animal. This is Cheeky Monkey, she said. Do you think you could put him up on the bed too? Before Abby could get a word out, Mabel jumped forwards and grabbed it. I'll do it, she squealed, already charging out of the kitchen. Mabel, you need to be careful. Wait for me, Abby yelled, racing after her sister. Once more, he wrapped his arms around Daisy, this time pulling her close so he could tuck a strand of her hair behind her ears. Thank you, he said. For what? For everything. Well, I've got plenty more of that, she said, leaning in and kissing him in a way that made the butterflies swarm again. With teddies sorted out and the sleeping arrangements clarified, they ordered the food. Then it was time to let Lulu out for a run and change into pajamas. 40 minutes later, they settled down to watch the film. I sit next to Daisy, Mabel said, plopping down on the sofa, her thumb in her mouth. We can cuddle. At that point, Eric thought his heart might just burst. By the time the film drew to a close, Mabel was out cold, curled up with her head on Daisy's lap. Abby was still fighting sleep, although her head was lolling, so it wasn't going to be long before she succumbed too. That was one advantage of picking terrible films, he thought. At least he didn't have any issues getting the girls to bed afterwards. Although, this time, even when the credits rolled, he didn't disturb them. He simply watched them. This was it, he thought. This was what his life had been missing. The connectedness, the two sides of his life coming fully together at last. As if reading his mind, Daisy caught his eye. She reached out a hand towards him. Okay, Abs, he said, eyes still on Daisy. Time for bed. Can't I just— Bed, he repeated. It's late. You can have 15 minutes reading time, but that's it. Go clean your teeth. I'll be up to check on you. What about Mabel? I'll carry her up, don't worry. But she shouldn't get to go to bed later than me. Abby, she's fast asleep, and she's 4. But, besides, I thought you wanted to be up early. I thought you had something you wanted to do. Suddenly awake, Abby sat up. Yes, you're right. I should go to bed. Okay. And with that, she bolted out of the room. Eric was just about to shift across to Daisy and take Mabel when Abby reappeared, her head peering around the door. You're not allergic to pancakes, are you? She asked Daisy. No, definitely not. Good, just checking. A moment later, she'd gone again. Right, I'll take Mabel up to bed, he said. Do you want to fix us a drink while I'm gone? There should be some rum and coke in the cupboard, or open a wine if you'd prefer. Rum sounds good. She shifted slightly, freeing her legs from Mabel's head so Eric could get a grip on her. I forgot. Can I get a photo? Abby, he sprang back. What are you doing? I thought you'd gone to bed. I need to get a photo of you two. Why? He asked. Because it's Daisy's first night. It's special. I want a keepsake. Rolling his eyes, he looked at Daisy apologetically. It's fine, she said. I like the idea. Go ahead, Abby. With a satisfied smile, she moved to the corner of the room and shifted the standard lamp 2 feet forwards before gently picking up Mabel and moving her to a separate chair. There you go, Dad. You can sit next to Daisy. What are you doing now? He asked, the relaxed feeling of only moments earlier having evaporated. I'm just getting the lighting right, she replied. You don't want it to be badly lit, do you? With a hand on his back, she pushed him up straighter before flattening down his hair. I thought this was just a quick photo. It will be if you let me do it properly. Knowing it would be quicker to just go along with it than try to put up any form of protest, he sank back down into Daisy's arms. Sorry, I have a peculiar family. I think it's sweet. You're on night 1. Let's see if you still feel this way in 10 years. Right, now if you can both just look this way. Say cheese. Do you mean you want me to be here in 10 years? Daisy asked, turning her attention away from Abby and locking eyes with Eric instead. Heat flushed his cheeks. You know I do. Say cheese, Abby called again, forcing them to turn back to her with equally beaming smiles. Cheese. Chapter 5. Abby's bizarre photo shoot the night before had lasted nearly 10 minutes, with her directing Eric and Daisy to try a variety of poses, including both cross-legged on the floor and Daisy sitting on Eric's lap. At that point, he had lost all patience and sent her up to bed. Despite this unusual interlude, the rest of the night couldn't have been more perfect. So perfect, he wasn't sure why he had waited so long to have her stay over with the girls. It was so much easier. No stressing about how Yvette and Chad were managing with the kids or what time he needed to leave in the morning to pick them up from Lydia's. Just all the people he loved under one roof. When morning came, the sounds of birdsong drifted in through the window, accompanied by the clattering of pots and pans from downstairs. We should go down, Daisy said, tucked in against his shoulder. See if she needs any help. The way Daisy was lying meant that her hair was draped over his face just a little. Still, he left it there. No, we shouldn't. She's a nightmare if you try to interfere with her cooking. You don't think we should help at all? We could wash up. Trust me, you'll know when she wants you. Besides, she's the one making the mess. She can clean it up afterwards. Wow, how very stern of you. Have you not seen that side of me yet? He asked, moving her hair off his face so he could roll over and nuzzle her neck. I'll have to show you another time. 10 minutes later, and Abby's voice came bellowing up from the kitchen. Breakfast's ready, she called, and hurry or it'll be cold. We have been told, he said. By the time they arrived downstairs, several mini mountains of pancakes had been dished up on plates and placed around the dining table, along with every condiment, jam, and topping they owned. Wow, a cooked breakfast, Daisy said, smiling at the batch laid out in front of her. I could get used to this. Why is the mustard out, Abs? Eric asked, spotting it between the maple syrup and the strawberry jam. Savoury pancakes are a thing, Dad. Some people prefer them that way. Reminding himself that there was not a single question for which his daughter did not have an answer, he pulled out a chair for Daisy to sit on. Not there, Abby said, pushing it back in again. She needs to sit at that end. Those pancakes aren't burned. Who gets the burned ones, then? He asked. The answer was apparent as she pushed a plate towards him, where at least the top one was entirely black. It's not my fault, she replied as she and Mabel sat down opposite more perfectly cooked specimens. Normally Granny or Chad helps me. Also, she motioned with her head to his blackened pile, Mabel broke the egg in that batch, so chew carefully. His eating slowed. This breakfast was getting more and more unappetizing by the minute. I'm not sure I can eat all these, Daisy said, taking a couple from the top of her mountain. Your dad can have a couple of mine. And while she didn't look overly happy, Abby seemed content enough not to kick up a fuss about her sharing. As they passed the chocolate and caramel sauces amongst themselves, it was Daisy who brought up the obviously missing guests. Where are Chad and Yvette? I thought you said they're normally here on Saturday mornings. I guess, as we're all going out for lunch together, they thought they'd wait to see us then. You're all going out for lunch? Daisy asked. Anywhere nice? Crap. He dropped his fork onto the plate. I forgot to tell you. Tell me what? Tell you about lunch. It's for Yvette's birthday. It's no problem. I've got loads to get on with. Half marathon training, remember? No, it's not that. I told Lydia you would be there. It was Daisy's turn to drop a fork. Lunch with Lydia? The entire family is going, Abby said, insinuating herself into the conversation. Hugo and Ellery, too. They said they were going to bring their switches for Mabel and me to play with. So it's a full family affair. Daisy's eyes fixed on Eric as she spoke, her cheeks decidedly paler than only moments before. Yep, Abby replied, "and they're really looking forward to meeting you. Auntie Lydia was saying so last weekend." Eric's throat had grown decidedly dry during the last 30 seconds of conversation, although he suspected it wasn't a patch on whatever Daisy was feeling. Yvette was an unavoidable extra that came with the family in much the same way as Lulu was, but Daisy had been almost as against meeting Lydia as she had been about going anywhere near the allotment. Part of it, he suspected, came from the link to Susie, that tangible reminder that there would always be that previous life of his before she had come on the scene, that other love. But the other part of her resentment of his sister-in-law had to do with Noah. Just a month into their relationship, he had told her about finding the envelope with his photograph and hospital tag. He had explained how Lydia had lied about the baby being hers. Given that Daisy knew she wasn't particularly adept at holding her tongue, she had considered it best to give Lydia a wide berth. But Eric had now said she would be there. "Abs, would you go put Lulu out in the garden? I think she needs the toilet." "She's fine. I let her out when I came down." "Well, maybe she didn't go then." "She did. I watched her." "Abigail." His tone said it all. "What? Oh, okay." She jumped down from the table and grabbed her little sister's hand. "Come on, Mabes. Let's let Lulu out. We can play fetch with her, too." "Fetch with Daddy's shoe?" Mabel asked. "That sounds good to me." Together with Eric's tattered old slipper, the three of them trundled out the door. Daisy's mouth flew open the moment it closed. "They're expecting me at a family do?" "I completely forgot to ask you. It'll be fine." "I can't not go. It's Yvette's birthday. A little warning would have been nice." "I know, I do. It's just a little family thing. I can make an excuse, honestly. I can say you're sick." "You can't do that. They will already be judging me." "No, they won't." "This is the same Lydia we're talking about, right? The one you spend half your life whinging about?" "Yeah, you're probably right. She is going to judge you. But you'll be amazing. You'll be fine. Besides, she hardly likes anyone as it is, so there's no need to take it personally. And you work for a charity. She loves charity stuff." "Great, that's really reassuring." A spasm of guilt twisted through him. It was a pretty shitty thing to do. Dump your dead wife's family on your girlfriend with only a moment's warning. "Look, if you can't face it, that's fine. I'll think of an excuse." "No, you can't. There's a reservation. And you're a crap liar. They'd see straight through it and hate me even more than they do for the allotment thing." "No one hates you for the allotment thing. I've told you that." Her lips moved in and out as her thoughts whirred visibly. "Shit, I don't have anything to wear, and I haven't got a gift." "It's fine. It's Lydia. I can tell you now she'll be wearing a red patchwork dress. It's the same thing she's worn to every single family event for the last decade. She might even have worn it to my wedding. You could go in your PJs and you'd look better dressed." "That's not helpful, Eric." She sighed heavily. When he glanced out of the window, he noticed the girls staring at them, Lulu sitting beside them with the slipper in her mouth. Unsurprisingly, the minute he caught them looking, they hurriedly turned away. "Okay." Daisy was in focused mode. "I'll need to go and get some clothes. I'll head home now. I can grab some flowers from the florist near the flat. Where is this thing happening? Is it okay if I meet you there?" "Of course, if that's easier. I really am sorry." An enigmatic smile graced her lips as she shook her head. "It's fine. I guess it's kind of nice, really, like I'm officially a member of the family." "You are," he said. After Daisy had left and he had cleared up the mess that the girls had made, he went upstairs to get washed and noticed a message on his phone. Noah. His stomach flip-flopped. Sooner or later, he was going to have to deal with this. Chapter 6. It wasn't that Eric didn't want to reply to Noah. He did. He liked the kid and really wanted to get to know him. And the lie he'd told himself about not having time to contact him during the week had only been a half lie. The fact was, he just didn't know how to reply. Starting up a casual conversation with your stepson if that's even what he should call him, didn't seem the right thing to do, not until he and Lydia had come to some sort of agreement on how to proceed. After all, she was the blood relative in the situation. But the only communication he'd had from her all week had been a curt message after the strawberry picking, stating in no uncertain terms that he was not to do anything until they had spoken again. Another message had come through from her that morning, although that only contained the restaurant's name and address. In fairness, until that morning, he hadn't heard from Noah either. But that didn't help. Eric could only imagine how he was feeling, the anticipation and expectation he must have been experiencing. Knowing that the day was about to get swept up in family celebrations, it felt wrong not to send him a quick message while the girls were off getting dressed. He fired off a quick text. "We'll try to speak to Lydia this weekend. Hope you're well." "Who are you messaging?" Abby asked, appearing out of nowhere. "No one, just—" He did a double take. "Mabel, why are you in a onesie? I thought you were getting her ready to go for lunch, Abs." "I need a horn," Mabel replied, adding further confusion to the situation. "Sorry?" "I want to be a unicorn," she replied. "But you're wearing your pajamas." "It's Granny's birthday," Abby joined in. "You know she won't mind her coming in her pajamas if that's what she wants to do." "I want to be a unicorn. I need a horn." "I think Granny would like it if we were all unicorns," Abby said. "Remember that time she turned up to dinner wearing a coconut shell bikini?" Indeed he did, no matter how hard he'd tried to forget it. Shaking his head, he looked at his youngest. How it was possible Mabel and Yvette weren't blood relatives was a mystery. "Horn!" Mabel stamped her foot. "I need a horn." "Fine," he relented. "Be a unicorn. But if you spill food down yourself, you're going to be the one sitting in the restaurant in your underwear." 4-year-olds. Why he even bothered trying to argue with her, he didn't know. There was no reasoning with them at that age. As was the general trend whenever they went anywhere, despite starting to get ready as early as possible, they still ended up leaving 15 minutes later than planned. Added to that delay was the need for petrol, and then the impossibility of finding somewhere to park. When they finally arrived at the restaurant, Daisy was outside waiting. She had gone for a smart, casual look with light blue jeans and a white top, and a pair of heels Eric was certain he would end up carrying if they had to walk anywhere further than 10 meters. "I'm sorry we're late," he said. "We had trouble finding a horn for Mabel." "Wow, you look good, Mabes," she said, bending down and ruffling her horned hood. "A unicorn. I like it." Mabel beamed with pride as Daisy turned back to Eric. "Lydia and the boys are already in there," she said. "They've been waiting for ages." "They are? How do you know?" He looked through the glass door of the restaurant. A bubble of smug satisfaction rose up through him. "Patchwork red dress, I told you." He let go of Mabel's hand to offer Daisy a quick squeeze. "How are you feeling?" "I'm good. No, actually I'm terrified, but what does that matter? Let's get this over and done with." He could sense her holding her breath as they stepped inside. "Don't worry, they'll love you, just like I do." "Great to finally meet you," Tom said, rising from the table to kiss her on the cheek. "We've heard so much about you." "Actually, I think we've already met." "We have?" "Forest Dome, at the pub." "I completely forgot. Seems like a lifetime ago." "Yes, well, she's not working for that horrible corporation anymore, are you?" Lydia said, as she also went in for the cheek kissing. "What are you doing now? I don't think Eric said." "I'm working for an NGO," Daisy replied. "Really? Which one?" "We're small. I doubt you'd have heard of it, in fact, but we're working on diverting food waste and getting it to families who need it." "Really?" Lydia said, tilting her head to the side. "That sounds fascinating. Here, come and sit by me. I'd love to hear all about it." Fortunately for Daisy, she only had to endure 5 minutes of Lydia chewing her ear off before Yvette and Chad arrived, and the focus of attention shifted to the birthday girl. In true Yvette style, she had dressed for the occasion in a satin green gown that would have looked more at home on a Hollywood red carpet. However, as usual, she pulled it off.
Oh, look, all of my wonderful people here together.
The emerald green dress fanned out as she drifted around, pecking them all on the cheek.
And what a wonderful place. Bottle chandeliers, how very retro.
It's got brilliant reviews, too, Lydia said, missing Yvette's sarcasm as she stood to hug her mother.
The head chef trained in Paris. I'm sure it will be wonderful.
After the cheek-kissing came the seat shuffling. Yvette took a place at the head of the table, with Hugo on one side and Chad on the other.
Now, I'm assuming this place has champagne. You don't turn 50 every year.
Several coughs rang out from around the table.
Fine. Let's say 60 and be done with it.
A smiley waitress in a buttercup yellow blouse came and took their drinks order, which arrived promptly. It took a quick head gesture from both Eric and Lydia for the same waitress to realise that placing the wine cooler between Yvette and 16-year-old Hugo was perhaps not the best idea. Laughter flowed as the conversation drifted easily from one topic to another. As time passed, it came back around to Daisy and her job, then on to Eric and how the allotment was doing, at which point Daisy became noticeably quiet. When all the dinner plates had been cleared, Lydia used her annoyingly loud, in-charge voice.
I think it's time for presents. Who wants to go first?
Her eyes went around the table and landed on Chad. I know we were all going to be together when I told her this, he said, his eyes avoiding Lydia's, but she was pestering me so much I had to tell her.
He's spoiled me rotten. He already took me to see the Scottish Ballet, and guess what? Guess what else we're doing?
Yvette grinned.
A hot air balloon ride. Can you believe that? A champagne hot air balloon ride. Didn't you do one of those with Dad? Lydia asked. In Angkor Wat?
While Eric, Daisy and Tom all flinched at the inappropriate remark, Yvette didn't bat an eyelid.
We did, she said. Of course, your father wasn't able to pilot it himself. He had to pay someone else to do that.
You can pilot a hot air balloon? Eric asked, looking at Chad in amazement. Scrap that. Of course you can. You're building your own house and running 2 businesses at 26. But how? How do you find the time to learn to do all these things?
When things matter, you make the time, right? Chad replied, looking solely at Yvette.
She leaned forwards and planted her lips firmly on his. As was normal with the couple, they managed to make the kiss last long enough for everyone at the table to start to feel slightly uncomfortable before they broke apart. You're always kissing, Mabel said. Eric couldn't help but slightly agree, although he wasn't going to say anything, not with Lydia looking like she was about to hurl something across the table. Lids, he said when the couple had finally finished smooching, didn't you have something you wanted to give your mother?
After you,
she replied. It's fine, she sees me all the time. You give her your present. It was a standoff he had no intention of losing.
Fine, she said with a forced smile. I hope you like it. It's been quite some time in the making.
As expected, Lydia's gift was homemade. Nicely homemade this time, though. Very nicely. It was certainly a lot better than some of the trash she had dished out over the years.
I've been doing a silver-making workshop for the last 3 months, she said as Yvette unwrapped the present to reveal a large silver bangle with a beautiful gem set in the centre. It's your birthstone.
It's beautiful, Lydia darling, Yvette said, slipping the bracelet onto her wrist before reaching across the table and kissing her daughter. Eric had to admit it looked good, and he was only mildly annoyed that Lydia had gone down the jewellery route. After all, it was an obvious choice where Yvette was concerned. When his mother-in-law was back in her seat, he turned to Abby. Do you want to give it to her? He asked. We both can, Abby said, handing the small box to Mabel, who then passed it over to her grandmother. It's a necklace, Mabel told her.
Thank you, Mabel, she laughed. Now there's no need for me to open it.
Yes, there is, Abby said urgently. You don't know what's inside it. It's photos, Mabel said. There are photos inside the necklace, but I'm not meant to tell you.
The table erupted into warm-hearted laughter from everyone, except Abby, whose face looked like thunder.
Mabel, I told you not to say anything. Sorry, I forgot.
Mabel's bottom lip jutted out, her eyes going full puppy dog. Even Abby couldn't stay mad at that. Oh, my! Yvette peeled back the paper from the box. This is so beautiful. She held the silver locket in her hand and unclipped the clasp.
It's got me and Mum on one side and Mabel on the other, Abby explained. I took the photo of Mabel myself.
Oh, Abby, it's perfect. She handed the necklace to Chad to fix around her neck, lifting up her hair. Well, after all that excitement, I think I'm in need of a dessert. Is anyone else? The children and several of the adults voiced their approval of the suggestion. Great. Now, where is that waitress? Where's she gone? Oh, there's a waiter. Someone try to get his attention, will you? Eric, like the others, scanned the room. It took him a moment to locate the waiter, hidden by the coffee machine behind the bar. He wasn't one he'd seen earlier in the meal, nor was he in the buttercup yellow of the rest of the staff, although he must be working there. For a moment, all he could see was the back of his head until, slowly, he turned to face him. Oh, crap. Although he thought he'd uttered the words under his breath, it hadn't been quiet enough. Daisy leaned towards him. Is everything okay? Noah, he muttered, starting to feel sick. What do you mean, Noah? I mean, he's here. There. Behind the counter. Noah is here. Chapter 7. Daisy's eyes widened, locking on the sandy-haired young man. Yvette and Lydia were still waving their hands about, trying to get his attention for the dessert menus, and, any second now, he was going to notice them. With his head spinning, Eric pushed back his chair. I'll just go and get them. It's fine. Let him come to us. It's fine. I'm going over. Stumbling over his feet, he moved in a daze towards the counter as Noah looked up. Sorry, sir, if you'll just... Eric, what are you doing here? You work here? Noah's face blanched almost as quickly as Eric's had. No. Well, yes and no. A friend of mine runs the place. When she needs someone to fill in for a few hours, she gives me a call. A bit of extra cash is always welcome. I just arrived. Are you eating here? Eric could barely make sense of the words he was hearing. His heart was pounding at 15 to the dozen. It was the silence that made him realize Noah had asked a question. Yes, I'm eating here. We're all eating here. With Yvette. Yvette is here, Susie's mother, your grandmother. It's her birthday. She's here. Eric, what on earth is taking you so long? Are you getting the menus or not? Lydia! Eric jumped. She had appeared at his elbow, and now he was finding it difficult to breathe. Oh, wow. Everyone really is here. Eric, what's going on? What's taking you so long? Her face was sporting the usual pinched expression that he had grown used to over the years, although, at that precise moment, all he could think about was getting enough oxygen into his lungs to stop himself passing out. Hi, pleased to meet you. I'm Noah. Seemingly unaware that Eric was on the verge of a major cardiac arrest, Noah stretched out his hand to her. Noah? In an instant, her cheeks were as pale as Eric's. Oh, dear Lord, Noah, as in... Susie's Noah, Eric squeaked. The three adults stood staring at one another. On the plus side, Eric could no longer feel his heart hammering away, but on the minus side, he couldn't feel it beating at all. Perhaps that was what happened before a heart attack. Well, Noah cut through the tension that had engulfed them. Clearly, this is not a great time for introductions. No worries. Can I get you something? Coffee, dessert menus? Despite the attempt to sound businesslike, the disappointment in his voice made Eric feel awful. I think we'd like the dessert menus, he said apologetically. I'll just go fetch them. And with that, Noah disappeared behind the counter. Why didn't you tell me he worked here? Lydia hissed the moment her long-lost nephew was out of earshot. You think I knew? Mum can't find out. Not like this.
You think I don't know that? I'm not an idiot.
Well, that's debatable. We need to get out of here. We need to go. We'll take her for ice cream. There's a cake shop around here somewhere. We can say that they've run out of desserts, that the freezer's broken or something. What are you two talking about?
In perfect synchronization, Eric and Lydia's heads snapped around, and they found themselves face to face with the one person they could do without. Yvette. Well, after all, it was her superpower, wasn't it? Appearing at the exact moment that she wasn't wanted. Nothing, they said simultaneously. A small smile flickered on Yvette's lips. Eric, by contrast, thought he was about to vomit. What was it with his family? Why couldn't they just keep out of the way and leave him to panic through a situation on his own?
I told you guys I didn't need lots of fuss.
Oh, we know.
We'll just be a minute, Mum. You sit down. We're all fine here.
At that point, Noah reappeared, and Eric pondered if they kept a defibrillator on site.
The dessert menus?
He asked, offering them to Eric.
There better not be candles on it.
Yvette winked as she intercepted the menus.
Candles?
Noah looked confused before his face relaxed into a smile.
Oh, it's a birthday, isn't it? Congratulations.
Thank you, Yvette grinned back.
Yes, it's a bit of a big one. Not that I mind. Age means experience, if you know what I mean.
For a horrible second, Eric thought she was about to start inadvertently flirting with her eldest grandchild. Fortunately, she turned her attention back to him and Lydia.
Now, if you have got a cake, there had better not be any candles on it. I really have told Chad it's my 50th.
Her gaze was still locked on Eric as he struggled to find a response. Why? The question went around in his head. Why was it always him who ended up in predicaments like this? Fortunately, Lydia took the reins.
Mum, why don't you and I go sit down? Let's give Eric a moment to sort this out. Fine, but Chad and I would like espressos too, and if you'd like to put a shot of something stronger in mine, I wouldn't say no. Remember, it is my birthday. Here, Mum, we'll take the menus. I'm sure Tom would like a coffee too.
As the two women returned to the table, a mixture of relief and embarrassment washed over Eric. He turned back to Noah, hands open in front of him. I am so sorry. We would never have chosen this restaurant if I'd known. I didn't mean to put you in this position.
It's fine. It's just bad luck. This is the first shift I've worked here in over a week.
Eric nodded, still not able to speak properly.
So, that's the grandmother, is it? She seems like a character.
She is, he said.
Should I be worried about the drinking?
He laughed. Eric couldn't force even the slightest chuckle in response.
And the girls, your daughters, they are
your sisters, Eric finished for him, deciding that telling him that the small child in the unicorn outfit was, in fact, his auntie, might be too much for him to cope with right then. Yes, and the two boys, they're your cousins.
Wow, they seem like cool kids.
A moment passed. Eric gave him the chance to take in the scene before him as he looked out on an entire family that he should rightly be part of. Noah brought himself back to the room with a shake of his head.
Let me go to the kitchen. I'll see what we've got in the way of cakes.
You don't have to do that.
Honestly, it's fine. If you'd told them when you booked it was a birthday celebration, they'd have probably brought one out anyway.
Are you sure?
Of course I am. No candles, though, right?
He grinned. Maybe just one. Eric smiled back. A second later, he was gone. The rest of the birthday meal took on a strange sense of disconnectedness for Eric. 5 minutes after his conversation with Noah, a cake appeared with one candle and the name Yvette inscribed in chocolate. It was brought to the table by the waitress in the buttercup yellow blouse. Noah was nowhere to be seen. As the family sang Happy Birthday, Eric looked around the room. Still no sign of Noah. When he got home, he would ring him, he decided. He would set a proper date for a meeting, first with Lydia, then with Yvette. The boy had shown so much courage in coming to see him,
and such maturity at the restaurant. It was time Eric stepped up and did the same. "You shouldn't put so much pressure on yourself," Daisy said that night as they curled up in bed together. "This is not all on you." Given how he was feeling, she had decided to stay another night at the house with him and the girls, with the proviso that she would leave early in the morning to get on with some work. Exhausted by the day's activities, lunch had been followed by an afternoon in the park and a late supper. Mabel had gone straight to bed. Abby was in her bedroom, sitting at her computer, typing away. With only 2 weeks left until the end of term, she had been working hard to ensure that the final edition of the school magazine for that academic year would be a good one. But, even with the living room to themselves, Eric and Daisy had headed up for an early night. "It kind of is," he said in response to Daisy's comment. "I was the one who signed up to the website. That was how Noah found me." "Yes, but if it hadn't been through that, he would have found another way if he'd been really determined. So have you spoken to him? Arranged a time to meet up?" He shook his head. "I need to speak to Lydia first. She didn't pick up when I called her." "Okay, but you'll keep trying, won't you? This needs to be a priority. You must get it sorted for your own sake as well as his. Will you do that, please?" Rolling onto his back, he let out a deep sigh. "I'll have to," he agreed, "or I'm going to lose the plot." "And this time it will have nothing to do with me. Get it? Plot, losing the plot. You nearly lost the plot because of me." She looked at him expectantly. "Come on, that was funny, right?" Reaching across, he switched off the bedside lamp. "Remind me again why I love you," he said. "I think I can manage that." Chapter 8. Having made a promise to Daisy and to himself, Eric opted for the aggressive approach in arranging a meeting that would see Noah become part of the family. Having failed to get hold of Lydia on the phone all day Sunday and Monday, on Tuesday he took to messaging her every 30 minutes until, eventually, she called back. "This week is not good for me, Eric. I'm working every day and volunteering most evenings. Then there's the church drive on Saturday, the bake for the lake on Sunday, and I've promised I'd help Sandra across the road re-wallpaper her living room." "So when is a good time?" he asked. "You tell me. I'll make it happen. I can call in sick if you want. Any time, day or night." "Well, it can't be this week or next." "Okay, so the following Saturday then. A week Saturday. Will that work?" "I'll have to check," she replied. He did a quick mental check of the dates in his head. A week Saturday would mean the start of the summer holidays and no schoolwork to worry about, meaning that there would be plenty of opportunity for the girls to spend time with Noah afterwards. It could end up working out perfectly. "A week on Saturday, you're booked in," he said, not letting any more excuses slip in. "And, while we're at it, I want to talk to you about your mum and Chad." The silence down the line told him exactly what she thought about that. Still, her attitude had to change. It was one thing bitching and moaning about the age difference in private, but trying to belittle Chad at Yvette's birthday lunch was, to his mind, unforgivable. He would have words with her about that. A lot of them. Fortunately, he now had nearly 2 weeks to get himself prepared. As was often the case at the end of term, the last 2 weeks dragged on, but at an impossible pace. School was crazy with end-of-year shows, reports to write, graduation ceremonies and leaving parties. Given how wonderfully his sleepovers with Daisy had gone previously, Eric was hoping there might be a few more of them to break up the monotony of work. Instead, he hardly saw her. "I'm so sorry. I didn't even see the time. It's this project I'm working on." He had rung her from the bowling alley, 15 minutes after their arranged rendezvous time. "I offered to take a look at these reports, help out and try to get myself a bit more familiar with how things work in other departments. I just didn't realize how long they would take. I'll leave now. I'll be right there." "Don't be silly. It'll take you half an hour just to get here, and the lane will probably be booked up later. I'll just bowl with the girls tonight. We can do something tomorrow if you still fancy it. Why don't you come around for takeaway in the evening?" I'm not sure I'll be done with this by then, she replied.
Well, bring your work with you. You can do it here and I can get on with some marking. A marking date. You can see me in my sexy teacher mode.
Will you be marking in your tartan pyjamas?
I knew you liked that look. She chuckled down the line.
That sounds good, although maybe it will have to wait until the weekend. Is that okay? I think weekday dates may have to be put on hold for the next couple of weeks.
Whatever you need. The marking date was as successful as a date could be when two people were glued to their computers the entire time.
I just need a couple of weeks to get ahead on this project and then I'll know what I'm doing,
Daisy explained at 10:30 when they finally swapped their laptops for a nightcap.
I hate being the new girl. You know, having to ask questions all the time because you don't know what's going on. And learning people's names. There's this one guy. We've had a couple of meetings together now, and I still don't know if his name is Dan or Den. I think it's Dan, but he's got a Kiwi accent and his email just says D. whatever. I must have had about 5 conversations with him. It's embarrassing.
Well, why don't you just ask one of the others? He asked.
Because I should know by now. And then they'll think I don't know anyone's name. They're not going to trust me to take on any responsibility if I can't even remember someone's name, are they?
Is it possible you're overthinking this? He asked. With Daisy clearly wanting to forget about work, it didn't take long for the conversation to turn to Noah.
I don't know why you're so determined to get Lydia's permission on this. Like you said, he came to you. You weren't the one who tracked him down.
Technically, he tracked me down, but that's not really the point. She's Yvette's daughter, and, no matter how she acts sometimes, she wants what's best for her mum. She just needs time to realize that this is going to be okay. The clucking of her tongue indicated her viewpoint on the matter.
You know Yvette better than anyone, Eric. After all, you practically live with her. If you think she can handle this, then you should trust your own instincts.
Maybe you're right. I'd just like to have Lydia on board, that's all.
Well, I don't think you should hold out too much hope that she's going to go along with this. Just look at the Chad situation.
She was right, he knew, but he had to hope. After all, Lydia had proved him wrong more than once before. The feeling of impending doom remained with him for the rest of the week, although fortunately all the busyness at school was enough to keep his mind occupied most of the time.
The timetable's out for next year,
Donna said as she tucked into one of the many boxes of biscuits that had found their way into the ENC office during the last few days.
They've got you down for teaching 3 lessons of music a week.
You're joking, Eric spluttered, half choking on a jammy Dodger.
I am, she smirked, but you should have seen your face. It's just you and me here, as usual, I'm afraid, but there are still a few more hours available if you fancy them.
I'll think about it, he replied, and, for once, he actually meant it. With Mabel at school, he could take on a bit more and, maybe, put the money towards a holiday abroad that Abby had been nagging him for. It had been a long time since they'd gone somewhere hot and sunny for the summer, although, on the plus side, holidaying in the UK meant that he had been able to avoid his acute fear of flying. Taking heavy-duty sleeping pills when you're in charge of 2 children didn't seem like very responsible parenting. Maybe if Daisy came with them, he wouldn't feel quite so stressed. Given the pressure she was under at work, he didn't think it was a great time to discuss family holidays. He had also wanted to avoid burdening her any further with his worries about Noah and Lydia. As such, when the following weekend finally rolled around, bringing with it his meeting with his sister-in-law, he was a bag of nerves. What we have to ask ourselves is, will she really want to know? Lydia asked, sipping a turmeric latte that smelled almost as unappetizing as it looked. What's that supposed to mean? Well, whenever I think of her current situation, she seems happy enough at the moment. Is it really worth risking upsetting her with this news, particularly when there's bound to be another upset in the near future? Is it worth telling her she has a grandchild out there in the world? That's what you're saying? You're honestly asking me that? I'm just saying. And what do you mean, another upset? Because if you are talking about her and Chad, then you really need to take a long, hard look at yourself. She stiffened,
placing her cup back on the table. "What's that supposed to mean?" What did he mean? Nothing good, that was for sure, but he had promised himself he would not back down. "Your mum is happy, the happiest I have ever known her. Why are you begrudging her this?" "I am not begrudging her anything." "Yes, yes you are." A sucking noise escaped her puckered lips. "I just think it's ridiculous getting attached to someone so much younger. It's Dad and Katrina all over again." "No," he said with certainty, "it is not. Your dad and Katrina were a fling, a silly infatuation because neither of them lived in the real world. As soon as they were off those cruise ships and faced with the realities of life, it ended. That isn't the case with Yvette and Chad. He's seen her at her worst, and I dare say she's seen him through some rough patches too in the last couple of years. No one's saying their relationship is perfect, but can you show me one that is? Is yours?" That was a low punch. Last year, Tom had told him in confidence that things between him and Lydia weren't going so well. Eric hoped that this had been smoothed over by now, but at that precise moment, he wasn't thinking about them. This was about Yvette, and Lydia was the one who had lowered the tone of the conversation. "So, what are you saying I should do? Just ignore the fact that she's nearly 3 times his age?" "That is exactly what you should do. Good. And now that we've got that sorted, when are we going to introduce them both to Noah?" With a deep sigh, Eric gave himself a moment to review the situation. He'd had plenty of time over the past 2 weeks to work out how he should tackle the matter without running into a brick wall. Dealing with Lydia was often the same as knowing which head to go for when faced with a 2-headed cobra. Look, it's about her choice, right? If she wants nothing to do with him, that's fine. We will respect that. But what this comes down to, at the end of the day, isn't what you or I would want to happen. It's what Susie would have wanted." "Susie?" "If Noah had turned up on our doorstep, do you think she would have turned him away? Do you think she would have wanted to bury him back in the past? Of course she wouldn't. You don't keep hold of your child's hospital tag for 20 years if you are just going to turn him away when you finally get to meet. Would it have been easy for her to tell me or your mum? No. But would she have done it? I would bet my life on it. She left that tag in a place where I could have found it at any time. Maybe it was a conversation that she wanted to have, I don't know. But I do know that she wouldn't have turned away from him, and I think you know that too." Sitting back in his chair, he watched as his words hit home. He had played his best hand and, most importantly, it was all true. Whatever skeletons Susie had had in her closet, if they'd been discovered, she would have faced it head-on. That was how she always tackled life. "So, we'll tell her then," Lydia said, offering no further comments or objections. "But when? And with him there? With you there? Maybe it should just be me on my own." He shook his head. "No, that might seem like you and Susie have been plotting against her. If I'm there too, at least I can explain Susie's actions." "Fine. But not Noah. He can't meet her, not unless she wants to." "I agree." "Okay. So, when?" They spent the next 20 minutes deciding on a time that suited them both. While he was happy to go with any plan, once again Lydia managed to delay things by almost another full week because of commitments with the Women's Institute and the St. John Ambulance Group that she was now involved with. "Just so we're clear on this," he said, getting the distinct feeling that she would try to pull a fast one. "If you're not there, then I'll tell her on my own. Do you understand? The fact that he existed at all may have been yours and Susie's secret to share, but the fact that he turned up on my doorstep, that's my story to tell her, and I will." It was one of the few times in his life that he had seen her silent, which he took as a sign of acceptance. Knowing that he was unlikely to win any more arguments with her that day, or possibly the remainder of the year, he finished his coffee, paid the bill, and left. Chapter 9. Whilst feeling relieved that the meeting had been pretty successful, a new sense of nervousness began to take root.
It was all very well daydreaming about Abby and Mabel bonding over family picnics with their long-lost big brother, but the reality could be very, very different. Still, if he didn't try, he would never know. Reaching the car, he pulled out his phone and messaged Noah to see if he was free the following Sunday. Whether Yvette wanted to have anything to do with him was beside the point. He wanted to, and he wanted the girls to. That meant them meeting him as soon as possible, either with or without his mother and sister-in-law. The reply was almost immediate. A single word. Sure. Before he could even get the car out of the parking spot, his phone rang.
Hey, how did it go?
Daisy's voice had an air of trepidation to it. Okay, I think.
So you're both going to sit down with Yvette and tell her?
That's what she said. Thursday. That's the next time she's free, apparently. And if she makes up an excuse why she can't be there, then I'm just going to go ahead and tell Yvette myself, and I've already arranged to meet Noah with the girls at the weekend.
Good on you. That's amazing. Now, guess where I am?
He hummed in mock thoughtfulness. Well, it's a weekend, and you're a young, free-spirited woman, so I guess in your dressing gown watching reruns of Friends with your computer on your lap as you try to get some more work done.
Good guess, but no. I've just pulled into your drive.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it would be nice to spend a bit of time with you and the girls. I know I've been caught up a lot lately. You don't mind, do you?
No, definitely not. Although... What? Well, I'm still 40 minutes from home. You might want to head into town and grab a cup of coffee. Otherwise it's going to be you, Yvette, and the girls.
Don't worry, I can handle them.
Oh, I don't doubt that for a second. Smiling at the turn of events, he backed out of the parking space. If the weather stayed nice, they could take Lulu for a walk, maybe pick up an ice cream and sit down at the marina. Typically, traffic was a nightmare, and with each set of lights on red and a long queue to get onto the roundabout, his concern for Daisy increased. It wasn't that she and Yvette didn't get on, they did. Just he was normally there to dilute his mother-in-law a bit. Finally, an hour after they had spoken, he rushed through the front door. "Sorry I'm late," he called from the hallway. "Traffic was terrible."
We're in here, Daisy called back from the kitchen. We're fine. Well, I think we are, although I'm a little worried if I'm honest. Your family are being very strange.
A series of loud giggles followed. "I thought you already knew that," he said, dropping his keys in a bowl on the hall table.
I did, but they are being very peculiar, even for them.
While being strange was part and parcel of the Sibley family, it wasn't until he entered the kitchen that he fully understood what she meant. Abby and Yvette were sitting at the table, huge grins on their faces, while Mabel was walking around the room with a tea towel on her head. In front of Abby was Yvette's laptop, open but facing her, so neither he nor Daisy could see what was on the screen. "Why are you all sat in here?" he asked. "It's a lovely day. I thought you'd be out in the garden."
They've been waiting for us, both of us apparently. They said they wouldn't speak to me until you were here, and they both keep giggling.
On cue, Abby and Yvette let out high-pitched whinnies of laughter. "They haven't spoken to you?"
Not without laughing. They keep offering me tea and biscuits, though.
She motioned to the plate in front of her and the plethora of empty mugs on the draining board.
And they won't let me see what's on that computer screen, although I get the impression it's very exciting.
"Okay," he said, picking up Mabel. "I will agree. This is not normal. Does one of you want to let me know what's going on?" As he shifted towards his daughter, Abby slammed the lid of the laptop down. It was their eyes he found most unnerving, the strange glint that only deepened after Abby and Yvette exchanged a long, lingering look that made him feel even more uneasy. He could tell from the creases in Daisy's brow that whatever was going on was making her feel more than a mite uncomfortable, too.
"Shall we do it together?"
Abby asked her grandmother, seemingly oblivious to Eric and Daisy's presence.
"No, you did this. You can tell them."
"Are you sure?"
"Of course I am. Go on. Go ahead."
In response to her grandmother's approval, Abby's body bobbed up and down so fast Eric feared for the laptop. Still, somehow, she managed to lift the lid back up and turn the screen around to face them. "I did it," she said. "I won."
You won what?
He racked his brain for what it could be. He was fairly sure there had been no recent dance contests, but she was very into the school magazine. Perhaps it was a writing competition.
What is it? What did you win?
"I won the wedding, for free. The magazine is going to pay for everything. You two can get married."
Chapter 10. Eric wasn't sure how long passed between Abby's announcement and the moment he regained the power of speech. It was long enough for Mabel to devour a biscuit. Not that that meant much. What? What do you mean? He asked. What are you on about?
"You remember, there was that competition in the magazine at Auntie Lydia's. I told you about it in the car on the way back from strawberry picking."
You did? Yes, you did. He had a hazy recollection of some conversation that he had only partially listened to. His main memory of that journey was worrying about one of them throwing up. Something else was tugging at his memory, but there were a lot of blanks that needed filling in. I don't understand. Why would a magazine want us? How did you even enter us?
"Look, you're on their website, too."
Avoiding his questions, Abby directed their attention to the screen again.
Sure enough, there was a photo of Eric and Daisy looking disturbingly casual in their pajamas, a far cry from the rest of the people on the page.
"Is that one of the photos you took when I stayed over the other week?"
Daisy asked. A huge grin from Abby answered her question.
"Now you see why I had to get the lighting right, right? It's a great photo, isn't it? I mean, Dad looks a bit scruffy, but you look really beautiful, Daisy, even if they are your PJs. I really like your hair like that. You should consider wearing it that way for the wedding."
The wedding? She choked. Slowly, the enormity of what his daughter was telling them began to sink in. Eric's mouth flapped open and shut. Still, no words came out. Fortunately, Daisy managed to form a more coherent response.
"Abby, this is such a sweet thing of you to do. Really sweet. And I am so pleased you see me as part of the family like that. But your dad and I really aren't ready to get married now, are we?"
God, no, he blurted out, although, seeing the look on their faces, hurriedly backtracked. What I mean is, we're not even living together yet, Abby. We've only been together a few months. These things take time. Not to mention there's a lot of planning and hard work that goes into a wedding. A lot. People take years to arrange them.
"I know, but that's why this will be great. It will be so straightforward. They give you money for everything, the venue, the food, the flowers, and you get the chance to win this amazing honeymoon for free, too."
She scrolled past the picture of Eric and Daisy to one of straw-roofed wooden chalets with individual jacuzzis fanned out at the edge of a pristine blue ocean. He could feel the heat of the sun just looking at it. This wasn't a family resort. Lost amid thoughts of pina coladas, parrotfish, and relaxing massages, he wondered exactly what a holiday without children would be like. It had been so long he had almost forgotten. Still, getting married seemed like a drastic way to go about getting one. Look, even if we were ready to get married, these things are never that straightforward. No one just gives away a wedding or a holiday. There must be some kind of catch to it. I'm sorry, darling. Her face dropped in an instant. Tears filled her eyes. In the space of the silence, Mabel took up the mantle.
"I want a wedding. I want a wedding. Abby said you were going to get married. You will get married, won't you, Daddy? Abby and Granny said you were going to get married."
"No, Mabel, they're not getting married," Abby spat.
"Why not?"
Mabel's bottom lip was wobbling now, too.
"Because apparently our feelings don't matter. Either that or I've been scammed, right, Dad?"
Feeling he was only moments away from an all-out riot, Eric racked his brains for some way out. Luckily, his ever-dependable saviour was already at hand, waiting on the sidelines to smooth things over. I think maybe we just sprang this on them a little fast, didn't we, Eric? Yvette was using her most controlled, motherly voice. Perhaps your dad needs some time to look at all this. He and Daisy have got a lot to think about, and it's not like we have to cancel with the magazine right now, is it? Why don't we leave it for a couple of days?
Well, I'm still not.
That sounds like a great idea, Daisy replied, cutting Eric off before he could make things any worse. Yes, we just need a bit of time to talk things through.
While Mabel continued to chew Yvette's ear off about the future wedding, Abby was still suspiciously silent. Abs? Leaning in, Eric finally caught his daughter's eye. Thank you. Whatever we decide on this, it was a wonderful thing for you to do. Thank you. For extra reinforcement, Daisy reached over and laid a hand on top of Abby's.
It is probably the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me in my entire life. Do you mean that?
Abby lifted her gaze to meet Daisy's.
Absolutely. It's incredible.
And a small fraction of the guilt that had settled in his stomach shifted just a little. After all the commotion, Yvette managed to lure Abby and Mabel out of the house and up to her flat, with the promise of cake and fizzy drinks, giving Eric and Daisy a moment to digest what had just happened. Wow, he said, flopping into a kitchen chair, only to wish he'd fetched himself a drink first. I can safely say I wasn't expecting that.
Yup, that was intense, she agreed, apparently reading his thoughts as she moved to the fridge and pulled out a bottle of wine. Although the poor kid, she was so excited.
Have you ever heard of that, of someone winning a wedding?
Only in magazines. We didn't even ask how she entered us. I mean, she won a competition. A big competition. She must have done something, and done it really well.
Realizing that she was most probably right, he noticed the laptop still open on the table. He reached across and twisted it around to face him, then scrolled back. There was the photo of him and Daisy, the headline, "Competition Winners," plastered above it. Is it even a real magazine? He asked, reading the name from the screen. It all looks pretty legitimate, but you have to be so careful these days.
I think I have seen it, she answered. I've not read it, though. I've probably just noticed it at the hairdresser's or somewhere.
He scrolled down further, scanning lines as he went. Halfway down the page, his hand left the computer as he read. A minute later, a tightness came to his throat, followed by a sudden heat around his eyes.
What is it?
Look. This is what she wrote. This is how she nominated us. It's all here. With his eyes starting to blur, he turned the screen towards Daisy. There, in a standard print typeface, just like the rest of the article, was a letter. It was thick with Abby's voice.
Dear Wonderful Lives magazine, I am writing this nomination with my 4-year-old sister Mabel because we would like my dad and his girlfriend, Daisy, to win your wedding. My dad isn't just the best dad in the world, he's the best man I know. And though we haven't known her all that long, we both know that Daisy would make a better stepmum than we could have ever dreamed of. And they've both been through quite a lot, so I think they deserve this more than anyone else. When I was 8 years old, my mum died. It was in a car accident right outside our house. My dad saw it happen. It was an awful time for both of us. Even though they didn't get on, he let my gran live in the house with us because she missed Mum so much too. A few months later, we met my sister. She's not a blood sister, but her own mum couldn't look after her, so Dad fought to adopt her. She's an amazing sister, and I'm so grateful he let her be part of our family. I couldn't imagine my life without her now. It hasn't been easy. Children are expensive, and Dad also built a house for Granny because Grandad ran off with all their money. Now Dad works as a teacher so that he still has time to pick Mabel up from school and cook us dinner. I will be honest, he's not the best cook in the world, but at least he tries, and that's more than some parents do. My dad never thought he would fall in love again. I wanted him to because I wanted him to be happy, but he always thought of Mum. So did I. I worried that maybe someone would come along and try to replace her. But I know now that could never happen. Daisy could never replace my mother, but she is amazing in so many ways of her own. She is funny and feisty and lets us be ourselves, and she adores my dad. When she and Dad met, they didn't get on at all. They were actually on opposite sides of a big legal case about an allotment, but she gave up her job to prove that she wanted to be with him. Daisy is like the sunshine in our lives. She has made everything brighter. He laughs every day now. We all do. I know that she will always be here. She is part of our lives. Please let them win this wedding. It would mean the world to all of us. This isn't just about making two people happy. It's about making a whole family complete after going through so much. Thank you for your consideration, Abigail Sibley.
By the time he reached the end, Eric could barely see the screen. Turning towards Daisy, he watched as she wiped away her own tears, which were tumbling down her cheeks. It was too much. Too perfect. There were too many thoughts going through his mind to possibly explain all the emotions he was feeling. Fortunately, Daisy summed it up perfectly. "Oh, crap," she said. Chapter 11. There was no way they could stay in the house. A nervous tension had been rippling around them since they'd seen Abby's entry. After they had finished reading, Daisy had gone off to the bathroom for a solid 5 minutes, during which time Eric reread the post several times. What Abby must have been feeling writing this was beyond him. No wonder she was so excited. It was incredible. And, in return, his response had been terrible. When Daisy came back into the kitchen, she placed her hands on his shoulders. "Do you think we should just go to the pub for a bit?" she asked. "Get out?" He couldn't have agreed more. After texting Yvette to check she was okay with the children, and receiving the reply that they were making balloon animals with Chad, they slipped their coats on and headed out the door. The tension was still there on the walk, despite the fact that they held hands the entire time. The silence was the problem, the lack of conversation that caused him to feel awkward with every step. Despite the tempestuous start to their relationship, they had always had an ineffable ease, a feeling that either of them could say anything to the other without being judged. However, on the walk to the village, it seemed neither of them could find a place to start. A few times he opened his mouth to say something, only to close it again. It would be better if he let her start speaking, he thought. Finally, they reached the riverfront. The Sailboat Inn was perched on the edge, with views looking out over the wide estuary. Pushing open the door, he breathed in the aroma of hops and fried scampi. "White wine?" he suggested. "Get a bottle," she replied. 2 minutes later, they were sitting outside on a wooden bench, glasses full. "It's ridiculous, right?" he asked, now feeling one of them had to start somewhere before the silence became permanent. "Definitely ridiculous. I mean, we've only been together a few months." "Well, 8 months, but yes, it is far too soon." "And it would only put us under unnecessary pressure." "So much pressure," she agreed. "And things are so good between us right now." "Exactly, they're perfect. Why would we want to change that?" He took a sizable gulp of his wine. "So we're agreed, then?" he asked. "We are definitely agreed." "I guess that means I'll have to tell Abby." The weight of the words fell heavy on his shoulders. He knew he wasn't the only one feeling it. Across the table, Daisy's sigh fogged up the glass in her hand. "She was just so happy, so excited." "I get it," he agreed. "I was reading through her letter again. She put so much thought into it, so much heart. She really wanted us to win." "I know. I can't believe it, I really can't. But there's no point stringing her along. We should tell her tonight. I could be there too, though." He shook his head.
During the past couple of years, he'd had to face more difficult father-daughter conversations than he would have ever dreamed possible. Not that it made this any easier. "No, it's fine. I'll do it," he said. "I'm the one who handled it so badly earlier. I should be the one to talk to her about it first."
Okay, just make sure she understands how much it means to us, right? To me. Honestly, I meant it when I said I didn't think anyone's ever done something like that for me before.
No, me neither. Still, it's the right thing to do, isn't it?
Definitely.
Having had the conversation and come to an agreement on the matter, the tension in his shoulders had not really lessened by any significant amount. This was the right thing to do, he reasoned to himself again. They had resolved the situation in the most sensible and grown-up way. Yet there was still something not sitting quite right. He took another large gulp of his wine before topping up both their glasses. "I wonder how much they give you for the wedding," he said. A smile flitted across Daisy's lips.
I'll be honest, I was a bit too excited about the honeymoon to think about that. I can't imagine how much that would have cost.
"Where do you think it was?"
With the water villas, the Maldives probably. That's where most of those are.
"Wow."
I know. I've always wanted to go there. Can you imagine swimming among the fish and turtles in that perfect water?
Silence fell again. With a big sigh, she lifted her glass to her lips and then lowered it again.
I mean, we couldn't possibly do it, could we?
The question mark lingered at the end of her sentence. "We couldn't," he replied in the same tone.
I mean, that type of commitment. Marriage. It's forever.
"Of course it is."
And we're not even living together.
"No, we're not." He traced a line in the condensation on his glass with a finger. Sure, white wine on Burlem riverfront was nice, but could it really compare to a pina colada on your private veranda looking out onto the Indian Ocean? Particularly when the whole thing wouldn't cost them a penny. "We could, though. I don't think we'd find it that hard."
Could what?
"Live together," he said. "I mean, we don't fight, and the girls clearly adore you."
As this has very much proven.
So maybe it would be possible.
What would be possible? Living together, or...
She let the "or" hang in the air between them as she waited for him to continue. It wasn't difficult for him to work out what she was thinking. Shifting his glass to the side, he placed his palms down on the table. "Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong about this, but you and I, this thing that's happening between us, we both have the same feeling about it, don't we? About where it's heading?"
I think so,
she answered hesitantly.
Do you want to tell me what you're thinking, though? Just to check.
"Well, I think we're in it for the long haul. That's what we agreed when I introduced you to the girls, that this was a forever type thing."
Forever.
She smiled at the word, which was fortunate, as any other reaction would have had him worried.
That's kind of what I assumed.
He leaned further in, taking her hands in his. "Okay, so we're agreed. We were in this for the long haul, even before Abby's little stunt. And if we're both thinking this is a long-term thing, then it's highly possible that, somewhere along the line, the subject of marriage will arise."
If we are in this for the long run, then I'd very much like to think so.
She had freed her hands and was now clutching the stem of her glass. "Let's be honest, nothing about our relationship has been conventional. Not how we met, nor how things have worked out. But it doesn't have to be conventional, it still works." His heart was pounding in his chest, although now it was no longer from nerves, just excitement, and possibly the fact that he'd drunk his first glass of wine far too quickly. With her lips pressed firmly together, Daisy locked her eyes on Eric.
What are you saying?
"I'm saying that maybe we just fast-forward this a few steps. That's all this would be doing, isn't it? Fast-forwarding to the inevitable."
I guess so.
While saving us a ton of money and making Abby and Mabel the happiest girls in the world, not to mention getting the most amazing holiday of our life thrown in too. Her eyes narrowed, her expression one of pure concentration.
What is it you're saying exactly then?
She asked once more. Eric reached across the table again and peeled Daisy's fingers away from her drink. Despite the chill of the glass, a warmth spread from her hands into his, and he felt his cheeks stretch as a smile bloomed across them. I'm saying that maybe, if you want to, we should do this.
This?
If you want to. Do you want to? He knew what was needed, what she was waiting for. All he had to do was spit the words out, although it was proving far harder than he would have anticipated. Do you want to get married? Hearing the words out loud caused his pulse to accelerate even more. He picked up his glass and gulped down an unfeasibly large mouthful. When he put it back down, Daisy was still staring straight at him, biting down on her lip as she tilted her head to the side.
Yes,
she said.
Yes, I do.
You do?
I do. Let's do this. Let's get married.
Chapter 12. They demolished the first bottle of wine in record time, followed by 2 plates of chips and another bottle. When that was all gone, they staggered home well past the children's bedtime. Fortunately, Yvette had had the foresight to let them have a camping night in the granny flat, meaning that the fumbling of keys and shrieks of laughter didn't wake up either of the girls.
Should we go and tell them now?
Daisy asked as she kicked off her shoes, giggling.
I can't wait to see Abby's face.
Yvette would kill me if I wake them up now.
Okay, but we'll tell them first thing.
Definitely. Waves of uncontrollable giggling flooded through them as they stripped off their clothes and stumbled upstairs to bed.
This is ridiculous, she said, pulling back the sheets.
It is.
It is. We are ridiculous.
Quite possibly.
But you still want to do this? She asked.
Eric sat upright on the bed. I do. Do you?
Of course I do. I wouldn't have said yes otherwise.
Okay, as long as you don't feel I pressured you into it. Laughter erupted from her side of the bed.
Really? That'll be the day.
He flopped back down, letting an easy silence engulf them. This was it. They really were going to do it. We'll have to write a guest list.
We'll have to choose where to have it first.
Do you think they'll give us a choice? If they're telling us where the honeymoon is going to be, maybe they'll decide on the venue too.
Perhaps we should have read the small print first.
She paused.
Oh, crap.
Her face crumpled. What? He asked, a sudden feeling of panic rising through him. You're not already married, are you? 'Cause that's definitely something you should have told me. I don't mind if that is the case, only I'm not sure if we can get married if you're already married.
No, of course I'm not. I was just thinking that I'm going to have to invite my parents, aren't I?
Not if you don't want to. She let out a long huff of air.
Which means you're going to have to meet my dad. Shit. Anyway, let's not think about that now. Let's think about the honeymoon, what we're going to do all day in those beach huts with nobody to disturb us.
I can't imagine how we'll fill the time.
Can you not? I have a couple of ideas.
Would you care to share a couple of them with me now? He asked, a cheeky grin on his face.
I can do better than that. I can show you.
Leaning over, she kissed him on the lips. That sounds like a very good idea. Whether it was endorphins, the volume of alcohol still in his system, or simply good luck, Eric felt amazingly refreshed when he woke up the next morning. Whilst it was undeniably mean, he and Daisy decided to drag out announcing their decision just a little bit longer. As was typically the case on a Sunday morning, Chad and Yvette had abandoned their small kitchenette in favour of cooking a full English in Eric's far larger kitchen. Although, now with 4 adults, 2 children and a dog, even that was feeling substantially smaller than when he had first bought the place. Without speaking, he picked up the freshly brewed coffee, then sat down at the opposite end of the table to Daisy. Abby's eyes darted back and forth between the pair.
You stayed out late,
she said. Sorry, he said. We didn't realize the time. We had a lot of things to discuss.
Did you?
She asked, a hint of optimism in her voice. You mean, did we talk about what you did yesterday? He asked. He waited, leaving a deliberately long pause before continuing. We did. We spent a long time talking about it. He looked at Daisy, who gave a solemn nod. Over by the oven, Yvette and Chad had stopped their own conversation. The fact is, Abby, you really shouldn't have entered us into something like that without at least talking to one of us first. She nodded sadly, her eyes on her plate. This is our lives, Abs. 2 adult lives.
I'm sorry.
That said, he paused again. That letter you wrote, it was
perfect, Abby, Daisy said, standing up. It was absolutely perfect. What you wrote, what you did, Abs, it really was the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me.
The smallest flicker of a smile lifted the corners of Abby's mouth.
That doesn't mean that you did the right thing, though. You understand that, don't you?
She nodded again in the same solemn way. Looking past his daughter, Eric caught Daisy's eye. He reached over and took her hand. Which is why?
We've decided,
Daisy followed. We're going to do it, they said together. Abby's mouth fell open.
You're serious? You're not serious. You're winding me up, aren't you?
Yes. No, I'm not sure what the right answer is here, he said, confused by the ongoing stream of questions.
So, you are saying you're going to go through with it?
Yvette, who had been suspiciously quiet over by the scrambled eggs, spoke for the first time.
Yes, we are serious, and no, we're not kidding, said Daisy to answer Abby's questions.
You promise you're not joking?
We promise, Eric replied.
On Mabel's life?
On both of your lives.
Finally accepting that it was not a wind-up, Abby let out the most almighty shriek. Running around the table, she grabbed hold of Eric and then Daisy.
You really promise?
We really promise.
You heard that, Granny, right? You too, Chad. They promised, you heard?
We did, Chad said.
Smiling, he stretched out a hand to Eric.
Congratulations, mate. You deserve this.
Too noisy.
Mabel trotted into the room, her hair a matted mess from sleep.
Abby, you are so loud. I couldn't hear the television. It was very rude.
Clearly expecting an apology, the 4-year-old's face only crumpled further when her rebuke was met by the rest of the family exploding in laughter.
They're doing it,
Abby yelled, running over and picking up her little sister and twirling her around.
They're getting married. They're going to do it. They're getting married and we're going to be bridesmaids, May.
She stopped and turned to her father.
We are going to be bridesmaids, aren't we?
I don't think that's up to me, he replied sheepishly. With just a hint of doubt having returned to her eyes, Abby cast her gaze over at Daisy.
Of course you're going to be my bridesmaids, although I'll probably have my sister join you too, and a couple of other friends, if that's okay.
We're going to get a new aunt?
Abby's excitement caused Mabel to shriek.
You are,
Daisy replied. Certain that his world couldn't possibly get any better, Eric stood up and stretched out his arms. Get in here, the lot of you. He had barely got the words out when the 3 of them piled into him. Daisy was grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I love you, he mouthed over the girls' heads.
I love you too,
she mouthed back.
Hey, what about us?
With Chad and Yvette joining in the group hug, Eric found himself in the closest thing to a rugby scrum he'd experienced since his school days, and only mildly better smelling, most probably down to him. Given all the joy of the moment,
It was more than a little surprising when Abby broke away from the group with a look of concern on her face. "We should get ready," she said, moving her gaze from Eric to Yvette and back again. "It's fine." Eric picked up his coffee, which was almost cold. "I mean, you're right, we need to get started, but we've got the summer holidays to sort it all out, and I'm pretty sure I've got time to have breakfast first." Abby shook her head. "No, I mean you need to get ready. Get dressed." "Why?" "Because the people from the magazine are going to be here in an hour." Half an hour later, Eric was pacing nervously around the kitchen. Despite both Yvette and Abby's offers to lend her clothes, Daisy had decided to race home to grab something fresh to wear. "Did you know about this?" he asked Yvette, going to the coffee machine, only to change his mind. Too much caffeine would be a bad idea.
"Which, the competition or the photo shoot?"
she replied innocently. "Both."
"I can assure you that I only became aware of the whole thing yesterday, just a few hours before we told you and Daisy."
"And the photographs?"
"Well, yes, I knew about those then as well."
"And you didn't tell me? What if they'd turned up and we'd decided not to go through with it?"
"Well, then you would have had to tell them to go away, wouldn't you? Better that than they cancel before you've even had a chance to think it through."
Sauntering over to the worktop, she flicked on the kettle. For someone who wore her emotions on her sleeve, she was very nonchalant about the whole thing. It didn't sit well with him. "You're being very calm," he said as she pulled down a pack of tea bags. "Aren't you going to say something? Talk me out of it? Tell me you think it's too soon?"
"Why would I say that? I shacked up with someone 40 years younger than me, and Philip and I got married after 3 months.
He didn't know if he was meant to be comforted by this or worried. She noted his skepticism.
"Look,"
she said, abandoning the kettle to sit down next to him.
"Do you love Daisy?
"You know I do."
And was your intention to do this somewhere down the line?"
"I think so."
"Well, if losing Susie has taught me anything, it's that we don't always have the time we think we have, or the life we expect we will lead, and we rarely get more time than we hope for, usually less. It's worth remembering that. So, if your schedule gets pushed a little ahead of what you've planned, well, better that than you don't get to do anything at all. Besides, you're a grown man. You're big enough to make your own mistakes."
He studied his mother-in-law's expression for any hint of humour or irony, only to find there was none. How was it possible that one woman could drive him so insane and yet be so comforting at the same time, he wondered. Over the last few years, Yvette had been the rock in his life, the one constant, the person he could rely on no matter how many twists and turns life took. Following that brief reverie, a sudden thought struck him sharply. "If this happens, I'll have a new mother-in-law. Daisy's mother. I'm not sure that she'll want much to do with the kids, from what Daisy's said, but still, she'll be my mother-in-law. What will that make you?"
"The better one, I assume."
He laughed at her response, but there was little conviction in it. A sadness hovered around them. "It'll still be the same, won't it? You and me?" This time it was her turn for a shallow laugh.
"Of course it will. No one could ever replace me."
Seeing him still struggling, she rested her hand on his arm.
"Okay, what about this then? How about we just drop the in-law bit?"
"What? So you mean—"
"Well, let's be honest, we crossed that line long ago. Eric, you are more than I could have ever asked for in a son, and I couldn't have asked for a better father for my grandchildren. I know it hasn't always been easy between us. We've gone through far more than any two people should have had to. And, as much as it pains me to say this,"
she straightened her back and sat upright,
"if I'm honest with myself, I would probably have to admit that you, Eric, are my very best friend in the whole world."
It was true, he realized. She was the person who was always there for him, through thick and thin, no matter what. Ignoring the prickling in his eyes, he reached across the table and took her hand. I feel the same. Of course you do. Who wouldn't want me as their best friend? She sniffed and wiped her eyes. Now, we need to get you sorted. They will be here any minute, and you can't go on a magazine cover looking like that. I'd never live it down.
Chapter 13. Fortunately, they had another 25 minutes before the people from the magazine arrived. 50 minutes after she had left, Daisy returned to the house in jeans and a white top. She immediately began flitting about, pulling out glasses from the cabinet and checking what flavour teas Eric had to offer, despite the fact he was pretty certain it was a rule that journalists always drink coffee. Reading the level of tension in the room, Yvette retreated to her flat.
Maybe we should go to the shops, get a few more things in,
Daisy suggested. Don't be silly, we're fine. They're not coming here to question us on the number of herbal infusions we have. I didn't know you could get so nervous, he added, looking on in surprise as his now fiancée opened one cupboard and then another.
Of course I get nervous. People get nervous.
You were never nervous before when you were working.
No, well, you didn't see me when I was about to be interviewed, did you? Besides, I can be Marguerite at work, but they're not here to talk to Marguerite. They are going to interview Daisy, and I don't want to come across as,
No, not really.
well, as cold or aloof,
she said, reaching up for a biscuit tin that he was 99% sure she was going to find empty.
And, this may surprise you, but I've never had my private life splashed all over a magazine before.
Do you think they're going to write a scathing article if they discover we only have Earl Grey and rich tea biscuits?
I would write a scathing article if someone only offered me Earl Grey and rich teas. I mean, who would do that? Shit, we need to get more biscuits in. What kind do journalists like? You were married to one, you should know.
I don't think you can lump them all together like that.
Of course you can. Seriously, why do you have so much Earl Grey tea? Who even drinks it these days?
No one, that's why there's so much. Still smiling at the sight of a flustered Daisy, he caught her by the waist. Look, it's fine. It's better than fine. It's wonderful. Besides, no one's going to want to drink anything hot in this weather. Why don't you go upstairs and play with the girls, and I'll set up the table and sunshade outside. We've got plenty of soft drinks. It'll all be fine. Still fiddling with her top, she nodded in agreement.
Any chance you can put a shot of vodka in mine for me? She asked.
I'll see what I can do. With only Lulu for company, Eric enjoyed the moment of peace and quiet as he went about setting up the table and chairs in the garden. The decades-old umbrella had a stain of dubious origin, but he angled that side of it next to the shed so that it wouldn't be noticed. From a drawer in the conservatory, he found a checkered tablecloth to cover the blemishes on the table, and he had just finished patting down the cushions and placing them on the chairs, stain side down, when Abby yelled out of her bedroom window, "They're here! You need to answer the door! They're here!" It was a tight squeeze as he went to the front door. Abby insisted that she was present to do the honours, which also meant Mabel and Lulu had added themselves into the mix.
"I tell you what, I'll go and wait in the garden,"
Daisy said, disappearing, leaving Eric wishing he'd thought of that first. As he opened the door, he found himself face to face with two women, one exceptionally smiley, and one who looked as if being dragged out to Burlham on a Sunday morning was about as enjoyable as having an ingrowing toenail removed.
"Eric!"
The smiley one stretched out her hand.
"I'm Casey. This is Sonia. Congratulations!"
As Sonia forced a smile, he noticed she was holding in her hand a large, metallic helium balloon with "Engaged" stenciled in pink letters.
"This is for you,"
she said, offering it to him, although Mabel was the one who reached out and grabbed it.
"A balloon!"
she exclaimed. "Why don't you come in?" he asked, fighting the balloon as he backed into the house. "Daisy's just out the back."
"That sounds great. You have a lovely home here."
A few more pleasantries ensued as they made their way through the house and into the garden, where it was Daisy's turn to shake hands with the journalists. Introductions completed, the four of them and Abby each took a seat around the table, while Lulu battled Mabel for ownership of the balloon. No doubt it would end in one of them bursting the thing before the day was over. If they could hold off until the women were gone, that'd be something.
The nerves he'd been experiencing all morning increased substantially. Seated next to Daisy, he gave her hand a tight squeeze, which she quickly reciprocated.
This is such an exciting time. Congratulations. So, how do you all feel?
It was apparent that Casey was the one more comfortable talking in these situations, or in any situation, Eric suspected. Sonia, by contrast, was flicking through Facebook on her phone. Surprised, he said, feeling the word summarized their thoughts nicely. She laughed.
I have to be honest, I'm a bit worried about my job after this. I think there might be some serious competition with your daughter. She's a fantastic writer. Do you know we had over 2,000 applicants?
2,000?
And we read through every one. Well, we read the start of each of them at least. Tell me, when you entered, what did you think the chances of you actually winning were?
With a small cough, he cleared his throat. Well, to be honest, I didn't know that Abby had entered us. Neither of us did.
No? So when did you find out?
Last night. Her eyes lit up in a way that he recognized from his wife's writing days. Pulling out a pad from her bag, she began scribbling.
Wow, so I guess you were really excited then?
Barely suppressed smiles flashed around the table. After a rather conspicuous pause, both Eric and Daisy opened their mouths to respond, but it was Abby who got there first.
They said no, Abby answered for them. They didn't want to get married.
Even Sonia looked up from her phone at that. A notable pallor struck the two journalists.
But I'm assuming you do now, asked Casey with a slightly nervous chuckle.
Or at least I hope you do.
Right?
Yes, Daisy said, we do.
Phew.
The brow wiping seemed only half in jest.
So what changed your minds?
Her question was aimed at Eric, who was finding that, despite the temperate summer breeze, beads of sweat were forming on his neck.
I don't think it was a case of changing our minds, Daisy said, stepping in and rescuing him. It was just the shock of it all. It was amazing, just such a surprise. Once we'd had time to think it over, we realized that this, marriage, is exactly what we want. And what a spectacular way to do it. Amazing indeed.
Casey was back to her pad, while Sonia had returned to her phone.
Now, in Abby's letter, she said that you lost your job in order to be with Eric. So I did a little digging, and am I right in thinking this was to do with a proposed housing development on the allotment plot here in Burlham? Yes, although that feels like a lifetime ago now. I've moved to a great new job with a charity, and I'm really enjoying it. It feels like everything's just fallen into place. And there are no hard feelings at the allotment among the other owners?
A tiny twitch flickered on Daisy's lips, although Eric suspected he was the only one to notice it. The other allotment holders fully understood that Daisy was only doing her job. He jumped in to answer for Daisy this time. Lots of people get put in difficult positions because of their job. I think what says the most about her is that, rather than ignoring what she knew was wrong, she had the courage to stand up and do what was right. That's what the other allottees think, that she's a person who stands up for what is right, even when that's not the easy option. He looked at Daisy, registering her small smile of appreciation.
Well, in some ways, I suppose, it was good, or you two would have never met, would you?
Casey continued, seemingly oblivious to the moment that had passed between them.
Exactly, Daisy replied, finding her voice again. That's what we like to think. Now, Eric, you're a widow, so before Daisy came into your life, you were raising the two girls by yourself. That's got to be a daunting task. Tell me, how did you cope with it, particularly when you were mourning the loss of your wife? What was her name?
Susie.
Of course, Susie. Tell me, how did you manage, grieving like that but having to keep going because of the burden of two young children?
I wouldn't use the word burden.
No, of course not. I just mean it must have been a lot to handle, a lot to cope with. How did you get through those dark times all on your own?
The muscles in his neck tensed. He had known straight away that the magazine would want to hear a few anecdotes if they were going to fork out for the whole wedding, but if they were going to try and turn this into some sort of hero story, that wasn't going to happen. I didn't have to face that all on my own, he replied. Not really.
My mother-in-law was living with me at the time. Yvette was there to help me through it all. She still is.
If he hadn't known that her electronics skills only went as far as changing the batteries in the television remote, he would have sworn she had bugged the place. Either that, or she had almost certainly been hiding round the corner, waiting for the perfect moment to make her grand entrance. Most brides-to-be would have been annoyed at another woman sweeping in on their scene, especially dressed in a burgundy jumpsuit with a large butterfly belt around the waist. As it was, Eric could see the look of relief on Daisy's face just as much as he felt it on his own.
"Speak of the devil, this is Yvette," he said, standing up to get another chair for her to sit on. "And Chad."
The mother-in-law I've been hearing so much about.
Casey's eyes moved across to Chad.
And you must be the brother-in-law?
Yvette placed her hand against his cheek, grinning as she gazed up at him.
No, Chad is my boyfriend.
You're...
Yes, we've been together for a few years now, haven't we, darling?
"We have," he replied, gazing back equally adoringly at Yvette. "But it feels like only yesterday."
What followed was a public display of affection that, under normal circumstances, would have left Eric feeling quite queasy. But he got it. This was not the first time the remark about mother and son had been made, and he was glad to see her handling it in the most Yvette way possible. When the pair finally separated, she took the seat Eric had grabbed from behind the shed, leaving Chad to stand behind her, his hand on her shoulder as if they were posing for a Victorian photo.
So, tell me everything, she said. Have you selected a venue yet, or do they get to choose where they get married? We hadn't actually got as far as the details yet, Casey said. I was just gathering a bit of background information. Now that we have made the announcement, we'll be running 3 articles in the magazine. This one, Getting to Know You, one midway through the planning, and the third in 5 weeks' time when the wedding's all done and dusted.
Sorry? Eric flinched, not sure he'd heard quite right. Did you just say 5 weeks? Casey tilted her head to the side and smiled, although a slight frown creased her brow.
Yes, that's the arrangement. You have 5 weeks and £5,000 to plan the wedding. Then, if you manage it, you get to go on the honeymoon.
With a feeling of dread growing heavier by the second, he turned to Daisy, who was looking just as pale as he felt. 5 weeks to plan and execute a wedding, from scratch. So, there was the catch. Chapter 14. The news of the deadline hung in the air as various looks were exchanged, not only between Daisy and Eric, but also between Eric and Yvette, Eric and Chad, and even Eric and Lulu, who had stopped running wild at that moment. "Is it even possible to do it in 5 weeks?" he asked. "I thought these things take months, years even."
Well, a lot of them do, but honestly, it's all about organisation. You're a teacher, right? You should be great at that.
He nodded mutely. He couldn't even remember which week was his turn to get biscuits for the staff room, and there was only him and Donna in there. He had also missed 2 staff meetings in the last 6 months, not including the ones during his suspension, because he was busy helping kids through his lunch break and had forgotten the time. When it came to his strengths, organisation was not at the top of the list.
OK then, 5 weeks,
Daisy said, straightening up and taking the helm.
5 weeks is not a lot of time, that's the point, right? And obviously you guys don't want us to fail because that wouldn't make a good story. So, let's get down to the details. What do we have to do to make this work?
Having a no-nonsense fiancé was not a bad thing, he reflected. For the next 20 minutes, during which Chad went up the garden and played football with the girls, Casey and occasionally Sonia plied Eric and Daisy with more information than they could have imagined. He soon decided it was worse than his first day at Riverside Academy, when they had spewed 200 acronyms at him in the space of 10 minutes. Fortunately, Daisy was on it, writing it all down, while Yvette asked clarifying questions, even about things he was certain didn't need clarifying.
So, anything else?
Casey asked, finally resting her pen and looking up at them.
Just to clarify,
Daisy flicked back through her notes. The main thing is that you give us $5,000 to arrange a wedding in 5 weeks, and if we manage it, then we get the honeymoon. That's right, and you have to do the stories too.
But they get to choose the venue, right? Yvette asked. Because Chad's sister has a wonderful place they could use.
They can choose wherever they wish, Casey replied, but I wouldn't hold out hope for a church. There are all sorts of things you have to do in advance regarding bands and announcements. I'm not saying don't try if you've got your heart set on it.
She left the rest hanging in the air. He and Susie had decided against a church wedding, but that didn't mean Daisy wouldn't want to get married in one. As if reading his mind, she shook her head and smiled.
Trust me, I am probably pushing my luck just wearing white, she said. I'll be fine with anything. Great. Well, I have a list of places around here that may have availability, or by all means, check out your mother-in-law's suggestion.
I'm sure we'll look at them all carefully, Daisy said diplomatically. And what about caterers? Do we arrange those through the venue?
Again, it's entirely up to you. We have a selection that's been recommended to us, but, once again, you don't have to choose from that. Obviously, you might be limited, depending on which location you choose and their availability. It is prime wedding season. The venue is your priority. That's what you need to get sorted first. And the dress. For that, we do have one particular shop you'll need to go to, but don't worry, they've got a huge range. Normally, you'd have lots of fittings and things, but that's just not going to be possible on your timescale.
Casey's attention moved back again to Eric.
As for suits, there's not quite such a rush on those, if you want to take a bit of time to sort out a colour scheme or whatever. We've got a couple of hire places we can recommend. As I said, the most important things are the venue and the dress. If you are going to keep on schedule, you'll need to have both of those sorted out by next week.
That is fast.
I know. Exciting, right?
Half the family, Yvette and Chad and the girls, who had rejoined them looking decidedly overheated, were grinning like lunatics. The other half, comprising Eric, Daisy and Lulu, were looking slightly more perturbed, although he wasn't convinced that Lulu's look of puzzlement actually had anything to do with the insane amount of pressure they were about to place themselves under.
What about bridesmaids' dresses? Abby asked. When will we get those? Don't worry, Abby, they're at the top of the list too, Daisy assured her.
All right, Eric announced, clapping his hands together and jumping up. I guess we better get this show on the road then. His legs had been cramping from all the time sitting down and, nice as the journalists, well, Casey at least, seemed, he and his family had a lot to sort out.
Of course, Casey said. We need to do the photo shoot for the first article now.
This turned out to be a full hour of tortuous poses, including gazing into each other's eyes, lifting Daisy up as if he were carrying her over the threshold, swinging the two girls between them and, finally, lying on his bed, which had been covered in rose petals that Casey had conveniently pulled from her bag when Eric had gone to check his hair in the bathroom mirror. It did, however, explain Sonia's role as she wielded the DSLR from shot to shot. I'm sure we'll manage to get 1 or 2 usable ones out of this, she said grimly as she flicked through the images. At last, 2 hours after they had arrived, Eric and family stood in the doorway and waved the women from Wonderful Lives magazine off down the road. Is it too early to have a drink? He asked, closing the door. He glanced at his watch, disappointed to discover it was only just gone 1.
I'm voting for lunch out, Daisy said, looking, if possible, almost as beat as he felt. Who's with me?
Everyone raised their hands.
I can start you on a training regime if you like,
Chad offered as they sat around the pub table, plates of pie and chips, or in Chad's case, salad, in front of them.
Sorry,
Eric replied, squirting out a good-sized dollop of mayonnaise.
You know, beef you up a bit. You'll want to look your best for the photos, I'm assuming. You know they're going to be in a national magazine. It wouldn't take that long to get you in shape. An hour a day of exercise each morning, weights in the evening.
Eric looked down at his paunch, which would have made a handy little tray had there not been a table available. There was just the possibility that he had relaxed his already light fitness routine since Daisy's arrival, with more takeaways and added extras like spring rolls and spare ribs, not to mention the family-sized tubs of popcorn and ice cream.
Still, he didn't think he looked that bad. He was middle-aged now, after all. Even an hour a day seemed like overdoing it. Noting his demeanour, Daisy reached across and rubbed his stomach. "I like a man with a bit of wobble to him," she said. "Besides, you can't go losing any weight. You'll need to have your suit fitting next week. The last thing you want is for it to be the wrong size on the day." Thankful that Daisy had come up with a far better excuse than the fact that he really just didn't want to give up chips and beer for the next 5 weeks, he tucked into his meal again. Maybe he would cut back on the extra side of onion rings next time. "So where do you think you'll do it?" Abby asked. "You could get married in a forest. You could wear flowers in your hair and ride in on a white horse." "I don't think I'm a barefoot and forest wedding type of girl, if I'm honest, Abby. Sorry. And I'm pretty sure that attempting to ride a horse for the first time on my wedding day would not be a good idea. But don't worry, we'll find something nice, something simple, classy. It doesn't need to be over the top." Only slightly dejected by this news, Abby went back to her food.
"You know, you really should see Chad's sister's place,"
Yvette said, as the rest of them followed Abby's lead and tucked in.
"I mean, I haven't been there for a month or so, but I'm sure they'd do an excellent job. We don't want to push you, of course. You must have plenty of places you want to look at, but you do have a lot to do."
"Just a few things," Daisy said.
"Well, I took plenty of notes, so let me know if you want help with anything at all."
"Thank you, Yvette. I'm sure we'll need your help somewhere along the line." That evening in bed, Eric rolled over and let out a big sigh. "You know, it's not too late. If you think this is all too much, just say so. If you don't want to go through with it, I'd completely understand." "Do you not want to go through with it?" "Of course I do. But today showed us we're going to be under a lot of pressure. We have a lot to get done. I don't want you to feel you'll be missing out on anything. You know, like a church wedding."
"Do I come across as a church wedding girl?"
"You know what I mean."
"I do, and I love you for it. To be honest, I think I actually prefer the prospect of doing it like this."
"You do?" He couldn't deny that the honeymoon was a big incentive, but, if he were being truthful, he would have preferred a little more time, if for no other reason than the chance to reduce his paunch, which had been playing on his mind since Chad's comment at lunch.
"Honestly, I can only imagine the nightmare it would have turned into with my mother if we had one of those year-long engagements. Engagement parties, cake tasting, mother-daughter spa session. This way, it will all be over and done with, and I can be back to work in no time at all. I mean that in the nicest possible way."
"I get it," he smiled. "But don't forget, you will need to book some time off work. The honeymoon?"
"Of course, I know that. But I'll be able to take my laptop with me. Work from the beach, won't I?"
His eyes bulged, and he was about to say something when her face cracked into a smile.
"You know you are incredibly easy to wind up, don't you?"
"I am not."
"Yes, you are. And now I get to do it for the rest of our lives."
Chapter 15. With so little time to spare and so much to do, Daisy was straight into the organising. While Eric's time had opened up with the arrival of the school holidays, Daisy's was still at as much of a premium as ever. As such, they decided to visit a possible wedding venue close to her office on the Monday. To make life easier, he had stayed the night at hers, so they could go straight there before she started work the next day.
"I've got a good feeling about this one,"
she said as they made their way there in his car.
"A wedding on a boat. That's got to be exciting, right? Something really different. Memorable."
"The Titanic was memorable," he pointed out. He didn't mean to be so pessimistic, but her beloved neighbour had already made the start to his day less than ideal. "You can't park there," she had said when he had driven around to Daisy's the night before and parked in the same spot as he always did. "It's double yellow lines in front of the doorway." "I'm not in front of the doorway," he replied. "I'm fine where I am."
"Your front wheels are on the double yellow lines."
It was true by about half an inch, but were he to back up any further, he'd block in the car behind him. "I'm not in the way here," he said. "It's not hurting anyone."
"It's illegal. Parking on double yellow lines is illegal."
"Okay, then call the police. Explain the issue to them. I'm sure they'll thank you for wasting their time with such a worthy criminal complaint."
He walked past her and pressed the buzzer for Daisy's flat. "Don't think I don't know what you're doing," she said, waving a fist at him. "I know exactly what's going on." Which he found particularly interesting, as all he thought he was doing was parking his car. She was there again the next morning when they went to leave, peering through the curtains, and obviously disappointed that his car hadn't been clamped or towed away as she had hoped. "Don't let her get to you," Daisy said, as she offered a small wave towards the woman before slipping into the passenger seat. "She doesn't," he lied. It was just an irritating way to start the day, having someone glowering through the window at you. And then there was the idea of having their wedding on a boat. It just didn't feel sensible at all. "Do you think you have to decide your start time based on the tide?" he asked as they drove. "And what happens if it's raining? And I thought all the popular places get booked up quickly. When we spoke to the manager, he said he had plenty of openings. That can't be a good sign." "Maybe they are just starting out. Or perhaps people don't like quirky. And I'm sure nowhere would hire out a place that couldn't be used in the rain. There's probably somewhere below deck if it does. Besides, it'll be the middle of August. It never rains in August." "Are you new to the UK?" He waited a moment for a reply. When one didn't come, he looked across and found her frowning at her phone. "What is it? Is everything all right?" She pursed her lips a fraction, before looking at him and dropping the expression. "It's fine. Just a work deadline that's been moved forward a bit. It'll be okay." She smiled and reached across to squeeze his knee. "Anyway, we're not talking about that now. We're going to see our first possible wedding venue, and I'm certain we're going to love it." Trying to stay as open-minded as possible, he smiled back. After all, there was no point prejudging the place. And if they happened to like it, that would make their life so much easier. With the conversation going back and forth between guest lists and menu choices, he followed the instructions on the sat-nav to the nearest car park, from where they got out and began to walk to the quay. "I think that must be it," Daisy said, pointing. Eric's stomach sank. While she continued walking ahead at pace, he had stopped in his tracks. "What are you doing?" she called over her shoulder. "Come on." Still rooted to the spot, he shook his head. No way, we can't have it there." "Why not?" "Well, it's in full view of the town, for starters." There was no denying it. The ship was docked alongside a children's play park, with 2 open-air cafes and an ice cream parlour beside it. It was 7 a.m. and the place was already starting to get busy. He could only imagine what it would be like at midday. "That doesn't matter, there might not be too many people here," she said. "In the middle of the summer holidays?" Puffing out her cheeks, she let out an exasperated sigh. "Are you going to be like this with every place we see?" "Like what?" "Looking for all the negatives before you've even given the place a chance? You've not even stepped on board yet. We might be completely hidden from view. It could be the most beautifully decked-out place you've ever seen. Think positive. And hurry up, because we said we'd be there by now and I don't want to be late for work." Knowing that she was entirely right and that he should at least pretend to be hopeful, he straightened his back. "You're right, come on. Let's hear what they have to say." No matter how much he wanted it to be right for Daisy, any trace of optimism vanished as they crossed the narrow wooden gangplank onto the boat. "This can't be the only way on and off, surely," he said, looking at the murky water beneath them. "Unless you fancy jumping across from the path," she said helpfully. "If that's the case, we should suggest no heels on the invitations." With a definite feeling of vertigo, he tiptoed across before taking a final long stride onto the deck. "Knowing my mother, she'd deliberately wear heels only to fall into the water and make the entire day about her," she replied. "In that case, I'll just give her a fireman's lift." "Or leave her on the pontoon. That'd be fine too." Waiting for them as they boarded was a man half a foot shorter than Eric and as close to spherical as he had ever seen. "Eric and Daisy," he said, stretching out a sweaty hand. "Congratulations. I'm Frank. I'm glad you found the place okay, although she's not exactly easy to miss." "No, she isn't." While the outside of the boat was clad in stained timber, the deck was a whole different matter. Each of the wooden planks was painted a different colour, giving a multiple rainbow effect. "She's still seaworthy," Frank assured them as they made their way towards the bow. "Obviously, I'm not going to put that to the test in a storm, but she holds her own all right. You can take my word for that. She's been docked here for close to 12 years. Before that, she was up on the Suffolk coast. That was before I owned her. Not my first boat, mind. I had a lovely old barge. Lived on it, I did. Now, let me tell you something you'd never think about unless you'd lived on a boat." More interested in the actual logistics of the upcoming event than hearing this man's entire boat history, Eric cleared his throat. "So you've held weddings here before?" he asked. "Absolutely. My daughter got married on board, in fact. 2 years ago it was now. Brilliant day, blooming brilliant, even if I do say so myself. She's the one who we painted the deck for." Daisy smiled, still staring at the floorboards. "It's certainly very cheery," she said. "So what about rain?" Eric wanted to concentrate on practicalities. There could be a nice area below deck. Then it wouldn't matter that up top it resembled the set of a dreadful 80s TV game show. "What do you do if it rains?" "Ah, well, if that happens, you go into the hall." "The hall?" "Aye." The man gestured to a red brick building beside the ice cream parlour, which Eric had initially assumed were public toilets. "OK," Daisy said. "It's still a lovely location by the waterfront." "Which would be a complete hazard for the children." "Well, it's not like there are going to be many of them, is it? In fact, I didn't think we were inviting children." For the first time since seeing the monstrous wedding boat, his mind was momentarily distracted. He turned his attention to Daisy. "What do you mean, no children? I have children." "Obviously, but I kind of assumed that would be it. Abby and Mabel. $5,000 is not a lot of money to do the whole thing on, particularly so last minute. Places are bound to up their rates. If we start inviting children, that's going to eat into that sum pretty quickly. My friend Catherine's got 5 kids. With her and her husband, that would make 7 right there. It would cost a fortune." "Then don't invite Catherine. I've never heard of her anyway. She can't be that close a friend." "We went to primary and secondary school together." "And when was the last time you saw her?" With a huff, she crossed to the other side of the boat, where Frank was still babbling on, oblivious. "Most of the couples like to get a photo on the stern up there, although I wouldn't have any ice creams nearby when you do it. The seagulls do like a cornet. And women's hats. They have a thing for hats, too. Best to put no hats on the invites if I were you." Now, with visions of seagulls dive-bombing the rainbow boat, Eric had seen enough. Besides, judging by the conversation he and Daisy had just had, there were clearly a few other things they needed to get sorted before choosing anywhere. "Now, as for the toilets, you've got 2 options," Frank started again. Eric lifted his hand up to stop him. "Thank you so much for showing us around," he said, taking purposeful strides back towards the gangplank. "We'll be sure to be in touch if we have any more questions." Frank's face fell. "Oh, well, if you're sure. But I haven't even shown you the rudder yet. We've painted it like a mermaid." Chapter 16. With still another half-hour to spare until she needed to head for work, Daisy and Eric took a seat at one of the outdoor cafes that was just opening up for the day. "So the rainbow boat is a no," he said emphatically. "Let's not rule it out just yet. We haven't got anywhere else yet." "The sailboat would be a better venue than that." She arched an eyebrow. "I am not getting married in the sailboat," she said. With a small huff, he sat back in his seat. "OK, let's not talk about venues right now. The first thing we need is a guest list. Then we can work out how big a place we need. So let's look at it. Who are the absolute musts? The people who have to be there or it wouldn't be right. Then we can look at others we would love to come if there's room." Sipping on her drink, she nodded in agreement. "What about if one of us has more people than the other? Is that fair? Should we decide on a number and split it? Say 25 for me, 25 for you?" "That's silly. We might not even want that many people." "You're right. OK, so we should each make a list of who we have to invite and go from there." Abandoning their drinks, they pulled out their phones and began to type. Obviously, Abby and Mabel went top of Eric's list. It seemed silly that he even had to put them down, but they would need seats and food, and the last thing he wanted was to get the numbers wrong this early on. Next came Yvette and Chad. Then, as much as she drove him mad, he just didn't feel he could get married without Lydia and the boys there. Besides, Tom was a friend now, not just a brother-in-law. Next was Ralph. He had just had twins, although babies wouldn't count, would they? Even without them, and just including the 3 oldest children, that made 5. There was Greg and his wife, with another baby, Jack Nelson and his wife, and he hadn't even got started on the allotties, Hank and Jerry, Cynthia and Janice. Were there any more? Maggie? Penelope Hamilton? Where did you draw the line with something like this? When he looked up, Daisy was still typing away. "How are you getting on?" he asked. "I've got 18 must-haves, and I think I will scrap Catherine from the list. I haven't seen her in years anyway. But I haven't included +1s, or children. That's going to up the numbers quite a bit. So children are a yes? I don't think it would be fair on Mabel and Abby otherwise." That felt good. Maybe it was the teacher in him, maybe it was his age, but whatever the reason, he wanted children to be there. A wedding was a family affair, after all. The more families, the better, in his opinion. So now we just need a venue that can hold around 50. That doesn't sound too bad. And they said by the end of the week. I'll do a little internet searching and see what I can come up with today. "Great," she said, standing up, "because I need to get to work now. Are you still okay to drop me off?" "It would be my pleasure." On the journey to the office, talk turned to family. "I will have to meet your parents beforehand," he realized with a sudden chill. "Have you told them?" "Not yet. I was going to wait until they got the invite." Shocked by her response, he took his eyes off the road. "You're not serious?" 100%. "But shouldn't I ask your father for your hand or something?" "Why? Because you think I need his permission?" "Good point." Still staring out at the road, she crinkled up her nose. "My dad is intense, let's put it that way. And the last thing I want is my mother taking over everything from my hairstyle to our meal choices. Trust me, if you want me to be sane at the end of this, it's much better they don't know for as long as possible." While he had no doubt that she knew best where her family was concerned, he still wasn't convinced. Being there for Abby on her wedding day had been one of the things that Susie had talked about from the moment she knew she was having a little girl, and the fact that she wasn't going to be there still caused his chest to burn with a heat fierce enough to make his eyes water. But they had Daisy now. That was something. "What's she like?" he asked, thinking he should probably know a little more about his future mother-in-law. "You said your dad's intense. What about your mum?" A car raced to overtake them as she turned her gaze out the window and thought about the question. Imagine if Yvette had a more flamboyant sister with even less regard for social niceties. "You're joking." "I'm not. Seriously, if I tell them too soon, they'll interfere in the whole thing. She'll force me to let her come dress shopping for a start." "You don't want her with you?" "Of course not. I'm not even going to take my sister. It's going to be just me, the free champagne, and lots of dresses." He blanched. "What?" Daisy could read him like a book. "What is it?" Guilt had locked his jaws firmly shut. "Eric, what is it?" One way or another, he was going to get into trouble for this, he realized. Better to face the music now. "I might have kind of said to Abby and Yvette that they could go with you." "You did what?" "Well, they were really excited about it, and Abby was saying how much she wanted to go dress shopping, and I kind of just said I thought that would be fine." "And Yvette, how did you end up telling her it was okay to come too?" He shrugged. "It's Yvette. How do you ever end up doing anything? I have no idea. Then she and Abby started plotting about buying gifts to take with them. Turn it into your hen-do, I suppose. But it doesn't have to happen," he added hurriedly. "I'll tell them you want to do this by yourself. They can come up with another way to have a hen-do. I'll tell them now. I'm sure they won't be too disappointed." The shocked look on Daisy's face eased just a smidgen, and then turned into a shake of her head as her face cracked into a smile. I suppose it would be nice to get a second opinion, she said eventually. And I'm never going to say no to gifts, am I?
So they can go with you?
I guess they will have to. Damn, I really am going to have to do this whole wedding thing properly, aren't I?
It definitely looks that way, he said. Oh, and while I remember, how do you feel about a dog as a ring bearer? Chapter 17. Given that Daisy had decided she would stay late at work from time to time to free herself up for the odd hours she would need over the coming weeks, wedding dress shopping was scheduled for the Wednesday afternoon with the next venue visit on the Thursday. All fingers were crossed that by the end of the week they would have the key ingredients of the wedding sorted. Then it would just be down to practical details, like what people were going to eat and drink, and a seating arrangement that would ensure it didn't end up in a fight. It seemed unlikely with his bunch, but Eric had been to more than one wedding that had finished in fisticuffs. With Yvette and Abby now joining her dress shopping outing, Daisy had also reached out and invited her sister Steffi to join her. Remember, this is Daisy's choice, he reminded his family as they gathered up their things ready to get the train and meet her at the shop. She is not to feel railroaded by you guys.
Why would she feel like that?
Yvette asked, innocently. Let's be honest, you lot can be a little forceful. Your only job is to tell her she looks beautiful, got it?
I will behave perfectly, Abby replied, and he strongly suspected she would.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Yvette offered her most coquettish smile.
I will also be perfect. Anyway, I've got some great wedding ideas I want to discuss with her. Some friends of mine run a ceilidh dancing group. They've done some rather famous weddings. And there's this wonderful wicker tradition I've read about, where the man and woman—
Maybe just one idea at a time, he suggested.
In the corner of the room, Mabel, who had been tying a massive bow from who knew where around an ever-patient Lulu, stamped her feet. Why don't I get to go? I like dresses. I want to go.
You and I have got a special job to do, he told her. We're going to get my suit.
Suits are boring. Dresses are much prettier.
Well, maybe I'll take you dress shopping later, okay?
Can I be a unicorn at the wedding? She asked.
We'll discuss it later, he said. Now, where are your shoes?
When the others had gone, he bundled her into the back of the car, then decided to give Daisy a quick ring before he left, just to check everything was okay. We'll be fine, she assured him, though I'm a bit worried about the amount of champagne my sister has brought.
Abby will make sure you get home okay.
Yes, leave a 12-year-old girl in charge of a bunch of women. I'm sure that's exactly what she wants.
And you're fine for me to pick anything, whatever style, etc. I like, even if it doesn't go with the flowers or anything?
Eric, the only flowers I can name are daisies and roses, so really it's not an issue. Just don't go for lime green, or Hawaiian, or flared trousers. I mean, if you really want them, I suppose we could ask the photographer to cut you off at the knees. Shit, we need to book a photographer.
Don't worry, we've still got over 4 weeks yet. We'll be fine. And I'm pretty sure the magazine will do all the photos. Anyway, I better go. I need to find myself a lime green 70s John Travolta suit.
Her laugh rattled down the line. How about you let Chad choose? He has good taste. If he says it's fine, I'm sure it will be.
Should I be offended by that or not? He asked, turning the key in the ignition.
Probably, she replied. But what are you going to do? You're the one who agreed to all this. Laughing, they said their ritual I love yous before hanging up the phone. 4.5 weeks to go. Life was never straightforward in the Sibley household. Eric had assumed that suit shopping, unlike wedding dress shopping, would be a fairly stress-free, simple affair. And it quite possibly would have been, had Ralph not turned up with 3 of his children in tow. While the oldest was content to sit in the corner, eyes glued to his phone, the same could not be said for the other 2. Adding Mabel into the mix, the suit hire shop turned into something resembling a soft play zone.
"Olivia, will you put that down now?" Ralph shouted. "Felix, that is not what those are for. Come here. I told you, if you do that once more, you're getting nothing for your birthday. I mean it. Not a single thing."
The boy smirked and rolled his eyes,
giving Eric the impression that line had been used more than once before. "I'm sorry," Ralph said, collapsing onto the round tub chair placed by the changing rooms. "Sarah just couldn't cope with all five. I knew I should have chosen the twins instead. All they do is sleep." "They're less than a month old," Eric said. "I think it's probably for the best that they stayed with their mum." "Yeah, that's what she said. But they're so easy at that age, even though they're the fourth and fifth. I'm not saying they're neglected or anything, but I wouldn't be keen on an unexpected visit from social services." Having Ralph as best man had been the most straightforward choice. He had been his best man all those years ago, when he'd married Susie, and something about having him there again just seemed right, even if he wasn't in Eric's life now half as much as he used to be. He had enlisted Hank and Chad as his groomsmen.
"I don't have words,"
Yvette had said when she heard that he had asked Chad.
"This really means an awful lot."
"He lives in my granny flat, cooks me breakfast 3 days a week, and is the reason I haven't had to pay for a plumber for the last 2 years. Plus, I quite like him. Just don't go breaking up a week after the wedding unless you know someone who's great at Photoshop."
"Don't worry, he's not going anywhere."
So, while Eric, Ralph, and Hank were busy trying on suits, Chad played with Mabel and the other children. "Let's be honest," Ralph said, staring at Chad and sucking in his stomach as the shop assistant wielded a tape measure. "It's not like he has to worry about how he's going to look, is it? He could turn up in a pair of Speedos and no one would complain." "Maybe we should fix it to get his suit short in the legs, just so we feel better about ourselves," Hank agreed. "Really?" Eric asked. "I'm not at all intimidated by Chad's chiseled jawline and unfeasibly muscular physique. I'm just going to make sure he's at the back in all the photographs, or get Abby to slip something in his shampoo the week before the wedding." With suits picked and the men measured up in a little under an hour, Hank suggested a little refreshment break. "Time for a drink?" he asked as they headed back to their cars. "Definitely. There's that place with the good kids' play area, the one on the roundabout. Why don't we stop and have one there?"
A pub?
Mabel asked, having honed her eavesdropping abilities over the last 6 months. "Yes, a pub.
Can I have chips?"
I'm sure we can manage that." As Eric sat in the beer garden, a sense of optimism and good fortune flooded through him. Life didn't get much better than this. A cold drink in his hand, friends around him, and his younger daughter content with a plate of chips as big as her head. Unfortunately, while the others were able to drink and relax, Ralph was blurring around the climbing frame, muttering how one more hospital trip for a broken bone would be the end of him. "So you're not nervous?" Chad asked as he nursed his soda water and lemon. "About getting everything done? God, yes. But about marrying Daisy? I don't think so. I'm not stupid enough to think it will all be plain sailing, but I've done this before and I know I need to work at stuff. Keep listening. Compromise. I'm older now, too. That helps." He'd thought he was mature when he'd finally settled down with Susie. Now, looking back on it, he realized just how naive he had been. "I know it's early days, but I can't see anything happening that we wouldn't be able to work through with a bit of effort. It sounds silly, but once you know, right?" "And cheers to that," Hank said, raising his drink. "I know what you mean," Chad replied as he clinked his glass with the others. "It's like that with Vetty. How could I possibly want more in life? She just makes everything easier, more fun. And we trust each other enough to know that the little things don't matter." Eric picked up a paper napkin and wiped away a blob of ketchup from Mabel's chin, grabbing a chip off her plate as she turned her head away.
"Daddy, you didn't ask,"
she said pointedly when she saw him chewing. "Sorry, Mabel. Please, can I have one of your chips?"
"Well, you've already eaten it now, haven't you?"
Wondering how it was possible that his youngest already had the temperament of a 15-year-old, he turned his attention back to Chad. "Can I ask you something personal?" he inquired, with a slight hint of nervousness. "About you and Yvette?"
"Go for it."
Hesitating, he took a swig of his drink and briefly considered whether he should pry. "What about children?" he asked eventually.
"What about them?"
"You're so good with the girls. With all children. if you're with Yvette, well, don't you wish you could have some of your own one day? You know I adore her, but in the nicest way possible, that's not going to happen with her, is it?" Silence followed, and, as Chad's nostrils flared, Eric worried if he had pushed their friendship too far. Fortunately, his deep intake of breath appeared to be more contemplative than angry. "So, say that I wanted kids, and, to be honest, maybe I would like them, but would I want them enough to throw away what I've got with Vetty? I know I'm nowhere near as old as you guys." "Thanks for pointing that out," Hank said. "That's not what I meant. I know that I haven't lived as long, had as much experience as you, but I knew that first moment with Vetty, that first time I saw her in your bathroom, that she was special. And that year when we weren't together, well, it felt like my life was on hold. That's the best way to explain it. I don't feel my life truly started until I was with her. Why would I throw that away on the blind hope that maybe one day I'd find someone I get along with almost as well, so that the two of us might possibly have children in the way that society deems normal? Nah, odds are way too slim. Vetty and me, we are meant to be. I'm not throwing away what I've got. Besides, I have you, don't I, May-May?" He reached over and grabbed a chip from her plate. Eric waited for her to scold Chad for his chip theft, but there was no reaction. "Hey, how come you didn't tell Chad off? You tell me off for eating your chips." "It's Chad," she said. "Chad's cool." "There's no arguing with that," Hank laughed. As Eric was on the way back to the car, his phone rang. "It's Daisy," he said to Mabel, looking at the screen. "Do you think they have fun?" "Maybe, if they got a unicorn dress." Smiling to himself, he answered, "So, how did it go?" A groan was followed by a sharp intake of breath. "You need to make up the spare bed. We're going to be at yours in about 20 minutes, and then I'm done. Then they're all yours." "Who? What are you on about?" he asked. "Is everything all right?" But the line was already dead. "What did she say?" Mabel demanded, tugging on his sleeve. "I don't quite know," he replied, opening the door for his daughter to climb into her car seat. "But I don't think it's very good." Chapter 18. He was a nervous wreck. Yes, Daisy had a slightly fiery side to her, but he'd never seen her get mad at Abby, ever. He couldn't even imagine what she could have done to get Daisy so upset. Made some cruel remarks about the dresses? No, that just wasn't Abby's style. Spilled something on one, maybe? Unlikely. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. He had barely turned into the driveway when a taxi pulled up behind him and Daisy climbed out of the front. "What happened?" he asked. Chad had come back with him and Mabel and went to get her out of the car seat as Eric rushed over to his fiancée. "Is everything okay? Is Abby all right? What happened? What did she do?" With jaw locked and eyes wild, Daisy was a far cry from the excited bride-to-be he had expected to return from wedding dress shopping. Abby's a bloody godsend. No, you can ask Yvette what happened, and while you're at it, you can ask my mother, too." "Your mother?"
Eric, this is Patsy.
Stumbling out of the back of the taxi, Yvette barely managed to get 1 foot on the ground before flopping back into the car again. When she finally dragged herself out and upright, she reached back in and pulled out a second, equally inebriated woman.
Patsy, come on, come and meet them.
Before he could step back, Yvette's arms were around his neck. Fortunately, before he had to try and prise her off, she spotted Chad and immediately redirected her attention.
Patsy, this is Chad. He's my boyfriend. Good Lord, woman, look at the biceps on him. Makes you want to take a nibble. I do, regularly.
The two women collapsed in laughter. From the other side of the taxi, Abby stepped out onto the driveway. If anything, she looked even more pissed off than Daisy. "Sorry, Dad, I'm out of here. They're your problem now." She threw a small smile towards Daisy.
Thank you for letting me come along today. That dress looked perfect. You know it did. You shouldn't worry about the other stuff. Just get it.
Thank you for being my saviour, she replied, blowing her a kiss, before quickly turning to scowl at the two older women again. Eric, this is my mother, Patricia. It's Patsy. Yvette turned back to Eric. So, it turns out my mum and Yvette got on very well.
We did. And Yvette says you're wonderful, so I know you're wonderful, because she wouldn't say something that's not true. That's right. I am a pillar of truth and magnanimousness, Yvette slurred.
You had a good time then, baby? Chad asked, scooping her up in his arms.
Very good, very good. Patsy's going to come and stay with us in the new house when it's built, aren't you? I am, and we are going to drink champagne all day and go to London and watch every musical that's on, aren't we?
It's been like this the whole time, Daisy muttered, passing the taxi driver a note before marching through the front door. They sang the whole of the first act of Mamma Mia on the train ride back. To be honest, I would have been impressed if not for the humiliation of your mother-in-law being told to stop hanging from the luggage rack. Simultaneously making sure that Mabel was okay and checking that Chad had the women under his control, Eric followed Daisy into the living room and pushed the door closed a little. I don't understand. I thought you weren't inviting your mother. I didn't. It was Steffi. Your sister? She thought it would be a nice surprise for me. Of course, she's now gone back to my flat, and I've got to get back to her. Do you want me to drive you? With a heavy sigh, she flopped onto his shoulder. Thank you, but I think I just need a little bit of peace and quiet. Can I leave Mum with you instead? Peering through the doorway, he observed the women. Currently, they were performing a dance routine that involved randomly kicking their legs high into the air. I can't deal with them any longer. I can't. All he wanted to do was wrap his arms around her and carry her off to bed to sleep. Instead, he slid in behind her and began to massage her shoulders and neck. It's fine, you go. Your mum can sleep it off here. A tap on the door caught their attention as Chad peered around it. So they've decided they want to watch Chicago and eat pizza. If it's all right with you, Daisy, I thought I could just set the sofa bed up in the flat and your mum could sleep there. By the looks of things, separating them right now would be more trouble than it's worth, although it's good that they have fun. Oh, my mum always manages to have fun, she seethed. But yes, that would be amazing. Are you sure you don't mind? As long as she doesn't try nibbling me again. I'm so sorry. She buried her head in her hands. It's really not a problem. If you can just give me 10 minutes to hide all the booze, I think they've had enough already. You're amazing, she said, reaching up to hug him. Yeah, well, that's what family's for. There was no denying he liked the role reversal. The last few chronic hangovers in the house had been experienced by Eric. Chad appeared to have hollow legs when it came to drink, and had not once complained of more than a moderate stiffness, even after one of Hank and Jerry's New Year's Eve parties. Even then, he usually just ran it off. Watching Yvette suffering the same fate she had frequently ridiculed Eric for was sadistically satisfying. It was gone 10 the next morning when she finally appeared in his house, dressed in pyjamas and fluffy slippers. I need something cold. What do we have that's cold? Ice, he suggested. After rummaging about in the freezer and then the fridge, and momentarily causing him to wonder if she was planning on climbing inside, she finally emerged with a cucumber. With a quick snap, she broke it in half and held the separate pieces to her eyes. Aren't you meant to cut it into slices? He asked. Why are you talking so loudly? Wincing in pain, she flopped onto a chair. A moment later, the halves of the cucumber were abandoned as she dropped her head onto the table, groaning. I don't understand it. We only had a couple of glasses. A smirking Abby was sitting opposite her grandmother, spooning breakfast cereal into her mouth.
Actually, you had 4 bottles between you,
She said, clearly enjoying the situation as much as her father.
plus whatever you drank when you went upstairs.
I didn't drink anything else. Besides, that champagne was between all of us, not just me and Patsy.
Well, you and Patsy were the ones who drank most of it. Steffi and Daisy had 1 glass each, remember? Considering I wasn't even allowed half a glass because you thought it would be irresponsible, I can't help feeling your actions were a little hypocritical, if I'm honest.
Yvette muttered what sounded decidedly like a swear word under her breath. Shh. She waved her hand vaguely in Abby's direction before flipping her head back up with a jerk.
Oh, God, Daisy, what must she think of me? She's probably going to cancel my invitation to the wedding.
We haven't sent any invitations yet, Eric said, but she's not best pleased. Not best pleased was something of an understatement when it came to Daisy's mood, although, for the moment, her anger seemed directed at others rather than Yvette.
I don't know why Steffi would have thought it would be a good idea,
She said when he spoke to her on the phone later.
If I had wanted Mum to be there, I would have asked her myself.
I'm sure she thought she was just doing something nice.
No, she didn't. She was worried that Mum would get all pissy with her for colluding with me and not inviting her. She didn't want to be in her bad books. That's all it was. I mean, I don't blame Yvette for this. She wasn't to know, but honestly, that is so my mother. To turn the one day that was supposed to be all about me entirely around to make it about her.
I'm sure she didn't mean to do that. The silence that met him down the line implied his future wife thought otherwise. Well, she's here now, and we've got another venue to look at in a couple of hours, so you can forget all about her.
If only it were that easy.
That reminds me, he said, feeling her stress levels rising even from a distance. Abby said something about a dress yesterday, that you weren't sure whether you should go for it. She's pretty insistent that it was perfect.
It was.
Then what's the problem?
It was over £1,200.
He let out a long whistle. £1,200 was almost a quarter of their budget. But then it was their wedding day, her big day, one that they weren't paying for, too, and they could cut back on plenty of other things. You should buy it, he said.
Really?
Of course, it's your wedding day. You should have the dress you want. Besides, if you don't, you'll only have to take more time off to look for another one. Ring up, say you'll take it.
I'm not sure.
You said it was perfect, was it?
It really was.
Then do it. Do it now, the minute you hang up.
You're sure?
Positive. Despite the rough start to the conversation, he could feel himself grinning, and he was pretty sure Daisy was doing the same.
Okay, I'll phone the shop now before I go to work. And you know, I've got a great feeling about this next venue.
Yes, he agreed. So do I. I'll meet you there, right?
Perfect. I can't wait.
By the time he was ready to go, Yvette had managed to shower, keep down a mug of Lapsang Souchong tea, and was lying on the sofa with a more conventional velvet eye mask. She had also made some attempt at dressing herself, although, wearing a pair of leopard print leggings and one of Chad's T-shirts, Eric wasn't convinced she wasn't still drunk. There was still no sign of Patsy. "Are you sure you don't mind looking after the girls?" he asked, more concerned for her than them.
I'll be fine. We'll put a film on, won't we, kids?
She croaked hoarsely. He wasn't convinced. "Maybe I should see if we can rebook."
Honestly, Dad, I've got this,
Abby said.
We'll play Jenga or do some puzzles or board games or something if she gets bored.
Are you talking about your sister or your grandmother?
Mabel, Gran's a terrible cheat.
I heard that,
Yvette called from beneath her eye mask.
Good, you should know.
Abby turned back to her father.
Honestly, we'll be fine.
Okay, but don't take Mabel out into the garden, will you? Not unless your grandmother becomes slightly more alert.
Really, Dad, will you just trust me? Jenny Abbott in my year group was babysitting when she was 10.
Yes, well, let's not go into that right now, he replied,
making a mental note to check in with the school well-being group after the summer holidays.
If you need anything, just call me.
He picked up his wallet and keys. As he opened the front door, he was startled to find a figure standing on the other side.
Lydia, what are you doing here?
What do you mean, what am I doing here? We need to get going. You said today, didn't you? Does she know? You haven't told her yet, have you? Because you promised.
Sorry, what are you on about? Chapter 19. Once again sporting the red outfit, Lydia was certainly dressed up for the occasion, or at least as dressed up as she ever managed, although, despite her appearance, Eric was having difficulty ascertaining exactly what occasion this was. And then it hit him like a runaway truck. Shit, I completely forgot.
You have to be joking. Is that Lydia? Can I hear Lydia? What are you doing here?
We can't take her today, he said, a surge of adrenaline now racing through him as Yvette stirred. I've got somewhere to be, and she's in no state to go anywhere. It can't happen like this.
Why, what's going on?
Once again, Yvette's voice bellowed through from the living room.
Lydia, is that you? What are you two talking about?
Her face scrunched up in a scowl, Lydia pushed her way past him and into the living room.
Mum, what happened? Are you sick?
Reaching the sofa, she knelt on the ground by her mother's side.
What's wrong?
She's hungover, Abby answered. She drank a lot yesterday. Ruined Daisy's dress shopping.
Shopping?
Lydia asked.
Can you believe it? Daisy's mum and I got on like a dream. She's a wonderful woman, Patsy. Absolutely wonderful, and a very talented singer. The wedding's going to be so much fun.
Wedding? Lydia was looking more confused by the second. Sorry, what's going on? Who's getting married?
Eric and Daisy, Yvette said with exasperation. In 4 weeks. It's amazing, isn't it?
Displaying decidedly less sympathy and concern than she had been only moments earlier, Lydia stood up and marched out of the lounge. When she reached the hall, she gestured in no uncertain terms for Eric to join her. If he had any hope that he could get away with staying hidden behind Abby, it quickly evaporated.
Eric, a word, please.
If this was how his students felt when he called them out of the classroom, at least he knew it worked. His insides squirmed and his shoulders hunched over as he followed his sister-in-law into the kitchen, where she placed her palms firmly on the table. A good 10 seconds of glowering ensued before she actually spoke again.
Well, she can't meet him like this, can she?
She said in stage whisper. That's what I was trying to tell you.
And you couldn't have let me know this earlier, you know, before I'd driven all the way here?
I know, that's my mistake, I'm sorry. It's actually been a little bit hectic here. I'm arranging a wedding.
So I just heard. A heads up on that would have been lovely too, but from the lack of communication, I can assume that Tom and I won't be on the guest list.
The words caught him by surprise, not just for the venom with which they were delivered, but that she would think such a thing. You two and the boys are at the top of my guest list, he protested. My very small guest list. Of course I want you there. We both do. You guys are the only family I have. He wasn't sure that had come out as a compliment. Lydia gulped and held her hand across her mouth for a moment. When she removed it, her scowl was back in place.
Well, that doesn't change anything about today, does it? I'm assuming if you haven't told me about the wedding, then you haven't told Noah either.
Like I said, I've kind of been a bit preoccupied. The guilt sat heavily on his shoulders, although Lydia, by contrast, looked visibly relieved.
We'll just have to delay. Mum and I'll have to meet him another time, maybe after the wedding when things have calmed down a bit.
After the wedding? That's a month away.
It's just a few more weeks.
We promised we would tell her about him as soon as possible.
After 22 years. Tell who about who?
The eye mask was now pushed up on Yvette's forehead, revealing 2 very bloodshot eyes.
Who are you talking about?
Sorry?
Lydia feigned ignorance far better than Eric.
I heard you say something about introducing someone after 22 years.
What? Oh, yes. I was just saying to Eric that he should go to the man who made Tom's wedding suit. He was superb.
Oh, I see.
With a slow, yet somehow elegant stagger, Yvette made her way across to the sink and filled a glass with water.
You and Tom haven't been married for 22 years, have you?
I think so. Maybe it's 21. I can't remember. They all blur into one after a while. You know that.
While Lydia continued this convoluted fabrication that Yvette was almost certainly not comprehending at all, Eric fired off a message to Noah. So sorry, something has come up. I'll explain when I can. Chewing his bottom lip, he waited for the reply. He felt like a total arse. The poor kid had already gone through so much, and now he was messing him around. It hadn't been deliberate, but that didn't help. Several minutes passed before the response came. A single letter. K. It did nothing to ease his guilt. Given that she had driven all the way down to Burlham, and Eric was still somewhat concerned about Yvette's current babysitting abilities, Lydia agreed to stay while he went to meet Daisy at the next venue.
Good luck, Dad, Abby said as he left. It's going to be perfect, I can tell. Can you bring me back cake? Was Mabel's parting comment, to which he replied he promised he would try. It didn't take him long to feel much more positive about this place. Given that it was a London location, he had taken the train in and, after only 3 stops on the tube, he was standing in front of an elegant arc of Georgian townhouses. A little way down the road, in front of a particularly grand frontage, Daisy was already waiting.
Guess what?
She asked, wrapping her arms around him and kissing him firmly on the lips. I don't know, tell me.
I ordered the dress.
You did?
I did. No going back now. I can't believe how much it is, but I'm only getting married once, right?
I bloody well hope so, he said, kissing her back and then putting his arm round her shoulders. With a shake of her head, her smile dropped just a fraction.
I am so sorry about yesterday, about dumping Mum on you. I just couldn't deal with her. It's terrible, isn't it? She's my mother. I should want to spend time with her.
She didn't ruin your day completely, though, did she? He asked.
No, not quite. Is she okay now?
I don't know. She still hadn't made an appearance when I left.
Good. It serves her right. Maybe when you get back you could mow the lawn or maybe do some drilling.
I'll see what I can do. Slipping his arm from around her neck and interlinking fingers with hers, he turned towards the house. So I guess we should go and see what this place is like. Hand in hand, they made their way up the steps beneath an archway of vines. This is pretty, he said optimistically, looking at the stained glass door and the tall windows draped with white curtains.
I know. I think this might be it,
she whispered, squeezing his hand and ringing the bell. A moment later, the door opened.
Eric and Daisy, I'm Beatrix.
The woman beamed, pushing her glasses to the top of her head before extending her hand to them.
Welcome. I'm so glad you came, and congratulations.
This is incredible, Daisy said, stepping inside a hallway that was bigger than Eric's front room.
It looks magical. We do our best, but wait until you see the rest of the house. Come on, let me show you around. I'm sure you're going to love it.
From the hallway, she guided them through big glass doors into what appeared to be a bar area. Everything was stained wood or painted white, and he felt as if he had stepped into one of the country living magazines that Susie used to love. They were barely 1 room in, and he could already see how much Daisy was in love with the place.
Drinks-wise, it's up to you. We are fully licensed, so you can have a pay bar, or you can do free flow and get your drink wholesale, depending on the size of the party.
They looked at one another and suppressed smirks.
We'll be going for an open bar, Daisy said. I always like to hear that. I mean, I know we make less money that way, and it's not as good for business, so I probably shouldn't admit it. But there's something about a free bar,
starting your married life with generosity. It has good vibes.
I'd not thought of it like that, he said. From the bar, she led them through to another room, around the same size as the back room at the shed, and then on to yet another, even larger.
We're lucky with all the space we've got here. It means we don't have to worry about moving furniture around like some venues need to between the ceremony, the meal, and the entertainment later. We can keep all the elements entirely separate, which will make your day run much more smoothly, particularly if you've got older people or young children.
Makes sense.
And the booking also includes 4 on-site rooms for the night.
Really?
Obviously, one is for the bride and groom, which you can also use to get ready in on the morning of the wedding. Then the other 3 are up to you. Often people will put family in them. Sometimes couples put young children down in there to sleep for the evening, with adult supervision, of course, so they don't get overtired.
You seem to have thought of everything, Daisy said, now over by the window, admiring the view.
We try our best.
While Abby wasn't one for staying up late, Eric knew there was very little chance of her going to bed on his wedding night before Eric and Daisy left their guests. No doubt she and Yvette would be the last ones standing. But it was nice that there was space for them. Or Daisy's sister. They could decide all that later, he supposed. Having let them take their time to get a feel for the place, Beatrix had just suggested that they all head outside when Daisy's phone rang. The bride-to-be smiled apologetically and moved away to answer the call. New job, he explained to Beatrix. She's working for a charity. It's really fantastic.
That sounds great. You two make a lovely couple. You can tell in this line of work. Some people are meant to be together. That's definitely you two.
Thank you, he replied, not sure what else he could say, and fairly certain that it was a line she used with everyone. An awkward silence began to blossom, which Beatrix immediately and expertly filled.
There are self-catering facilities in the kitchen, she continued, so you can make yourself something to eat while you're with us. Unfortunately, you will most probably have to check out by 10 in the morning if we have another function the next day. If not, we can be fairly flexible.
It sounds brilliant, he said. Daisy rejoined them. Everything good? He asked.
Everything's great. Just a few more late nights this week, that's all. It'll be worth it, though. So, are we heading to see the garden now? Absolutely.
Hand in hand, they followed Beatrix through the house and out a narrow door, where topiary trees and hedges marked out different sections of the space. He would have to invite the whole allotment if they chose this place, he thought. There's no way any of them should miss it.
At this time of year, most people like to have the ceremony in the garden, but it's possible to have it inside too, in the orangery, then drinks out here afterwards.
The orangery? She pointed back to the house. While they had come outside via one doorway, there was, he saw, another route, through an extended room, part conservatory, part greenhouse. It was currently filled with the tumbling blossoms of white camellias. Yes, he would definitely have to invite all the allottees.
And you have availability for 4 weeks' time? Daisy asked. We've had a couple of cancellations. They are both midweek, though. We don't have anything on a weekend for another 18 months.
Midweek is fine, isn't it? Daisy asked, looking at Eric and nodding to encourage his approval. Yes, just as long as it is in less than 5 weeks.
Brilliant. So let me talk you through some of the packages available.
From a bag he hadn't even noticed she was carrying, Beatrix pulled out a sleek paper file with pictures of the venue on the front and handed it to Daisy.
I'll just give you a moment to yourselves to look through these, and then I'll explain all the different add-ons that are available.
Great, she said, flicking open the booklet, eyes wide and eager. As Eric looked down at the page in front of him, his jaw dropped. Chapter 20. There's no way we can stretch to that.
It isn't unreasonable, not when you think about it. For a start, all those bedrooms would cost us at least £500 for the night somewhere else. And, like she said, with some places you have to hire all the tables and chairs, which will put the price up even further.
He pursed his lips and sucked in a few deep breaths as he worked out how to reply. Over a minute
passed and he was still coming up empty. Having discovered just how much the venue would cost, they had excused themselves and gone to sit down and discuss the matter over a drink. Given the amount his alcohol intake had already increased since the wedding planning had begun, they had opted for a coffee shop around the corner. Being London, the 2 drinks had cost him almost 3 times what he would have paid at home. Another reason he would not be moving back to London any time soon, he thought. Nice as she was, Beatrix had finished by telling them that she also had someone coming the next weekend looking for a last-minute spot. If they wanted to confirm, they should let her know ASAP and, obviously, with the confirmation would be the need for a down payment. "Would you like to secure it now?" she had asked. Eric had gone light-headed at just the thought. "It's a no," he said as they sat opposite one another. Daisy's face was fixed. "Eric, it was perfect. More perfect than perfect. Think about the numbers. You've just spent £1,200 on a dress. I've spent 200 on suits. This place costs 3 grand. 3 grand for one day. If we go for it, that will leave just £600 in the kitty. £600. That's for all the food, the music, the flowers, the cake. And I thought we both wanted an open bar. What are we going to offer them? Tesco Value Cola?" "You're being ridiculous, Eric." "I'm being realistic." "Okay, we pay for it ourselves." "Why would we do that? I thought the whole reason we were getting married was because it was free in the first place." He realized his mistake the moment the words left his mouth. He really hadn't meant it like that, but they were out there now, and there was nothing he could do to get them back. Daisy's face paled. "Of course, we couldn't possibly be getting married because we actually love each other." She was out of her seat and out of the cafe before he'd had a chance to reply. "Oh, bugger." It wasn't as if he was being that unreasonable, he told himself over and over again on the train back. Yes, his choice of words had been a little unfortunate, and the manner in which he had delivered them could have been more subtle, but that didn't change the fact that what he'd said was true. After all, what did it matter why they were getting married if they couldn't make the arrangements work? Surely Daisy had to see that. A group of teens insisting on playing tinny, repetitive music on their phones for almost the entire journey worsened his mood even further, and, when he finally got home, the grotty icing was cemented firmly on the cake by the fact that Lydia was still there. "You're still here?" Apparently, his tone may have been a little off. "Excuse me for staying to look after your children. Mum decided she needed a little nap." "And Patricia?" "Daisy's mum. She was out in the garden doing yoga a while ago, although she fell asleep in child's pose. I think she's back up in Mum's flat now." Sighing, he flicked on the kettle. "I guess I should go up and meet her properly. I've barely said 2 words to the woman. It would be nice to see her before the wedding. Assuming the wedding actually goes ahead, that is." The last sentence had slipped out as nothing more than an afterthought, but in true Lydia fashion, she latched straight onto it. "What do you mean? What's happened?" "Nothing. Nothing I want to get into right now, anyway." He pulled down the tea bags, only to change his mind and head to the coffee machine. With a huff, she folded her arms. "So, what are we going to do about the situation?" "Which situation?" "The Noah situation. What else would I be talking about?" Shit, I'd forgotten about that. Would it really be so hard, he wondered, to get a couple of days, even a couple of hours in his day, when something didn't need dealing with? How had he suddenly become responsible for juggling so many balls? A wedding, an angry fiancé, a dysfunctional family, a long-lost son of sorts. Life had been so much simpler when it had just been him, the girls, and Yvette. "Well, I've thought as much, but you're the one telling me we've already kept him from Mum for too long." "And you were the one who said we should keep him a secret from her, full stop." "Yes, well, perhaps I was being a bit hasty with that. Look, if you're okay with it, I still think we should wait until after the wedding to tell her." "Tell who what?" Eric spun around on the spot. Honestly, how did she manage it? Did she have some sort of bugging device? It was the only possible explanation. No other woman had the ability to appear so often at the most perfectly imperfect time as his mother-in-law. Yvette frowned. "Is everything all right?"
"No," he replied. "It's not."
Lydia's eyes gleamed with a look of horror. Yvette's look of concern had deepened. He should tell her right now, he thought to himself. He could tell her and get it over and done with. All this back and forth was driving him insane. At least if she knew the truth about Noah, it would be one less problem festering inside him.
His throat clamped shut. "It's Daisy," he said, grasping at straws.
"Why? What's happened?" "Eric's not sure the wedding will go ahead after all," Lydia blurted in relief, seemingly happy to jump straight out of the frying pan and into the fire. "What? Why, Eric, what have you done?" Yvette's concern was increasing in spades. The conversation was about as far from solving the problem as possible, but it was easier than discussing Noah.
"We just got into a little argument, that's all. I'm sure it'll be fine."
"What was it about?"
"Honestly, I don't want to get into this right now."
"Was it the venue? You know Chad's sister—"
"It was a lot of things. Maybe, well, yes, the venue, the cost, a few things."
Having been backed into a corner, it appeared that the truth was probably the best option. Besides, Lydia was as tight as they came with money. At least she would understand where he was coming from. "So what, she didn't like it?"
"Oh, she loved it, but it was extortionate."
"I thought the magazine paid. That was what Abby was telling me today."
"The magazine gives us $5,000 for everything. That also needs to cover the cost of the dress, which is already over £1,000, the food, the music, you name it. Anything that goes over their budget we have to pay for ourselves."
Both the women were looking at him with narrowed eyes. Yvette was the one who spoke. "So, what did you say to her, Eric? What exactly did you say?"
He took a deep breath while trying to recall the turn of phrase he had used, or rather, a way of paraphrasing what he had said, so it didn't make him seem like such an idiot. "I just said that it seemed silly spending our own money when the whole point of us getting married was because it was free."
From the expressions that followed, he suspected they might not be on his side after all.
"But it's true," he defended himself. "I don't understand why you're looking at me like that. It's the whole reason. She knows that. We wouldn't be doing this now unless it was being paid for."
"Did you use the word now?"
Lydia asked. "What difference does that make?"
"Well, did you say you were only getting married now because of the money? That would imply that you were still planning on doing it at some point. If you didn't, well then it sounds like it sounds, that you wouldn't be marrying her unless someone else was paying."
A sinking feeling was roiling in his gut. Shit. I screwed up, didn't I?
"Big time."
Feeling as if his body had just tripled in weight, he sank down onto a seat. After exchanging glances, Yvette and Lydia turned their attention back to him, their eyes boring into him. What do I do? How do I fix this? Silence followed until his mother-in-law's lips turned up into a tight, twisted smile.
"Well, I can think of one thing," she said, "and it will involve my favorite type of shopping."
Chapter 21. There was a short hiatus in the plan to redeem Eric while he finally introduced himself properly to the woman who might, or might not, become his new mother-in-law. Seeing her in a more sober state, it was easy to spot the family resemblance with Daisy and Steffi. All three women had the same heart-shaped face and almond eyes.
"Eric, I must apologize," she said, sweeping her arms around him.
"It's fine."
"No, I got carried away. It was just sheer exhilaration.
My little girl getting married and joining such a wonderful family. I got so caught up in the energy of the day."
"I'm glad you had fun," he said. "It's really not a problem."
"That's very kind of you to say, Eric, very kind. However, my behaviour was entirely unacceptable. I suppose you've already spoken to my daughter?"
Her cheeks pinched inwards. "Yes, I saw her today."
"She's always been one to hold a grudge. I'll ring her in a few days when she's had time to calm down. Thank you again for your hospitality. I wonder if someone could direct me to the train station."
To Eric's relief, Lydia stepped forward.
"I can drop you there. I'm going that way now."
She had extended her morning visit so substantially, he had started to wonder if he would have to build her and Tom a granny annex too. "Thank you," he said before turning back to Patricia, "and I look forward to seeing you again. At the wedding," he added optimistically.
"I am looking forward to it. And Yvette, we're still meeting up next week."
Sounds wonderful.
Watching as the women kissed and hugged each other goodbye, he considered the fact that, as nice as it was to see their friendship flourishing, he didn't want to end up getting stuck in the middle if things with Daisy were more difficult to smooth over than he hoped. At dinner time, none of them fancied cooking, so Yvette sent Chad for fish and chips, which they ate around the table, still in its paper.
"Have you heard from Daisy yet?"
she asked, having already brought the rest of the family up to date on his latest faux pas. "She won't even pick up the phone and talk to me. I've just had a text message saying she's busy with work and running practice and she'll speak to me when she can."
"Maybe it's true," she said. "She's got a lot on her plate at the minute. Anyway, don't worry. In a couple of days all this will be forgotten and you'll be back on your way to marital bliss."
He forced himself to smile, if only on the outside. They should have spoken to the magazine about what would happen if they didn't go through with the wedding, especially if they'd already spent some of the money, as they had, on the outfits. On the plus side, they had put nothing down for the venue yet. As if reading his mind, Chad looked up from his battered fish.
"You know, if you guys still need a place, you really should see Evie's barn. They were hoping to be fully booked during the summer, but the license took longer than expected. They should be getting it next week."
"Thanks, maybe we could take a look."
"Not that I wish to influence your decision at all," Yvette said, "but if I were ever to consider remarrying, Evie and Simon's place really is the most idyllic location to do it."
"You've seen it?"
"Of course. Chad's family is my family."
The comment took a moment to sink in. As narrow-minded as it was, he'd always felt that his family was Yvette's family, and that was as far as it went. He'd never even considered the possibility that she was as ingrained in Chad's life as he was in theirs. "That sounds great, then. Maybe we can go next week, assuming that everything goes to plan at the weekend."
"Of course it will. Are you sure you don't want to come shopping with me?"
He quickly shook his head, recalling the last time he'd been in a similar situation. "It's too much pressure. You'll do a much better job."
"It's true,"
she grinned. Dipping a chip in a tub of curry sauce, he turned to his girls. "So, what do you think? Is this going to work?"
"Definitely. It'll be perfect. She'll love it."
"Great. Then we better get to work." It took until Friday evening before he could finally get Daisy to speak to him on the phone. "You're still coming here tomorrow, aren't you?" he asked after an extensive and genuine apology.
"Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm just so weighed down with everything."
"Please, you can lock yourself away in the bedroom and work if you need to, but I really want to see you. Please?"
"Fine, but I will have to work.
"Maybe we could take a walk together in the afternoon?"
If I get everything done."
"Perfect." He grinned to himself. It was all going to go perfectly. That didn't stop the butterflies, though. When she arrived at 10:30, he offered her a quick kiss before ushering her straight through into the dining room, where a freshly brewed cafetiere was waiting, along with a plate of Abby's freshly baked biscuits.
"What's this?"
she asked. "Your workspace for the day. No one is going to disturb you in here. Everyone has strict orders." He reached across the table and picked up a small brass bell. Abby even found this so you can ring if you need anything.
I can ring for room service.
You can.
Wow.
She moved her gaze across the table and back to Eric.
About what happened. We need to talk.
I know we do. He lifted his hands, palms up towards her. But later, okay? Right now, I want you to get everything done you need to so that we can go for a walk later. Is that a deal? Half frowning, half smiling, she tilted her head to the side.
Where is everyone? It's very quiet.
Oh, they're all out. Don't worry, you'll see them later. They're just doing a few jobs for me. Now, remember, the bell is there if you need anything. For the next 3 hours, he paced around the house and, during that time, the bell rang a total of 0 times. Abby and Mabel were getting things sorted with Hank and Cynthia, while Yvette had gone off to make a few last-minute purchases. At 10 to 1, his phone buzzed.
I'm outside, Yvette whispered down the line. Hurry up and come and get them.
Opening and closing the front door as quietly as possible, he crept round to where his mother-in-law was hiding at the side of the house. "Did you get it all?" he asked. Grinning, she handed him a large carrier bag. "And what about the other thing? Did you get the other thing too?" With a grin now even wider than he would have thought possible, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small box. Heart racing from both fear and anticipation, he flipped the lid open. "It's perfect," he said.
What else did you expect? I do have impeccable taste.
Swallowing with emotion, he shoved the box into his pocket. "Are you going to go and join the others now?" he asked.
Of course.
Okay, well, let them know I'll be there as soon as I can. Wish me luck.
You don't need any, she said, kissing him on the cheek. Not for this part, at least.
With Yvette gone, he took a moment to check his reflection before knocking on the door of the dining room. "Hey," he said, peering in. "Time for a break." A moment passed before she straightened up and looked over her laptop. For a second, he thought she was about to say she needed longer, in which case he would have to message Yvette and tell her to take the girls for lunch. But instead, she stretched her arms upwards and yawned. "That would be good." "Great." His butterflies intensified. "I thought we could go for a walk to stretch your legs, if you're okay with that. Just into town. We can grab something quick and come back straight away if you need to." Still yawning, she rubbed her eyes and shut the laptop.
A walk sounds good. I think I'm done for now. Maybe I'll pick it up again this afternoon.
Perfect. Great. Brilliant. Grabbing the bag Yvette had handed to him only moments before, he passed it over to her. "If you could just put those on, please." A wrinkle formed between Daisy's eyebrows. He loved those frozen wrinkles, although he'd never realized quite how much until now. "What are you playing at?" she asked. "You trust me, don't you?"
Most of the time.
Still with a look of deep skepticism, but without any more objections, she removed her heels and slipped on the floral Wellington boots that Yvette had purchased. "Do they fit all right?" he asked. "I think we got the right size. It was Abby's guess."
"They fit perfectly,"
she said, lifting her foot and bending her knee.
"Now, are you going to tell me what's going on?"
"We're going for a walk," he repeated. Then, fetching the lead off the hook, whistled Lulu. "Come on, girl." They walked in silence, hand in hand. Eric's silence was caused by the constant worry of all the things that could go wrong. He hoped her silence was slightly more relaxed and positive, although he knew it could just as easily be because she was still mad at him.
"So, are you going to tell me where we're going and why I have to wear these?"
she asked as they approached the high street. "We're going to the plot," he said. She stopped, dead in her tracks, yanking his arm.
"You are joking."
"You need to see it. It's a big part of my life."
"Which I nearly destroyed, which everyone down there hates me for."
"That's not true. You were the one that saved it, remember? That's the truth. And however we move on in this relationship, it's something we need to do. Before weddings and venues and all of that, please. Just come and see why it means so much to me." It was touch and go. He could feel it. "Please," he tried again. "I promise you won't regret it." Tension hung in the air before she finally spoke. "Fine." A sudden rush of adrenaline surged through him. Now he knew he was actually going to get her to the plot. He prayed that everything else would fall into place, too. They turned off the main road and on to Columbia Avenue. Then, just a few minutes later, into the plot itself. "This is the path that I tried to get the digger down," he explained, pointing to a narrow opening between two garden sheds. "Those weren't there at the time, although I was asked if I was going to be doing any more excavating before they put the new sheds in." She nodded. "This is Penelope's plot," he continued. "She's about the only one of us who manages to consistently grow asparagus year on year, and she forgave me for smashing her greenhouse when she hadn't even got to know me. Honestly, you've nothing to worry about." He picked a particularly circuitous route in and out of the various plots. This time of year, the place was still clinging onto its spring colours. Lilac hostas and sweet peas created pastel wonderlands, while blackberry bushes and tomato plants were starting to bear fruit. "This is Janice's, and the one there is Hank's, and this is mine." Whatever he had expected, whatever he had envisioned, it was 1,000 times better than anything he could have imagined. Bunting hung from the bean poles to the shed and back again, while miniature windmills and translucent, oversized butterfly decorations fluttered and spun in the trees. Coloured glass lanterns, filled with tea lights, glinted in the summer sun, and several bunches of wild flowers had been picked and placed in jam jars around the plot. It looked like a scene out of a glossy magazine, the irony of which was not lost on him. In front of the shed stood Abby and Mabel, beaming from ear to ear. Barking at the sight of her young friends, Lulu tugged on her lead until Eric released her. "What's going on?" Daisy asked. "She's here! She's here!" "Shh, Mabel, you need to be quiet. He's not done it yet." "Do it now, Daddy, do it now!" "What is going on?" Daisy repeated, looking at Eric. "What is all this?" "Just a little bit further," he said, "over to the picnic rug." Where the tartan rug had come from, he had no idea. It certainly didn't look like anything he owned, but that didn't matter. He just needed a dry place so his jeans wouldn't get wet. "If you could stand here," he said, taking Daisy by the shoulders and shifting her into position. "What are you doing?" "I was hoping by now it was fairly obvious, but I guess I'll have to do this instead." With his daughters beaming brightly beside him, Eric took hold of Daisy's hand and lowered himself down onto one knee. "Eric, please don't interrupt. I've spent quite some time preparing this." Her laugh morphed into a sniff as she covered her nose and mouth. "I'm sorry. Carry on." Daisy/Marguerite Joanna Woodhouse. Never has a woman brought such chaos into my life. You see me for who I am, with all my flaws and all my faults, and yet you love me anyway. You are the first person I want to talk to when I wake up in the morning, and the last person I want to say goodnight to every night. Life is never dull with you, and I can't imagine it being any other way." Pausing, he reached into his pocket to pull out the ring that Yvette had purchased. In the afternoon light, it sparkled as if it was luminous. Her eyes glistened with tears, and he knew it had been a wise decision to let Yvette do the choosing. "Daisy Woodhouse, I do not want to marry you because of some silly magazine deal." "Oi!" Abby cut into his speech. "Sorry, Abs, but you know what I mean." He turned back to Daisy. "I want to marry you because I want you in my life, always. Because I never want a day when you're not by my side, fighting my battles with me. I've been on the opposite side to you, and I know how tough that is." Another chuckle escaped from her mouth. Still, he wasn't quite done. "I always want you to know that, however busy, however stressful, we will always be in it together as a family. You are my family. So, will you marry me?"
From the tears streaming down her face, together with the fact she had already agreed once before, Eric guessed it was a yes, but he didn't want to count his chickens until the words had come out of her mouth. "Yes," she said, dropping to her knees and wrapping her arms around him. "Yes, of course I'll marry you." Chapter 22. They went to the Sailboat Inn for celebratory drinks, where Eric purchased a bottle of champagne. He even poured Abby a small amount, just covering the bottom of a glass for toasting purposes. "It's a perfect ring," Yvette said as Daisy held out her hand for her to see. "And I'm sorry again about the dress shopping. I promise your mother and I will be much better behaved at the wedding. Tell me, have you decided where you're going to have it yet? Eric said you might want to go and see Evie's place." "How about you let Daisy enjoy her drink for now?" Chad said, wrapping his arms around Yvette from behind. "But she's right. We spoke to Eric about it earlier. If you want to take a look, we can go up there any day this week." "Thanks," Eric replied, "but I think our minds are made up, aren't they?" He had decided they should go ahead with the extortionately priced townhouse. Although now he'd come to terms with it, Daisy seemed less certain. "She said we need to decide by the end of the weekend. Let's have a look at a couple more places first. I mean, what harm could it do?" He wasn't sure if he wanted to kiss her or throttle her. "Great," Chad said. "I'm going up to the farm every day this week. We can go tomorrow if you fancy it." Not wanting to make the mistake of speaking for Daisy again, Eric looked at his fiancée expectantly. "Tomorrow sounds good. What about us?" Abby asked. "Do we get to come this time too?" "Obviously," Chad replied. "You can help me clean out the chickens while your dad and Daisy look at the barn." The mention of chickens had Eric thinking it was seeming less and less likely that it would be their type of place. Still, it could be an enjoyable afternoon out for the girls, a nice day out as a whole family. As the place was off the beaten track and, for some reason, they had to use a back entrance, Yvette had come in the car with Eric, Daisy and the girls in order to navigate. "What are you doing about a photographer?" Abby asked. "Are the magazines supplying one?" "I think so," Daisy replied. "They'll be there, so I assume they'll take photos, but I don't know for sure. We should probably check." "And what about your first dance? Have you decided what your first dance song will be? I can choreograph it for you if you'd like. I'm great at choreography, aren't I, Granny?" "You are, my love." "And what about your hair? Have you thought about how you're going to wear it? I think you should wear it down, but it's up to you. You're going to need to find a hairdresser." Even from the front, Eric could hear the sigh that hissed from Daisy's lips. "This list of things to do seems to be getting longer every day," she said. 5 weeks had dropped down to 4 at an impressively fast rate and, apart from choosing the clothes, Eric didn't feel they were any closer than they had been when they first won the competition. "Take a left down here," Yvette said as they reached a long, grassy track. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Of course I am. Look, the caravan is just on the left." As the track gave way to a slightly more substantial road, Eric glanced out of the window to where a lone caravan was parked a few yards away from a crumbling barn. "Is this where Chad is building his house?" he asked. "It's nice." "As we have already established, I have impeccable taste, which means Chad also has impeccable taste. Now, if you just take the turning there, it's over by the lake." They passed 3 steel-topped barns and a large field of pigs. The feeling of optimism faded, and a nervous hush filled the car. No matter what Chad may have said, rejecting his sister's offer of a venue would not be easy. "Here?" Eric asked. "No, do you see a lake? Keep going through that little patch of trees. Yes, just there." Plunged momentarily into gloom by the cover of branches, sunlight then broke around them in glittering shards when they reached the other side of the trees. Eric slowed the car to take in the view. "We can just park up here," she said. "Here?" "Yes, look, there's Evie and Simon next to Chad over there. Come on, park here, Eric. Nobody's going to come and block you in."
No, he thought, that was one thing they could agree on. The chances were slim of anyone finding them here at all, unless the world happened to spiral into a sudden zombie apocalypse, in which case this was very definitely going to be the first place they would turn up. It looked like a working farm, or at least a farm that had been working up until recently and then had been abandoned for dubious reasons.
Where are the chickens?
Mabel asked.
Chad said there would be chickens.
Oh, there are, my love. There are lots of animals,
Yvette answered, already unbuckling her seatbelt and getting out. Wondering what on earth he had got them into, Eric offered Daisy the most subtle of looks he could manage before getting out of the car himself and moving around to open the girls' door. Chad moved forward to greet them.
Hey, everyone, I'm glad you made it okay. Great location, isn't it?
It's certainly private, Eric replied.
Okay, I'll let Vetty do the introductions. Mabes, Abs, you want to come with me and see the zip line?
There's a zip line here.
Best one ever, I built it myself.
You grew up here? Eric asked, trying to find out how this rural life fitted in with the Chad he thought he knew so well.
Oh no, I built it this year after our Forest Dome trip. It's awesome. First one there goes first.
Without another word, he sprinted off back the way they'd come. Screaming, the girls chased after him. At least that was one thing dealt with. The typical greeting of shaking hands and repeating names took place as Yvette introduced the remaining 4 adults to each other.
How's your knee now? She asked Simon. Did the doctor give you anything for it?
Just told me to stay off it for a while, which, of course, will not happen.
You need to take a break. Don't push yourself all the time.
Doesn't he just?
Evie said, putting her arm around her husband.
And when are we doing dinner again? It feels like months.
I know, but it can't have been that long, can it?
Eric felt as if he had slipped into a parallel universe. He wasn't naive enough to think the girls and Chad were her entire life, but near enough. Particularly with the dance studio. How was it that she had managed to keep a huge part of her life and, essentially, an extra family hidden from him?
So then, let's show you to the barn.
Grasping each other's hands, Eric and Daisy followed them past a pile of old farm machinery, towards a pair of double doors. Yvette said you have a lake here, Eric said, trying to find something positive to talk about. Yes, the lake is the bit we did up first. I'm sorry the rest of it is a bit of a mess at the moment. We would have tidied up a bit, but Chad only told us you were coming last night. This is the back entrance. Don't worry, no one will see this. We're getting the main driveway gravelled at last in a few days' time. There's a proper car park too. We'll show you that when we get there. A metal lock clanked and creaked as they pulled the bolt across the massive doors in front of them. So, have you had this place long?
No, not compared to most of the people around here, Evie said. We were in London before. Hedge funds. From what Yvette's told us, I think we've had fairly similar revelations about our lifestyle up there.
So you sold up to run a farm?
Yes and no. We wanted to be self-sufficient as much as possible, but chickens and pigs are plenty for us.
Goldfish is actually plenty for us, Simon added. Evie shook her head.
He's joking, he loves the pigs. Anyway, events were always the idea. I dabbled with them a bit in London. Here we really have the space. Weddings, corporate retreats, that type of thing. So that's where we've focused our attention.
She pushed one door open by a couple of inches.
Obviously, there are no decorations or anything at the moment, so it will need a little bit of imagination. We like to think of it as rustic chic.
With Simon taking the other door, the wood groaned as they pushed them open to reveal the interior.
Whoa!
Daisy's eyes bulged.
It's a work in progress, but we can get it ready for, when did you say, a month's time? Obviously, those windows are being replaced.
Eric cast his gaze over to a wall where black paint was peeling off old, lead-framed, arched casements. Rustic was definitely spot on, and, by the looks of things, they were some way towards chic, too. He could see how nice it would be with a bit of TLC. Well, a lot of TLC and a huge input of cash. The floor of the barn was covered in large, slate pavers. The inside wood was varnished a deep burgundy. Dark beams crossed the ceilings.
The entire place was empty, except for a large, wrought-iron chandelier that hung from the middle of the rafters. "It's a great space," he began, but Daisy interrupted him. "It's perfect," she said. "It is," he replied, wondering what he was missing. "It is. I mean, I wouldn't have realized it before, but think about everything you did down at the allotment. That looked incredible." She turned to Yvette. "Any chance you'd be up for doing the same here?" By the look on her face, Yvette couldn't have been happier if it had been her own wedding they were discussing. "Absolutely. You'll have to give me a budget, and we'll need a lot more than yesterday. We won't be able to get all the plants from the allotment either." "We know this great little florist in the village," Evie suggested, "if it's flowers and things you're after. She's recently had a baby and is looking to get back to work." "That sounds ideal," Daisy said. "What about chairs, things like that?" "No problem, it's all in hand." "And are you actually allowed to hold weddings here?" Eric asked, feeling they ought to tackle the most important elements first. "We are," Simon replied. "As of yesterday, we are fully licensed. In fact, you would be our first." "We wouldn't let you down on this," Evie said, stepping over and taking her husband's hand. "You come to us and we promise we will do everything in our power to blow your socks off, and not just because Vetti's family. I won't lie, Eric. I'm hoping this could be beneficial to both of us. We're just starting out, and there's a lot of competition in this wedding game, more than either of us really anticipated. Having this place publicised in one of those glossy magazines? Well, it could be just what we need to see us get a few late summer bookings straight away and, hopefully, plenty for next year too." Trying to think through all the different aspects of having a wedding in a barn, Eric walked from one side of the space to the other, inspecting the state of the wood and the electric sockets. "Can we go outside?" Daisy asked. "Absolutely." A moment later she was gone, through what appeared to be the main entrance. A second later she reappeared. "Eric, come and look out here. There are the most beautiful weeping willows. They'd be perfect for the photos." Following his fiancée outside, he was met by a sudden expanse of green, interrupted only by a large blue lake. If the last venue had been manicured to perfection, this was nature at her best. He heard shrieks in the distance as Abby hurtled down the zip line. "We'll get the lawn mowed, of course," Evie said, coming to stand beside him. "We've got a great connection with some higher places. You could have drinks and things out here, get some tall tables maybe." "What do you think?" Daisy asked. Her face was glowing, laying to rest all the doubts he'd had worming around in his mind. "I love it. I really do. I think it's perfect. A few fairy lights, jam jar lanterns. I can see it already." "What about cost?" he asked, turning to Evie and Simon. "The magazine are giving us some money towards it, but we don't mind going a bit over." He was being careful not to make the same mistake twice, but we do still need to make sure it fits within our budget, particularly if there will be extra expense for the hire of tables, chairs, that sort of thing. We need to know we can make it work before we commit to anything. With a nod, Evie turned to look at her husband. Judging by the way he nodded his head in response, this was something they had already discussed. "How does 10 sound?" she asked. 10,000? He thought he was going to pass out. It was nice, but honestly, if they thought anyone would pay that for a barn, they were utterly delusional. "I'm sorry, but we just—" "No, not 10,000. £10. £10? "We have to charge you something," Evie said. "The insurers wouldn't cover us for a free party, but £10 would be fine." Eric had shifted from one type of disbelief to another. "You can't charge us £10, that doesn't make sense. You're a business, you've got costs to cover." "Well, you've got costs to cover, actually. Look, the magazine coverage will more than pay for whatever odds and ends we have to supply. And let's be honest, this place is a bare barn. You will have to stump up pretty heavily on flowers, decorations and things like that. A band, caterers, none of those are cheap. You can use the farmhouse on the day. We can section off the top floor so you all have somewhere to get ready." "We'd like you to think of it as our wedding present," Simon added. "After all, you are Vetti's family, which makes us family too."
Out across the fields came whoops of laughter. Eric turned his head to see Abby and Mabel racing towards them. Chasing them was Chad. From there, his eyes went to Daisy. The giddy grin that had been plastered on her face moments before had gone. Instead, there was a look of quiet confidence. "What do you think?" he asked. "You know what I think," she said with a glint in her eye. "Let's do it." Chapter 23. Clinking glasses with his new friends, Eric promised himself that, once this day was over, he would give up drinking, otherwise he would need a bigger suit for the wedding. The farmhouse was far more modern than he had imagined it would be, with wide windows allowing wonderful views out across the lake. There would be more than enough room there for them all to get ready on the big day, and, with 2 staircases, they should have no problem avoiding each other either. There wasn't room to stay, given that it was Evie and Simon's home, but he hardly saw that as an issue, with 2 weeks' holiday waiting for them immediately after. "So that's the big 2 done then," Chad said. "Dress and venue, can't be much left on the list." Daisy laughed. "No, just the decorations, the flowers, the caterers, the music, the cake, the favours. Oh, and actually inviting people, that would be a good idea, given that we're expecting them to come in 4 weeks. "Geez, yeah, that sounds like a lot," Evie said, topping up her glass, while Simon dug out all the insurance papers and documents just to put Eric's mind at rest that everything was completely above board. "What about the ceremony? Have you got someone to officiate?" Evie asked. "What do you mean?" Daisy asked. "You know, to do the ceremony, from the registry office." Turning pale, Daisy reached into her pocket, pulled out her phone, and added to her list. "Okay, now I'm panicking." "Don't be silly," said Evie. "You've got all of us here. One of the women in my Pilates class does cake decorating if you'd like me to ask her. I'm not sure what kind of thing you have in mind, but if you have some photos of ones you've seen and like, she'd be able to put something together at, mates' rates." "Thank you. Not a problem. I enjoy helping out." "I think you'll find she means taking control," Chad said before his sister thumped him on the arm. True or not, she was proving to be a godsend. Meanwhile, Yvette was up and rummaging through the kitchen drawers for something. "What are you thinking about for food?" Evie continued. "There's a guy we know who's recently set up business as a caterer. He's fairly new to the business, but he trained in France. I tried some of his food at a function I was at recently. Honestly, I would have married him for his canapes." "That sounds like a good recommendation." "I'll look into it, see if I can't arrange a meet-up." "Thank you again. And on that subject, one of our friends is an awesome—" What exactly the friend was, they never got to hear, as Daisy's phone sprang to life. "Shit, sorry. Work." "On a Sunday?" Eric questioned. "I'll be 2 minutes, I promise." Daisy smiled apologetically before disappearing into the hallway. "She seems to have lots on her plate at the minute," Yvette said. "She really shouldn't be working this hard." "Perhaps you should tell her that," Eric suggested. A minute later, and Daisy was back, the apologetic smile still firmly in place, and he knew exactly what that meant. "You need to head back?" he asked. "I'm sorry. It's this new project. One of the donors has turned up unexpectedly. They want the whole team there to meet him. They wouldn't normally do it on a weekend, but he's travelling and will only be in London tonight." "In that case, we better get going," Eric said, standing up and polishing off his drink. "Thank you so much for everything," Daisy said, reaching over to Evie for a hug. "I'm sorry for having to leave so suddenly." "Don't be silly. I expect we'll see a lot more of each other over the next few weeks." After saying goodbye, Eric gestured to the girls to finish up their drinks. "I want to stay here with Chad," said Mabel, immediately understanding the meaning of the signal. Chad grinned. "Not today, kiddo, I'm afraid. I've got some jobs to do. But don't worry, I'll take you to see the pigs again soon." "And the zip-line?" "And the zip-line." Placated somewhat, but still with a definite pout on her face, Mabel slid off her chair and sulked out after her father. Fortunately, Yvette decided to stay a while longer and come back with Chad when he had finished his jobs, meaning that not only was there space for Abby and Mabel in the back, but he and Daisy got to have a conversation about what was happening. "How are you feeling?" he asked once Mabel was settled with the iPad and he had double-checked that Abby had her headphones on.
Honestly, terrified.
"Really?" After the impressive proposal and her agreement to move on, he had expected a slightly different answer. About the wedding?
Wedding, work, life.
Rubbing her temples, she let out a sigh.
Whatever I'm doing, I feel bad about it one way or another.
"What do you mean?"
At work, I feel guilty for being so distracted with all this wedding stuff, and we're only 1 week into it. And then at home, I feel I'm letting you all down because I'm doing so much work, I barely get to speak to you or the girls.
"So, what can I do?" he asked. "How can I make this better?" Another long sigh left her lips.
Plan the entire wedding,
she suggested, with only a hint of humor in her voice. "Okay, I can do that." With a grateful smile, she placed her hand over his.
That's sweet of you to say.
"I'm not just saying it, I mean it. The outfits and venue are done. What else is left? Flowers? Invitations? Food? You've already asked Yvette to help decorate the place, and Evie said she'll do everything she can to help. Honestly, we don't need you."
Thanks a lot.
"You know what I mean. We've got this. What are school holidays for? I've got all the time in the world. All I need from you is to turn up on the day, walk down the aisle, and say, 'I do.' Is that okay? Can you manage that?" Once again, she squeezed his hand.
Thank you for all of this,
she said. "We're partners. That's what partners do. Besides, people get married every day. How hard can it be?" It turned out that Monday mornings away from work could be equally, if not more, stressful than when he was actually at school. With Abby, Mabel, and Lulu running riot in the house, Eric quickly realized precisely how difficult planning a wedding could be. There was clearly a reason why celebrity couples paid someone a fortune to do this for them. The thing was, there were so many rules and traditions to follow, he wasn't sure which were essential and which he could just ignore. One website he searched said it was vital you gave the bridesmaids and flower girls gifts, but they were already buying them their dresses. Or were they? Some sites said you must pay for them, others said you could ask them to pay themselves. Besides, did Abby and Mabel really need some token scented candle from the event? They were getting a stepmom after all. Then there was the transportation to think of, accommodation for the wedding night, the food and the music. And it wasn't just a case of hiring a band or a DJ for the evening. They would apparently need music to walk down the aisle to, then another piece for the return trip, something subtle in the background during the dinner and, of course, more for the reception, not forgetting the first dance. Most couples used their song for this. He wasn't even sure he and Daisy had a song. It was exactly the same when it came to the drinks. Pre-ceremony drinks, post-ceremony drinks, dinner drinks, toast drinks, cake drinks. And chair covers were the done thing nowadays. Why on earth were people bothering with that? What had these chairs gone through that meant they needed their own cover to qualify for a wedding? "What the hell have I got myself into?" he asked, to no one in particular. If he'd had any lingering doubts about his mother-in-law's preternatural abilities, they evaporated at the sound of a small throat clearance behind him. "Need a little help?" she asked, leaning casually against the doorframe, hand on hip. "What do you think?" he replied, twisting round in his seat. "To be honest, I've been waiting in the flat for you to call for the last hour. I didn't think you'd make it this far on your own. Now, let me see where you've got." 15 minutes later, and his dining room had been transformed. The table had been turned into a massive weekly planner, covered in small paper cards that Yvette had conveniently had in her pocket. "Invitations and caterer need to come first," she said. "You'll have to get everyone's dietary requirements as soon as you can. There's no point getting a price on the beef Wellington if half of your guests are vegan or gluten intolerant." So everyone's addresses first, then, he said.
We're not going to send actual invitations, Eric.
We're not?
Of course not. This is the 20th century. Really, where have you been this last decade? We'll send evites.
Evites, like emailing? Rolling her eyes, Yvette pulled out her phone, flicked across the screen, and handed it to him.
Look, they can be quite attractive. This is one we were sent for Chad's nephew's christening.
Blue and white swirls covered the page in what was, admittedly, a rather tasteful invitation. It was definitely a step up from the novelty email Christmas cards Griff from the shed sent them every year. Evie and Simon's baby? He asked, handing back the phone. How come I didn't know about that?
Because you don't listen to anyone except yourself, she said bluntly. Now, for food, I strongly suggest we meet the caterer that they recommended, so we'll need to message him.
That's fine, he said, trying to remember if he'd actually taken down his number or not. After a minute of flustered searching through his phone, he saw that she was staring at him, a wry smile on her lips. What? What is it?
Well, not that I anticipated this situation whatsoever, but I might have already taken the liberty of arranging an appointment.
You did? When?
When you let Lulu out for the toilet about 20 minutes ago. Now, get your coat. He's going to meet us in an hour.
And the girls?
Don't worry. Janice has already said she can have them. It's all in hand. Now, let's go. You've got a wedding to sort out.
Chapter 24. Don't you have dance classes? Eric asked as they drove towards Wickford.
It's fine. I've only got a couple of private lessons, and, as much as I hate to admit it, they haven't got any better in the last 2 years they've been with me. I doubt it will make any difference if I have to postpone this once. Besides, it shouldn't take long. I'm sure we'll be back in time. Now, he said we were to park behind the bakery, and we'd find a little cafe just up there.
He has a cafe? He asked, wondering how easily that would transfer to wedding catering.
No, according to Evie, he's about to start one up. We are just meeting him there. I'm not sure he has an office or anything yet.
I guess we'll find out, he said. Wickford wasn't a place that Eric visited very often, even less over the last year, since a disastrous online date that almost stopped him considering ever trying it again. Fortunately, he had been persuaded to give it another go, and here he was, about to be married, or at least hoping he was. Amazingly, they found a parking space with little effort and were bang on time as they entered the cafe. The place was practically deserted. What did you say his name was? He asked as a small bell jingled above his head.
Oh, I've got it written down somewhere, she replied, turning to her phone. Now, what was it? A nice name. Nathan, Nigel. No, that's not it.
Noah.
Yes, that's it. See, you were listening. Noah. It's a nice name, isn't it? Wasn't popular in my day, though.
Yvette's ramblings faded into the background. Eric's mouth was bone dry, his legs shaking. There, in front of him, for the third time in a month, was Susie's son. The men's eyes met across the room.
Eric?
Noah stood up and moved toward him while he stood frozen in the doorway. It was Yvette who pushed past him, hand extended to the young man.
You must be Noah. We're so pleased to meet you.
Eric's stomach somersaulted as he watched Yvette greet her grandson.
And you are... Yvette. And this is Eric. I messaged earlier. It is Noah, isn't it?
Having been caught off guard by his grandmother for a second time, he took a moment to gather himself.
Yes. Well, I'm very pleased to meet you. So, Eric's getting married. This Eric. Right, okay.
He coughed a little, trying to regain some composure.
Yes, that's correct. I'm the mother of the groom, or as close as.
Yvette. The name rolled off Noah's lips. His hand still gripped hers.
As I said, I'm very pleased to meet you. Both of you.
He shifted his gaze back, and the two men locked eyes as Eric searched for an excuse as to why he had to bolt out of the room at that exact moment. But his brain refused to offer up even the most tenuous of reasons. All he could focus on was the fact that Yvette and Noah were standing right opposite each other, not just in a passing manner, but with actual introductions. She knew his name. She knew her grandchild's name. "Well, this is excellent. Can we order a cup of tea?" Yvette asked, as she took a seat and waved a hand at the passing waitress. "Evie was telling me you went to culinary school in Paris. Is that right?" Still hesitating, Noah glanced at Eric before sitting down next to her. "Yes, a couple of years ago now. I've been working on getting as much practical catering experience as possible since then." "Sorry to interrupt you," she said, "but you look very familiar. Do I know you from somewhere?" I don't think so," he replied. "You must be right. Perhaps you just remind me of someone. It's right there. I just need a moment to think who—"
"So you've never actually catered a wedding before?" Eric said, cutting into her train of thought. He thought he might have found a way out of the mess. All he had to do was prove Noah wasn't suitable. "Yes, I have," he replied. "This would be my fourth. In fact, I've brought you testimonials and the menus and photographs." He reached into a bag and laid them out on the table. Annoyingly, the photos were incredible.
"Well, it all looks wonderful, doesn't it, Eric?"
Yvette flicked through the images before turning her attention back to Noah.
"Now, you know the location. It's a little bit off the beaten track. You don't think this would be a problem?"
"Not at all. There's plenty of space for me to set up a tent with all my gear out the back. Of course, what I'll need will depend a little on what you are after. Was the plan to have a buffet or a sit-down meal?" It took a moment for Eric to realize the question was directed at him. "Sorry, a buffet? Well, we've not really thought that far." Sweat was seeping through the back of his t-shirt. "I guess this is something I should check with Daisy. I should probably have checked with her first. I should probably go call her before we talk about it any more."
"Don't be ridiculous. She said she wanted you to make all the decisions," Yvette insisted. "What do you think, Noah? What's most popular? You've done this before."
The young man's eyes flickered from Yvette to Eric and back again. He was clearly having difficulty deciding who he should address his answer to. His indecision probably wasn't being helped by Eric's complete meltdown. Finally, Noah settled his gaze on him. "It depends on what type of day you are going for overall. People with lots of children attending tend to go for a buffet. We can still make a lot of the same dishes as a more formal meal, but buffets are definitely a lot more relaxed. The sit-downs tend to have a more rigid feel to them. Some people prefer that, but if you're having your young family at the wedding, a buffet could be a nice choice. Or I can do them a separate menu for a sit-down." Yvette once again took the lead.
"Well, there will definitely be children there, but they're all very good, most of the time."
"Then I'm sure either would be fine."
"Does he need to decide now?"
"Not right now, although obviously the sooner you can decide the better. I'll need a couple of weeks to finalize the menu, assuming you want to go with me." No, was what Eric wanted to say. No, he didn't want Noah anywhere near his wedding. He was finally being forced to come to terms with the disloyalty he had shown Yvette ever since he'd found out about the young man, while she had stood by him through thick and thin. Just being here like this made his skin feel greasy. He found himself adding lie on top of lie. "Well, there are a few other possibilities I was going to check out first."
"What nonsense!"
Yvette waved her hand to silence him.
"He doesn't. Yes, we want you."
"Thank you, but if you want to talk with some other caterers, that's fine. There are plenty of talented people out there with more experience than me. I know some people can be put off by a relatively new business."
"Don't be silly. No, my mind's made up, and I'm a wonderful judge of these things, aren't I, Eric? An excellent judge of character, even if I say so myself. And I've got a feeling that you and I will get on very well indeed. Besides, it's so important we encourage young people like yourself who are just starting out. Don't you agree, Eric? You know, When my daughter Susie started writing, I would go out and buy every one of her magazine articles that I could find, and if we were on the ships, her father and I worked on cruise ships for a very long time before he decided to, well, that's another story. I would get a friend to collect them up for me, so I didn't miss a single one.
I didn't know that, Eric said, momentarily forgetting his unease.
Yes. Well, you don't know everything about me, Eric.
Do you still have them? The question had been on the tip of Eric's tongue, but the words didn't come from his lips. All eyes shifted to Noah, who coloured with embarrassment.
To be honest, I'm not sure, she replied, seemingly unaware of his discomfort. I think I might have given them to Lydia to store in her attic. Lydia is my eldest. Susie, the one who was the writer, passed away a few years ago. She was Eric's first wife.
I'm so sorry.
Well, it's not something you ever get over, losing a child. I mean, how could you? But I have Eric, and the girls, and my grandsons. I'm very fortunate. I'm very lucky. I have a wonderful family around me.
I'm sure they're the lucky ones. Laughing, she waved her hand in mock bashfulness, oblivious of the sad smile that flitted across Noah's face.
More of that flattery, and I'll be keeping you after the wedding, although I should let you know that I'm already spoken for.
Eric felt like a hamster racing on a wheel with no way off. Any second now she'd be inviting him home for afternoon tea. He needed to get on top of this before grief and guilt caused him to spill everything there and then. "Canapés?" he asked, blurting out the first word that seemed appropriate. "Sorry? You mentioned canapés. Do we need those? Is it expected at a wedding? And what about timings? I mean, a buffet's probably better, then you'll be able to get away quicker." "Timing's not a problem, and I'll be with you for the entire day. You'll also need to decide whether you want one meal or two. One wedding I catered had the formal breakfast after the ceremony and then served nachos and salsa later when everyone was dancing."
"We'll need to keep up our energy for that," Yvette agreed.
This was becoming ridiculous, he thought. The way she was agreeing with everything he proposed, he could suggest wearing candy necklaces and bracelets to snack on during the ceremony, and Yvette would see it as the most wonderful idea. "Well, if you'd like to take all these," Noah gestured to the menus and photos in front of him, "you can have a proper look through them at your leisure and see if there's anything that takes your fancy. I'm afraid the website is still a bit of a work in progress. Hopefully it will be finished in the next few weeks. But if you decide you want to go ahead, then I'll need to know by the end of this week so that I can start putting together some menu ideas for you."
"Of course we want to go with you. We're certain."
"Yvette, please." Eric's voice came out louder than he'd expected. The waitress, who was serving the table next to them, looked at him with disdain. "This needs considering. We can't just rush into it. We don't even know him. Just because you've had one recommendation from a woman I don't even know." In an action that caused him to shrink back in his seat, she cocked her head to the side and narrowed her eyes at him, before turning and smiling at her grandson.
"Noah, would you mind giving us a moment?"
Given that no one in their right mind would say anything other than the desired answer, Noah nodded politely and rose to his feet.
"Actually, I've got a couple of calls to make."
"Thank you. Don't worry, we won't be long."
Showing a degree of diplomacy that she wasn't usually known for, she waited until Noah was out of earshot before turning to Eric, her face barely masking her anger.
"What is wrong with you?" she hissed.
"What do you mean?"
"What I mean is, when the hell did you become so bloody rude?"
"Pardon?"
"A complete lack of manners."
"Why, because I told him we might look at some other options?"
"It's not what you said, Eric. It's how you said it. What is going on? You've looked like something's crawled up your backside and died since we got here."
"That's not true."
"Yes, it is. Now tell me, do you have another suggestion for catering? Because he seems delightful, with lots of sensible ideas, and comes highly recommended from people I happen to hold very dear to me, which apparently also seems to have irked you. I am sorry if I have a life beyond you and the girls, Eric, but I am baffled as to what this poor young man could have done to warrant such an impolite response."
"I haven't been impolite." He raised his voice again, completely ruining any chance he had of coming across as rational in this argument. He lowered his voice and tried again. I want it to be perfect, that's all. He's young. I don't want him to mess it up. From the look on her face, she wasn't buying any of it. He could keep pushing, but that would only result in more questions that he wasn't ready to face. Fine, we'll go with him if that's what you want. Clearly my opinion means nothing.
It doesn't when you're acting like a complete child. Honestly, you let me pick out your fiancé's engagement ring, arrange the decorations for the wedding, and yet you don't trust me to decide on blooming canapes. Either you value my opinion or you don't, Eric. You can't pick and choose when and where it suits you.
The last sentence did it. He had been well and truly backed into a corner, and the worst of it was that he did trust her, 100%. He dropped his shoulders and let out a defeated sigh. You know I trust your opinion.
Good, and I trust Evie and Simon. Let's just hope he hasn't decided he doesn't want your custom after all. Quite frankly, I wouldn't blame him.
As much as he had hoped that the phone call would have given Noah time to think up the perfect excuse why he couldn't take on their wedding, he had no such luck. When he returned and Yvette told him their decision to go with him, a broad smile crossed his face. It was so like Susie's and Abby's, he was amazed she didn't spot the likeness there and then. So I'll send you through some menu samples after you've spoken to Daisy and decided which way you want to go, Noah said to him. That would be good, thank you. And I can send you the phone numbers for the references too, if you'd like to take them up. That would
be totally unnecessary, Yvette jumped in. Evie and Simon are family to me. I trust their word entirely.
She shot a glance at Eric. Thank you. As the meeting drew to an end, Noah stretched out his hand to Eric, his eyes showing the first real intensity since they'd arrived. Whether it was a look to say he would keep his mouth shut, or that he was going to make him pay through the nose, Eric wasn't able to tell.
What are you doing, Eric? Shake the young man's hand. Honestly, you can't blame me. I'm only the mother-in-law. I assure you my actual children have far better manners.
I can absolutely believe you, Noah said. I imagine all your relatives are phenomenal.
Oh, my goodness, she said, bringing her hand to her mouth. I can't believe I didn't see it before.
Eric's heart lurched.
You were there at my birthday lunch. You sorted my cake for me. I knew I'd get it.
Chapter 25. I'm so sorry, baby, Daisy said on the phone that night. Look, if it's going to make you feel uncomfortable, we can't use him. It's our wedding after all. What other option is there? Have Yvette think I don't trust her? Besides, I don't think we'll actually have to speak to him. It's not like he'll be waiting on the tables, will he? I don't know. Maybe you can ask him not to. He toyed with the idea and quickly concluded it wasn't a bad one. They might have to pay for one more person to serve, but better that than he spent the entire day paranoid. You're right. If I'm going to do that, it'll be fine. I mean, if I don't see him cooking the food, it could be anyone, right? Exactly. She paused. You know, there is another solution to this. There is? He tried to figure out what that could be, but, short of them cooking their own food, he couldn't work it out. You could tell Yvette now, she suggested. He emitted a loud snort. You can't be serious. It would throw the whole thing into turmoil. We're not doing anything before the wedding. You agreed that would be for the best. I agreed it was a good idea before. Now I'm not so sure. I don't like hiding things from her. You know, she's already sent me 2 wedding spreadsheets, a questionnaire to fill in about everything from my preference in flowers to my favourite bands, and 3 mood boards that she's created. I'm sorry, he said quickly. I'll tell her to back off if she's coming on too strong. It's fine, it is, she emphasized, but I don't think I'd have gone to this much effort myself, even if I'd had the time. Okay, just let me know if it gets too much. I will do. Another pause followed, although he was fairly certain that Daisy was just taking a large gulp of her drink. So, am I going to see you this week? He asked. Do you want to come over for dinner at some point? I would love to, but, to be honest, I think I need to do everything I can here over the next couple of weeks. I've put in for holiday time for the honeymoon. Everyone was really nice about it, but I don't want to let them down.
And I still need to get in more training for this bloody run.
The weekend, then? Will we see you then?
He tried to hide the disappointment in his voice. He knew she had enough on her plate without adding guilt about not seeing them to it. That's definitely possible.
Great.
Oh, and can you tell Yvette I'll send through my list of email addresses for the invitations tonight?
Will do.
Talk drifted back and forth from the wedding to Noah to the honeymoon and various other topics until he found himself yawning between each sentence.
Speak to you tomorrow, he said.
I bloody well hope so, she laughed. A second later, the line was dead. School holidays were one of the world's greatest paradoxes to Eric's way of thinking. Every single 24-hour period, during which the children nagged for snacks at least 100 times, the dog barked for walks or food every 15 minutes, and Yvette appeared at regular intervals, felt like a week. Yet, despite this, the actual week itself rushed past. All invitations went out on the Wednesday, and over 60% had replied by the Thursday. Yvette had been out to the barn several times, bringing updates and photos back with her each time. Sonia and Casey from the magazine had confirmed they would be back on Saturday to do a second article. In spite of everything, he felt that it was all going rather smoothly. That was until his phone call with Daisy on the Thursday afternoon. It came through at 3, when she was almost certainly still at work. Given this, he assumed it would most likely concern Yvette, hassling her too much. With her intimate knowledge of the theatre, she seemed determined to make the day as impressive as a West End production. He'd immediately vetoed the barbershop quartet singing them down the aisle before she took the idea to Daisy, but his mother-in-law was now fixated on having Scottish dancers or some such at the reception. He had no idea why she seemed so determined, but, in a battle of wills, he knew Daisy could hold her own. She was probably just checking that he was still in her corner. So, he was definitely not expecting the panicked voice which reached him. "I'm so sorry, Eric. I didn't know this would happen. I should have thought about it. I mean, with my mother. I'm sorry. I promise it'll be fine."
"You need to back up a bit here," he said. "What's wrong? What's going to be fine? And what's it got to do with your mother?"
"It's not my mother," she replied, adding even more confusion into the mix. "It's my father. He's coming down this weekend, and he wants to talk to you." Whereas Susie's dad had been a flamboyant cruise ship dancer, whose intimidation level was on par with a cocker spaniel dressed in a sailor's outfit, the photos alone of Daisy's father were enough to make his pulse take an upward turn. While they hadn't met in person, he'd been in the room several times while Daisy had been on the phone to him, and every conversation included the words, "Yes, sir," and he was only 50% sure they were said in jest.
"Surely he doesn't want to travel all the way down here," he asked. "Not when he will have to come back again for the wedding in a few weeks."
"That's what I told him, but he said he doesn't want his daughter to get married to a man he hasn't even met. I tried to convince him, but he's insisting. He'll be here tomorrow at 2. You'll need to start cleaning up now."
"Cleaning up?"
He looked around the room. Sure, there were a few of Mabel's toys here and there, and Abby had dumped her plate by the edge of the sink rather than putting it in the dishwasher, but, considering the mess they often found themselves in, it didn't look all that bad. As such, her concern seemed rather unnecessary.
"Daisy, if he's coming to my home, he won't be expecting it to be like an army barracks."
The silence was all the answer he needed.
"Okay, I'll tidy up today."
"I'll have to take the afternoon off work. I'll be at yours by 12. That way I can do a quick inspection before he arrives."
"Oh, an inspection? Am I included on that list?" he asked teasingly.
Daisy did not laugh. Cleaning up with children around is like mountain climbing barefoot. It is possible for some very special people, but for the average person, you are simply left wondering why you would even try to attempt such a ridiculously impossible task. By lunchtime the following day, Eric had hoovered around, got Abs to sort out her room, and Mabel had even given Lulu a good brush. He was certain Daisy would be impressed with the results. a certainty which evaporated the moment she arrived. "Did you wipe down the skirting boards?" she asked as she stepped into the living room.
Well,
And the bookshelf. Did you dust on top of the books? If you just did it in front of them—"
I didn't just do in front of them," he replied, wondering how often anyone dusted their bookshelves and if he'd even done it at all in the last 4 years. Yvette had appeared in the kitchen, hoping to get Daisy on side with the Scottish dancing troupe. Even she could tell this was probably not the best time to ask.
"Why don't Chad and I take the children for a walk?" she suggested as Mabel tipped out an entire box of Lego inches from Daisy's pacing feet. "What do you say, girls? Do you want to go for an ice cream?"
"That sounds like a wonderful idea. Why don't you take Lulu, too?" he added.
"No," Daisy jumped in. "Dad likes dogs. Well, dog owners. He thinks it shows responsibility. But we should put away the chewed shoes. They demonstrate a lack of discipline. Do you have a bone you could give her instead?"
A wordless exchange passed between Eric and Yvette, at which point the children were ushered out of the house. When the front door closed, he rested his hands on Daisy's shoulders. "You need to take a deep breath," he said, inhaling deeply himself to show her how, just in case she'd forgotten. "This is your father. He loves you, and as long as you're happy, he's going to be happy, isn't he?"
"Yes," she let out a stuttering breath. "Of course, you're right. You're completely right."
Her face relaxed for less than a second before tightening back up again.
"Did you check the beds?"
"Why would I do that? You said he will only be here for a couple of hours. Is he going to need a nap?" Her face blanched farther.
"He has a thing about beds. He says you can tell a lot about a person's character from the way they make them."
Deep breathing abandoned, he dropped his hands to his side. "You're not serious?" "No, I'm sorry, this is ridiculous. He's coming to my house. Uninvited, I might add. If he doesn't like the way I make my bed or organize my cutlery drawer, then tough. I'm not marrying him, I'm marrying you." She still didn't look convinced. "Look, I'll go to the shop and get some nibbles and drinks. What does he like? What will get me on his good side?"
"Pork scratchings," she said, pressing her lips together. "He likes pork scratchings."
Geez, he thought, maybe this guy really is a masochist. "I'll see if I can pick up a squeaky bone for Lulu too, and, while I'm gone, you can check that the beds are up to scratch. How does that sound?" She nodded several times in quick succession. "And try to keep breathing while I'm gone," he suggested.
"Just don't be late. You've only got 20 minutes until he'll be here."
"I'll be less than half of that," he replied. As it turned out, of course, it took him a darn sight longer in the shops than he had anticipated. 20 years ago, when he had last eaten pork scratchings, they had, to his knowledge, come in one flavour: pork. Now there was an entire array of them, from salt and vinegar to prawn cracker and barbecue beef. Why on earth he would flavour one meat with another was beyond him. Still, not wanting to risk picking the wrong variety, he gathered up a selection and threw them into his basket, and remembered to grab a squeaky bone for Lulu on the way to the till. It had to be one step up from a shoe, at least. By the time he got back home, Daisy was red-faced and almost hyperventilating as she paced from the hall to the kitchen and back again. When she saw Eric, she stopped, eyes wide.
"What took you so long?"
"I didn't know which to get," he said, holding up the supermarket bag. The smile he had anticipated was not forthcoming.
"Get them in the cupboard," she ordered. "We don't have time to chat."
While he stowed away the shopping as ordered, in record time, she stood in the hallway, gazing out at the drive. "What time did he say he'll be here?" he asked, joining her.
1400 hours, and he'll be on time."
"It's 2 minutes to 2 now," he said, glancing at his watch and converting the ETA into normal people's speech. "Looks like he'll be late. Maybe there were traffic issues. It was pretty busy in town."
"Trust me, he'll be here on time."
No sooner had she spoken the words than a dark blue BMW turned into the drive. He didn't like to cast aspersions on people based on the make of car they drove, but any type of flashy new car didn't sit particularly well with him. And this car was extremely flashy and new. Still, 2 hours and it would all be over. He'd be gone. Eric had managed to schmooze with the best of them back in the day. He would have her father eating out the palm of his hand in no time, he was certain. Well, almost certain. Chapter 26. The knife-sharp creases down the centre of the trousers and the handkerchief protruding from the breast pocket at exactly 90 degrees told Eric that this man had spent more time ironing his clothes for the day than he had in the last 6 months. His hair was clipped short, as was the thin, grey moustache which sat like a perfectly pruned piece of topiary across his top lip. A 6'5" John Cleese, if John Cleese had spent a large amount of time at the gym and never cracked a smile. "Marguerite," he said, closing the car door before stepping forward and extending a hand to Daisy. "You look well. Are you keeping up with your fitness regime?" He remained motionless as she kissed either side of his face.
I have. It's been difficult with the new job, obviously, but we're running a half marathon for charity in a couple of months. The whole office is.
"I'm pleased to hear this. I assume you will not be wearing some silly novelty outfit to do so?"
I don't think that's been decided yet,
she replied. "Well, be sure to send me through your final time."
I will.
A healthy body is a healthy mind, Marguerite, you know that. If you don't take care of your body, why would it take care of you? Are you drinking enough?
No more than a bottle a night.
Her mouth curled upwards in a smile, which was in no way reciprocated by her father. Changing tactics, she stepped back and slipped a hand into Eric's.
Daddy, I would like you to meet Eric, my fiancé. Eric, this is my father, Major Keith Woodhouse.
He wasn't sure what unnerved him the most, how Daisy was suddenly the most sycophantic version of herself he had ever seen, or the fact that her father looked like he wanted to snap his spine in several places, which he was pretty sure he'd be able to do, too. "Yes, the magazine wedding. How very millennial of you." There was no extended hand, no warm smile. Had Daisy not been there smiling, he would have dug his hands firmly in his pockets and left them there. But he was determined to be the bigger man, in attitude if nothing else, for the next 2 hours at least. Taking a deep breath, he offered his hand. "Eric Sibley, it's a pleasure to meet you. And, to be honest, I think I'm a little old to be considered a millennial, although I guess I could take that as a compliment." "It wasn't intended as one. Now, Patricia tells me that you were on a protest march when you and Marguerite met. I'd like to know exactly what was going on. Do you really consider protesting as a mature and diplomatic way to deal with anything? Because my experience of these matters, which, believe me, young man, is a lot greater than yours, is that it's for idealistic young fools and has no place in the real world." Eric felt his jaw drop. He turned to Daisy.
Daddy, she said, sweeping in and hooking her arm in her father's, why don't we sit down and have a cup of tea and maybe leave the politics for a little while?
Realizing that this might be the 2 longest hours of his life, he followed Daisy and his future father-in-law into the house. He would almost take Philip and the baseball bat-wielding nutter over this guy, and that was saying something. In the kitchen, she went straight for the kettle, leaving him to sit down at the table with Keith. How a man of his, or any age, had a posture that erect was a mystery. Thinking of postures, his mind went back to Philip. What a pair these two would be if they met, he thought, and chuckled quietly to himself. Although not quietly enough. "Something funny?" Keith asked, not even blinking as he spoke. "No, not at all." Unable to sit there a moment longer, he stood up and moved over to the cupboard. "Would you like something to eat?" he asked. "I have a few snacks in if you fancy. Biscuits, fruit, pork scratchings." He lingered on the last offering. "Or we could go out and get something. There's a lovely little cafe in the centre of town." "We'll stay here," Keith replied. "You get a much better idea of people in their own surroundings. No way of covering things up." Then, as an afterthought, he added, "Pork scratchings would be acceptable." Feeling he had finally earned some brownie points,
Although being an idealistic protester still had him in deficit, he was sure, he reached into the cupboard and pulled down the packets. "I've got jalapeno, lemon and butter, garlic and thyme, pepper and—" "Good God, man! So you're one of those! No appreciation for the simple things in life. You know, I really do look at this current generation and despair." "Because of pork scratching flavours?" he asked. What followed was the first actual display of emotion Keith had shown since he stepped foot in the house, and it wasn't a positive one. His eyes rolled, and he let out a disgruntled sigh. "All these daft flavours are symptomatic of the fickle and spoiled nature of young people these days. It's why you are all in therapy by the time you're 25, complaining about the terrible things that happened in your life rather than just toughing it out." "Dad, you don't mean that." "Don't I?" he snapped. "You have no idea how easy you have it, whinging about all the pressures of social media. Just put your bleeding phones down for 2 minutes. There you go, problem solved. And you've saved yourself 50 quid an hour on a quack to boot." Whatever preconceived ideas he'd had about his future father-in-law, they had all vanished. "I like to think that maybe there are more people in therapy because there's a better understanding of mental health issues today," he said. The temperature in the room was rising. Keith grunted, and the prickling feeling down Eric's spine went from a tingle to full-blown hackles raised. "I'm sorry," he continued. "You disagree? Should I not have sent my daughter to see someone when her mother died? Would you prefer I had let her tough it out instead?" Keith coughed. "Of course, there are individual circumstances." "I think you'll find that most circumstances are individual. That's why we call people individuals." The two men locked eyes as they squared up to one another. Sure, Keith was clearly fitter than he was, and military trained, but with the element of surprise, Eric reckoned he could get in a few solid punches. Only when Daisy cleared her throat did his cheeks colour with the realization that he had genuinely been thinking of knocking out his future father-in-law. "Tea's ready," she said, glowering at him while simultaneously trying to throw her best possible smile to her father. "Why don't we go outside, Dad? Just through the conservatory. Eric, you help me with the things." Keith was barely out the door when Daisy hissed in his ear. "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Wind him up. You can tell he's nervous." "He's nervous? No, he's not. He's an arsehole, that's what he is." "Eric, he's a bit old school, that's all. And a lot of what he says is just to get a rise out of people. He likes to judge how they react. That's what he's doing, deliberately winding you up, and you're falling for it. You just need to keep your mouth shut and agree." "How am I supposed to agree if my mouth is shut?" he asked, before relenting with a sigh. "Okay, but he needs to be more polite, to you as well as me. This is my house." "I know. I promise this is just what he's like when he first meets people. If you can get through this weird test, then you and he will get on really well." He thoroughly doubted that was true, but, given that Keith was already in his house and the wedding was now only 3 weeks away, he didn't have much choice. Outside, Keith was in a patio chair, leaning forward and rubbing the tummy of a very excited Lulu. "Traitor," Eric thought to himself. "This is a good dog here," he said, to neither of them in particular. "I have always been a fan of setters, although they require extensive exercise." Eric wondered if he would now start receiving instruction on how to train his dog. "Fortunately, we are lucky around here," he replied. "There are lots of places to walk her." "If you like a walk with no hills, I guess that helps when you're out of shape." Gripping the underside of his chair, Eric forced himself to breathe slowly. "So, let's just get down to it, shall we?" Keith asked, crossing his legs and sitting back in the chair. "You want permission to marry my daughter?" He felt the muscles tighten along his jaw. "Actually, your daughter and I have already decided to get married. In this day and age, I don't believe I need anyone's permission." "Eric," Daisy hissed at him. "What? It's true." He turned back to Keith. "I would like your blessing, of course, as I am certain that Daisy would, but permission wasn't what I was looking for." Despite his response, Keith remained surprisingly impassive. Unblinking.
Okay, he said. Let's talk about logistics then. You're a part-time teacher, I believe. I am. With children to raise. That's correct. I have to say, you don't seem very financially stable. His eyes were locked on Eric, goading him, particularly given you were suspended from your job.
He got suspended once, Dad, Daisy cut in, and he was standing up for what he believed in. That's admirable. I thought that was what you wanted, me to find an admirable man with convictions.
I don't think it's too much to question what kind of financial repercussions this marriage would have on my daughter, particularly given the unorthodox way that the wedding has come about, and the fact that telling me and your mother about it seemed a very long way down your list of priorities.
A question had been posed, Eric realized. While it hadn't been asked explicitly, Keith's words hung in the air. Shifting position, he faced his future father-in-law and looked him squarely in the eye. What Daisy does with her money is her choice, but in terms of my family and my financial situation, you need not worry. While I don't believe it's actually any of your business, I'm sure you'll be delighted to know that I was fortunate to be left money when my parents died, enough to cover the cost of the house completely, and our outgoings as a family are fairly small.
You were fortunate that your parents passed away?
That's not what I said, and you know it. Dad, will you listen?
Marguerite, please, the men are talking right now. What the—
Eric was on his feet. His fuse had well and truly blown.
Don't you dare speak to her like that.
Even Lulu whimpered at his change in tone.
Now, I am happy to humour you with conversation about my finances and such, he continued. I am happy for you to come here and not so subtly insult me and my life choices. He was on a roll now. But whether Daisy lives here or not, this is her home, our home, and you will not speak to her in that manner. I have daughters, sir, 2 amazing, incredible young women, and I will do everything I can to ensure they never feel inferior or undervalued, and I will certainly not sit here and let you demean their future mother, and they will never, ever need to ask permission or seek approval for who they fall in love with or who they want to marry. Thank you for making the journey here today, but I think your visit with us is done.
Keith's face contorted and coloured, and, for a moment, Eric thought maybe he had gone too far when, just like that, the older man erupted into laughter. Chapter 27. For a full minute, Eric had no idea what was going on. Keith was doubled over laughing. Daisy was looking nervous but almost smiling, and he was pretty sure his own cheeks were still flaming red.
Well, I have to say, I'm amazed she's managed to find someone with bigger balls than her. Good on you.
He picked up his cup of tea.
I'll be honest, I thought you were going to lamp me one for a minute there.
I still might, he replied. While Daisy seemed to have relaxed and was now smiling at her father, Eric was a long way off. Sorry, can you explain to me what's just happened?
What do you think? I was testing you, seeing what you're made of. See if you're good enough for my little Margot here.
Lulu was now back to tail wagging, her chin resting on Keith's lap. Talk about fickle. He was glad he hadn't bought her a real bone if this was how she showed her loyalty. Still not sure who he was most cross with, his attention went back to Daisy. "Did you know about this?" he asked her. "Did you know that this was some kind of test?" "No," she insisted, "although I thought he was being a bit odd. All that stuff about social media. That wasn't very you, Dad."
Look, most people get years to wind up their daughter's boyfriend and fiancé before the marriage goes ahead. I've missed out on all of that. Now, tell me, Eric, what's the plan for the stag do?
If it had not been for the fact that he was pretty sure he was still sitting in his own back garden, Eric would have thought he'd slipped into a parallel universe. "Oh, well, I'm not sure I'll even have one."
"Good. Now, what about the wedding? Tell me who you're inviting, because I swear if your Auntie Pauline is coming, I better not be sitting anywhere near her. That woman is awful."
"She's your sister, Dad."
"Exactly, so I should know."
"You'll be pleased to hear she's declined, then. She can't travel because of Brian's hip." Apparently happy that things were back to normal, Daisy continued in casual conversation.
And I hear I'll be getting 2 ready-made granddaughters, Keith continued. I'll be honest, I'm rather grateful for that. It means I don't have to go through that whole baby stage. I never knew what to do with you and your sister when you were tiny. I'm much better at dealing with them when we can have a proper conversation. No, I'm very glad to have skipped through all that nonsense.
Some of Keith's previous attitude hadn't been entirely put on, Eric was thinking, when Daisy spoke. I wouldn't say you've escaped it, Dad. We'll probably be having our own children, too.
We will? Eric asked.
Daisy looked at him, a crease furrowing her brows. What do you mean?
Well, I just didn't realize that was on the cards. We've never talked about it. I'm fairly old to become a new dad again.
A fresh ripple of tension rolled through the air as she straightened her back. Okay, well, I'm not that young either, but I hadn't intended letting that stop me. Don't get me wrong, I love the girls. I'd just assumed we'd have our own. They were both staring at Eric now, as was Lulu. Even the birds seemed to have stopped chirping, waiting to hear his response.
I guess if that's what you want, I don't mind that much, he replied.
And at that very moment, he knew he had said the wrong thing. Again. As Daisy hadn't seen her father in several months, and he still had an hour in his schedule to spare, Eric suggested that they walk down to the marina so they could meet the girls and possibly get them yet another ice cream, if they weren't already on too much of a sugar high. While Yvette and Chad took Keith off to introduce them, Eric and Daisy queued for 4 mint choc chips and 3 caramel swirls. Why didn't you say you didn't want more children? She asked, watching as Mabel climbed onto her father's shoulders.
I never said that, he replied. I hadn't really considered it, that's all.
Do you not think that's something you should have thought about before you proposed?
Well, possibly, but it's not like you've ever mentioned a burning desire to have any. I don't know, I thought you'd be happy with the girls.
And if I'm not? A distinctly migraine-like ache was starting to throb behind his temples. This was clearly a deep conversation that he did not want to get into now. And yet he had the feeling that trying to put it off until later would only make her more upset. After reaching the front of the queue and placing their order, he turned back to face her.
Look, I hadn't thought about it that much because I knew it would be something we could work out when the time was right. If you want children, then brilliant. I would love to have children with you. If you don't, then that's okay too. My life is perfect as it is with you and the girls. This is a no-lose situation for me, Daisy. It's all win-win. We could start trying on our honeymoon, if that's what you want.
He offered her his most coquettish smile, at the exact same time as they were handed the 7 sloppiest, half-melted ice creams he had ever seen. After finding a dry spot to grab the caramel swirls, he turned back to her. She still didn't look convinced. Realizing this conversation was going to happen now, whether he wanted it to or not, he shifted out of the queue, putting them in even more direct sunlight. What about if I want to wait? Daisy continued. What if I'm not ready yet? I've been at this job barely 6 months, and I'm already taking leave for a wedding and honeymoon. I doubt they'd be too thrilled if I came back saying I would be off for another 6 months having a baby.
Okay, then we'll wait as long as you want.
Her face remained just as stony. But surely there's a limit. You're already mid-40s. How many years will it be okay to wait? 1? 5? Do you really want to become a dad to a newborn when you're 50? Her eyebrows rose expectantly as she waited for his answer. 2 of the ice creams had melted even more and were sliding down onto his fingers. If they didn't resolve this soon, Lulu would end up getting the lot. Not that she'd complain. So, what is it? What's the limit? She persisted.
Sorry? Sorry, I just need a second.
Unable to focus on anything other than the dripping ice creams, he turned, walked over to the bin, and threw the cones in. Eric, what are you doing? Without another word, he took the others from her and dumped them too. He then grabbed napkins from one of the nearby tables and wiped his hands before handing one to her to do the same.
Don't worry, I'll buy more, he said, or I'll say that they were out of them. Either way, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. This does. Do I want to become a father again at 50? Possibly not. I don't know. I'm not 50 yet. Does it strike me as the most terrible thing in the world to happen? No, it doesn't. Honestly, I can see this is stressing you out, but it doesn't need to, I promise. A couple in India became parents for the first time in their 70s. Obviously, I'd rather we didn't make it our lifetime ambition to beat their record, but as long as you're aiming for something between here and there, I'll be happy. As long as you are happy, I will be happy. It's that straightforward. Daisy's eyes started to fill as she looked up and met his gaze. You promise? On my life. And then, after a public display of kissing that would have put Yvette and Chad to shame, they got back in the queue for 7 more ice creams. Keith ended up staying exactly 30 minutes longer than his planned departure time, although, with the rest of the family there to dilute him, it wasn't anywhere near as torturous as the first 30 had been. As they said their goodbyes outside the house, Keith shook Eric's hand with a grip that seemed intended to crack knuckles. "Good to meet you and the family," he said, "and sorry about earlier, although, rest assured, you put a foot out of line and I know people who would do very unpleasant things to you." "I don't doubt it for a second." "Great." He broke into a smile. "I'm glad we have that sorted. I'll see you at the wedding." As Keith backed his car out of the driveway, Daisy slipped her hand into Eric's. "Well, that's enough drama for this weekend," he said. "Can we stay indoors tomorrow, get a takeaway and watch a film?" "We could," she replied. "Only there's one slight problem." "I know," he said with a sigh. "You need to get some work done." "Well, yes, I do, but that's not what I was thinking about. It's the magazine. They're coming to do the second article, remember?" Jesus, does it never end? Chapter 28. Casey and Sonia turned up just after 10. Given the unsettled nature of the weather, they did the photographs first, and, to spice things up a bit, they decided a change of venue was necessary. While Eric thought the allotment would be perfect with all its colour and variety, not to mention the recent proposal there, Daisy was less keen. So, instead, they opted for a few shots down by the marina. On most days, a crystal blue sky and white sails would have been an ideal backdrop, only it wasn't most days. Great clouds swirled above them, and blustering winds sent Daisy's hair flying into Eric's face every time they asked them to stand together. "We only need a couple of good ones," Sonia said. "Just try to smile. Now, if you can jump after 3. 1, 2, 3. "You know I hate this, don't you?" Eric hissed in Daisy's ear as they leapt into the air. She chuckled in response. "Just think of the honeymoon. That reminds me, they asked for my passport number to book the tickets next week." A sudden thought struck him. "Do you know how long the flight is?" he asked. "Why, do you not like flying?" He hesitated over his answer. "Let's just say that being trapped 30,000 feet in the air in what is essentially a giant Coke can with wings isn't exactly my idea of fun. But it'll be fine. Better than fine." 2 weeks in the Maldives," Daisy said dreamily. "You know, we might not want to leave again." Over by the water's edge and dressed in anoraks, Mabel was chasing Lulu around, while Abby, inspired by the goings-on, had taken her father's phone to grab some shots of her own. "Well, not for a little while at least," he added. With the photos out of the way, the family made the executive decision to head to the shed to answer questions and give Casey an update on where they were so far. Given that Yvette was more up to speed than they were themselves, it made sense that she come along too, and, naturally, Mabel and Abby had no intention of missing out, so, once again, it was a full family affair. "So, you say you have a venue sorted?" Casey said. Photos taken, Sonia was back on her phone, and she had resumed her role as chief interviewer. "That's great. How did you find it?" Daisy gestured towards Yvette. "My boyfriend's sister and husband own the place," she explained. "There's still a little work to do, but we're getting there.
Yesterday, we bought 400 meters of organza to decorate the ceiling.
400 meters? Daisy's eyes widened. Do we need that much? That must have cost a fortune.
Don't worry, it's all within budget. I've got this covered.
With a slight tilt of the head, Casey continued talking to Yvette. So, you're helping out with the planning, I take it?
You know, just doing what families do. We've got a fantastic deal on the food, a highly recommended 3-piece band, and some of my friends from my dance class are performing ceilidh dancing during the evening reception.
They are? Daisy and Eric asked simultaneously.
Well, provisionally, I can always cancel them if you'd prefer, but personally, it seems ridiculous to say no, given that they normally charge over £1,000 and you'd be getting them for free.
I'm not sure I know what ceilidh dancing is, Casey said. No, neither do I, Daisy replied with a less diplomatic tone. Given the notable change in atmosphere, Eric wasn't sure whether he should step in and say something to ease the situation. Unfortunately, he couldn't think what to say. Fortunately, Casey could. And is that a new piece of jewellery I can see on your finger? She asked, turning to Daisy. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted and tilted her hand in the required manner. It is. He picked well, didn't he? I'll say, wow, that's fantastic. And you've got the dress too, I hear. Tell me, has it been stressful juggling so many things at once? The engaged pair exchanged a suppressed smirk. There have definitely had to be a few adjustments, he said, but that's expected with any wedding planning. They say it's the third most stressful thing, don't they? Buying a house, having a baby, and planning a wedding.
I think divorce should be right up there as well, Yvette said, tucking into her egg-white omelette.
All eyes turned to her.
Obviously, I don't mean for Eric and Daisy, she said, addressing their appalled looks. I just meant in general. Speaking from experience, that is. I am perfectly confident in Eric and Daisy's union. These two have definitely got what it takes. And, at my age, you know these things. These two have nothing to worry about.
With the air of tension more palpable than ever, Sonia looked up from her phone. Well, she observed, there's nothing in the rules that says you can't get an annulment. After that, they finished their food pretty fast. I don't want to seem as if I'm being ungrateful, Daisy said on the phone to Eric that night. I know she's doing so much for us. It's just, well, you know. You kind of feel like your wedding's being hijacked. A little bit. And it's silly. If it was left to me, we'd probably be eating packaged sausage rolls and listening to classic 90s rock through a phone speaker. There's nothing wrong with either of those things, he pointed out. I'm sure whatever she has planned, it will be perfect. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the dress shop rang. There's been an issue with that now, too. Really? What, do you need to choose another one? No, it's nothing like that. Apparently they need to send it up to York to get the alterations done for some reason. It's fine, though. Steffi can pick it up from there. You're sure? Yeah, she'll bring it down with her the night before the wedding. Well, you could show up in your pyjamas and I'd still want to marry you. Assuming they were clean, that is. Clean pyjamas? You're asking a lot there, Mr. Sibley. Then, taking a relatively large detour in the conversation, she asked, Are you planning on a stag do? A stag do? No, not really. Ralph suggested a weekend away in Belfast, but I think he just wants to escape from all the kids. Why, are you having a hen do? Her laugh crackled down the line. And let Steffi and my mum take control again like the dress shopping. No chance. It might be nice to do something a bit special beforehand, though. Maybe just you and me. I thought the point was that we weren't together. Maybe, but the whole thing is already pretty unconventional. He took a moment to think it through. Given how badly his previous few hangovers had hit him, and the fact that the last time he got seriously drunk he almost caught TB from a hedgehog he had decided to make friends with, he could see the logic in Daisy's thinking. Besides, it seemed silly spending time with other people when they hardly saw each other as it was. Do you have anything particular in mind? He asked, warming considerably to the idea. Actually, I do, and it involves two bodies being pressed very closely together doing something quite exhilarating.
Please tell me more, he grinned.
I need to get it sorted first, but it shouldn't be a problem. Next weekend, Eric Sibley, I have an early wedding present for you.
Chapter 29. Keeping tabs on Yvette, or more specifically Yvette and Noah, was starting to give Eric brain ache.
I messaged him this morning about quail's eggs. Lots of upmarket places serve those, don't they? But he thought they would push you over budget and you'd have to lose the cost from somewhere else. But he suggested we could have them and lose the dessert course, because why do you need one when there will be cake? I can see his reasoning, but do you think people would be disappointed if there was no dessert, even if there is cake?
I don't know, he said, not looking up from his reading. They're being fed, isn't that enough? Even without checking, he could see her face.
This is your wedding, Eric. You want it to be memorable, don't you? All I'm asking for here is a little participation.
Folding his paper, he turned to his mother-in-law. He had been avoiding discussing anything that related to Noah, but she had been on about this since breakfast, and there was no way she was going to drop the issue until he'd given her a proper answer. What I think is that no one cares about quail's eggs. They're eggs. Rather small eggs, that's it. Tell Noah to scrap the eggs, go back to the dessert, and leave things alone. Honestly, stop messaging him. If you badger him much more, he might drop us altogether. Which wouldn't be a bad thing, he thought to himself, only he suspected finding a replacement in 2.5 weeks would be nigh on impossible. I mean it. Send that message and then you stop bothering him. If he comes back, I'll deal with it. With a pout, she dropped onto the seat beside him.
Well, well, you certainly got out of bed on the wrong side, but here, maybe this will cheer you up.
Sliding his paper out of the way, she replaced it with a glossy magazine, open on the center spread. Is that the article? Abby asked, bounding in from outside. Can I see it? What did they say? Are there any pictures of me in this one? Wow, the photos of you and Daisy look amazing. There are none of me or Mabel, though. He had to admit, considering how uncomfortable he'd been during the shoot, the photos had come out rather well.
That's a lovely shot,
Yvette said, pointing to one of Daisy and him in front of the boats, with Lulu running around beside them.
You should ask if you could have a copy of that one. You could frame it.
The proposal was the most magical thing I could have imagined, read Eric as he quoted Daisy's words. I feel since we met and started this journey, everything has fallen into place so easily, like this is how life is supposed to be. I'm sure the wedding will be the same.
With a little help, of course, Yvette added. I noticed they didn't mention that in the article.
Passing the magazine over to Abby, he smiled at his mother-in-law. Don't worry, there's still one more article to go. I'm sure you'll both manage to get your 15 minutes of fame in that one. Only 15? Abby asked, and he wondered exactly what type of monster child he had created. By the time the weekend rolled around, Eric was more than ready for his unconventional stag-slash-hen do with Daisy. Along with visiting the barn twice to help Simon sand down some of the doors, he had been in full school holiday mode. He had taken Abby and Mabel to a farm park, the outdoor adventure playground, the local zoo, swimming twice, and to the cinema one evening. She had said the day would be an adventure, but he also hoped she had factored in some time for an afternoon nap. Even when she turned up at 6:30 a.m. on Saturday morning to take him away, he had remained optimistic. It didn't take long for that to fade. An hour into the journey, when he saw an airfield appear in the distance, it was replaced by deep concern. Daisy, did I tell you about my university housemate Archie? She asked in a very nonchalant manner. No, he drawled, trying to work out what some guy from her past, with a very middle-class name, had to do with their romantic day together. His dad was a stuntman. Isn't that the coolest thing you've ever heard? We thought it was. And he used to do bits and pieces with him in the holidays. We were in awe. I can't remember what he studied. Sociology, psychology, onology of some description. Not that it mattered. We all knew he'd follow in his dad's footsteps. He took over this airfield about 3 years ago, and he's got a great little business going. Deep down,
He knew. In the pit of his stomach, he could feel it. But at the same time, she couldn't possibly be planning what he thought she might be planning. There was no way she would do something like this, not without running it past him first, surely. "Daisy, what are we doing here?" he asked finally. She smiled broadly. "There's an amazing little manor house up here that does wonderful lunches and has a day spa that I have booked us into," she replied. Relief flooded through him. "It doesn't open until 11, though," she continued, "so we're going to jump out of a plane first." "Daisy," he said, wondering how he could word it so it didn't sound like he was completely and utterly terrified. How did I get us in at such short notice? I know, right? How lucky are we? The first time I wanted to do a jump, I had to wait for weeks until the conditions were just right. But today, they're perfect." Her smile froze for just a second. "This is your first time, isn't it?" "Definitely." Her grin returned, even wider than before. "Great. I hoped so. I want this to be something you'll really remember." "Oh, I think I will," he said, wondering if he was going to pass out or vomit. "Okay, I've already got all your details, so if you can just initial here, then sign there." The man indicated the spot with his pen. "And the same again here. That's great." Another page appeared, and one more signature there. "Fantastic." On each page, the words seemed to grow smaller and more tightly packed than on the previous one. "Should I not have a proper read through this first?" Eric asked. "Don't worry," Daisy replied. "I've done this here before a few years ago. It's fine. It's just saying that you'll follow the instructions and won't sue if you get injured or anything. Oh, and there's a bit confirming you don't have any heart conditions. You don't, do you?" "I didn't before today," he replied. "Okay, let's go then. Hurry up and sign. Then we can get on to the training. The sooner that's done, the sooner we can get up there." He was surprised to find his hand moving along the dotted lines, almost as if possessed, scribbling out an exceptionally wobbly signature. "Brilliant," she said. "There's Archie." If Chad was a Thor among men, Archie was the Hulk. Dressed in a vest and cargo shorts, his arms were adorned with a series of black mandala tattoos. With perfectly straight, white teeth, there was no chance this guy was British, Eric decided. Australian or Kiwi, without a doubt. He was still making his mind up whether he could ever like a man who wore such tight-fitting tops when he opened his mouth to speak. "Days, long time no see." Much to Eric's surprise, he spoke with a strong Scouse accent. "I know," she said, going in for a hug. "I've been so busy. I realize that's not an excuse. But look at this place." She swept her hand around her to walls littered with impressive aerial photos and various certificates of excellence. "You've done amazingly." "We're doing all right." He grinned back at her before turning his attention to Eric. "So, you're the guy who's finally tamed her. I'm impressed. What did you do?" "Oh, nothing in particular," he replied, worrying he was stepping into yet another interrogation situation. "That's not true," she said, stepping back from Archie to loop her arm with Eric's. "He got me sacked from my job." "Seriously?" "Yep." "No," Eric said, feeling he was being ganged up on. "You resigned." "Before they could sack me for helping you." "This definitely sounds like a story to hear over a beer," Archie said. "But right now, we should definitely get going. We need to get the safety stuff out of the way. I hope you're all right with multiple choice tests, Eric." "There's a test?" he asked, wondering if the morning could get any worse. "It depends how much you talk through my presentation," Archie replied. The presentation was longer than he had expected, but never had he paid more attention to words on a video or from an instructor before, and it wasn't anything to do with Archie's threat of a test. As statistics and numbers were tossed around, he wondered how it was possible that Daisy would think this was a good idea. He had survived almost all previous flights with the assistance of neat spirit to knock him out as soon as possible. For the trip to New Zealand, he'd even gone to the doctor beforehand and been prescribed a special patch. He needed to explain this to her, then they could call the whole thing off and head straight for the spa. The problem was that every time he looked at her, She seemed so happy. Her face was glowing with satisfaction at this wonderful surprise she'd arranged for him. There was no way he could let her down. She would feel that she had failed him, like she didn't know him at all. And, given how tough the last few weeks had been for both of them, she needed this to be a success. He knew that. And so he sat, listening in and absorbing every word. After the initial test-taking jibe, Archie had said that taking notes wouldn't be necessary, although Eric had jotted down a few things on his phone, just to make sure he didn't forget them. Not lifting your legs up as you land was, according to Archie, the way most accidents happened. Sprained ankles, usually. Limping down the aisle would not be a good look. There was no risk of him pulling the parachute cord too early or too late, fortunately, as it was a tandem jump. However, the frap hats they were issued with seemed substantially less solid than he would have thought necessary for such an undertaking. He was assured they were top quality and met all the European Union health and safety standards. At the end of the safety briefing, they moved through to the next room to get fitted for their jumpsuits. "I should ring the girls," he said as Archie held out a harness for him to slip his legs into. "Tell them I love them." "They already know that," Daisy reassured him. "Then I should ring Yvette. Tell her that Eves has a copy of my will." "First, she will know that. Second, if you're that worried, you really don't have to do this." "Although I am starting to doubt how good you think I am at my job," Archie added. "No, it's fine. Really, it's fine." He paused for a moment. "What exactly is the fatality rate for tandem skydives?" With a good-natured laugh that Eric was certain he wouldn't have offered in such a situation, Archie replied, "It's about 1 death in every 650,000 jumps." He nodded, mulling over the odds, which, to be fair, seemed pretty good. "And we've had 0 here ever," Archie continued, "and 0 serious accidents for that matter, which either means we are fantastic on safety, or we're definitely due one." Daisy thumped him on his arm. "Ow!" "Honestly, Eric," she said, looking bizarrely attractive in her skull-tight cap and jumpsuit, "if you don't want to do it, you don't have to." It was now or never, he realized. If he didn't say something now, there would be no going back. But if he did, then what? A huge disappointment for Daisy before they were even married. "You promise there is a spa day after this?" he asked. "Do you remember the mud spa we had at the holiday park?" He nodded, and Daisy returned a wink. "Come on then, Archie, let's get this show on the road," he said. Chapter 30. "Be careful with that door," Archie said as he led them out onto the airfield. "It's heavy. Don't worry, we don't have to walk far. That's our plane." He pointed to a fragile-looking lump of metal out on the runway. "That's it?" Eric asked. "That's what we go up in?" "Think positive. At least you don't have to worry about the landing." Archie laughed. "It's very wet here," he said, noticing the massive puddles spreading out across the ground. He had noticed this in the car park, but, at the time, he hadn't considered it too deeply. Now, though, he was about to take off in a plane with wheels that didn't look any bigger than those on Yvette's Beetle. "Oh, it's fine," Archie replied. "Don't worry. We don't do drops in a downpour, but there's nothing wrong with flying in a bit of drizzle. If you let that stop you, most of the airports in the UK will be closed for 3/4 of the year." It was a fair point, and went a little way towards alleviating his concerns. Still, he would have felt more comfortable had his helmet felt a little sturdier and his harness been a little looser around the groin. This was definitely not the time to ruin his wedding tackle, he mused. Reaching down, he tried to adjust himself. "Are you all right?" Daisy asked, reaching over and squeezing his arm. "Just trying to make a little more room, that's all." "I'd leave that all alone if I were you," Archie said. "It needs to be snug. Remember, I'll clip you in. You'll be perfectly safe. All you have to do is relax and enjoy the view." Daisy's tandem partner was the first to board, after which she slid into the plane, followed by Eric and then Archie, who sat with his legs hanging out. Daisy leaned across and kissed Eric on the cheek.
As the engine growled into life and they taxied for takeoff, he tried to swallow down the nausea that was making its way up his throat. As they finally left the ground, he felt himself growing weaker and weaker in the knees with each foot in altitude they gained. Air rushed around the aircraft, making it almost impossible to hear. After a surprisingly short amount of time, the pilot turned around and gave them a thumbs up. There was no turning back now. This was it. "Okay, remember," Archie said as they shuffled as one towards the open doorway. "This is supposed to be fun. Smile." That was awesome. That was incredible. I mean, can you believe what that was like? It was the rush, the air. So you liked it then? It was amazing. Did you see how far you could see? I mean, I think I saw the coast. Did you see that? You could actually see the coast. So you want to do it again? No, absolutely not. The adrenaline was still coursing through him, and the breathlessness that had taken hold of him from the second they had dropped out of the plane was yet to fade. But his sanity was also still firmly in place. One time only, that was plenty. Now, will you please lead me to the spa?" Taking his hand, Daisy was grinning at him when a slap on the back shook him. "See, I promised you'd still be in one piece for your wedding day," Archie said. "And if you ever want to do another, or maybe train to do a solo jump." "I think that I'd need some time to think about that," he replied, shaking his hand. "Thank you, though. That was quite the experience." "You're welcome, any time. I guess I'll be seeing you in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, he said blankly. "At the wedding?" "Oh, yes, of course, at the wedding. See you there." Only when they were back in the car, and he was 100% sure they were out of earshot, did he whisper to Daisy, "I didn't know he was on the wedding list." "He wasn't, but he is now. Do you have any idea how much these things normally cost?" The spa was everything Eric needed. Fluffy towels, sparkling tiles, steaming hot tubs. Not so long ago, he would never have considered himself a spa man, but this was the second time in less than a year that he had indulged under Daisy's influence, and he was loving it. "Are you okay there?" she asked, already out of the changing rooms and waiting on a wooden lounger. "I am now," he said, stretching out his arms. "Although why do they need to make these rope ties so long? It's like a bloody tow rope." How it wasn't a health and safety risk was beyond him. He'd already tied it around himself twice. They probably had to cater for the seriously obese. Maybe there was a market for dressing gowns with buttons, he pondered. "Where do you want to start?" she asked. "Sauna? Steam room? Or we could go straight to the pool and hot tub?" He shook his head. "No, let's do the steam room first. If I get into a hot tub, you'll never get me out again." "Maybe we should get one at home. We haven't put together a present list yet. We could ask people for donations." "We haven't decided where home is going to be yet either, unless this means you'll move in after the wedding. You should, you know. We can't keep living apart if we're married." "Why not? People do. We should find whatever works best for us. I can't really see your house being our home. There's just not enough space." "You don't know that until you actually try it for more than 1 or 2 nights, and we could always build an extension, add on to the kitchen. The garden would still be plenty big enough for me." Heading over to the steam room, Daisy's eyes avoided his. "Can we not discuss this right now? I thought we were meant to be having time away from wedding talk." "But we will need to decide." "Of course we will. I know it needs sorting, just—" She stopped and turned to him. "If I'm honest, I'm finding it a bit odd. I'd always thought that when I got married I would already be living with someone, most probably in a house that we'd have bought together, you know? Picked out our curtains and things. I didn't expect to be moving into the house my fiancé had bought as a lifestyle hideaway with his previous wife. Besides, I enjoy living where I do. I like the town. I'm not even sure I'm a countryside person at all." "Neither was I. And, as for expectations, I didn't expect to be living there with a new daughter, a 70-year-old woman and her bizarrely tanned toy boy. But I wouldn't change it. If everything goes to plan in life, then there are no surprises, and life's not fun like that. Besides, I'm not uprooting the girls from their schooling. They need to stay in the catchment area." He saw uneasiness ripple through her. Hurriedly, he tried to redirect the conversation. But like you said, we don't need to talk about this right now. I think I saw they have an outdoor ice bath. Fancy trying that? He tilted his head and gave her a grin, still not sure which way it was going.
Why not? Let's see if you scream as much as you did when you jumped out of that plane.
It turned out to be a close call in terms of which was the most traumatic. But at least after the shock of plunging into the icy water, he could get out whenever he chose. After that, it was the steam room and various temperature saunas, and then the hot tub. He slowly felt the stress of the last few weeks melt away into the warm water. But the icing on the cake was yet to come. Daisy had booked them in for a couple's massage. By the time they had finished, he was ready for the 3-course lunch which was waiting for them. "Thank you for today," he said, holding her hand as they drove back to Burlham. "I can't believe how much better I feel. And as for the house stuff, let's not ruin things. No, you're right, it's fine. I was just going to say you can take as long as you want. If you're not ready to move in with us after the wedding, we can make it work. After all, we're all about shunning convention, aren't we?" The instant reply he had expected didn't materialize. Instead, she looked at him with a smile on her face, but an expression in her eyes that he couldn't quite read. As they turned into the driveway, his relaxed frame of mind took a downward turn.
"Whose car is that?"
Daisy asked as they pulled up behind a beaten-up Peugeot, parked slap-bang in the middle of the drive. "Lydia's," he said, feeling instantly stressed again.
"What's she doing here?"
"I have no idea, but it's not going to be good. It never is." Despite his worries, when they entered the house, it was the epitome of calm. "I didn't know you were coming down today," he said, kissing Lydia on the cheek and trying to sound unperturbed.
Mum asked me for some help with the wedding preparations. She said you were going to be out for the day."
"Dad!"
Abby came running into the kitchen.
"Did you really do it? Did you jump out of a plane? That's so cool. Do you have photos?"
"Archie's going to email me the headcam footage,"
Daisy answered for him.
"That's amazing. I told you I wouldn't tell him, didn't I?" she said to Daisy. "You know you could always do that for the wedding. Jump out of a plane and land at the barn."
"I think that might be taking it a little far," he suggested.
"So,"
Lydia said, moving over and flicking on the kettle,
"we seem to be getting things sorted. We've got the seating plan done, finished the decorations, and I think we've finally settled on favours and table centres. Now tell me, Daisy, when are you going to move in? Are you going to wait until after the wedding? I quite like that idea myself."
He could have thrown her out of the house there and then. In terms of family traits, Lydia's ability to say exactly the wrong thing was up there with Yvette's skill at appearing at inopportune moments. "We've not decided that yet," he told her.
"It's still up for debate,"
Daisy confirmed. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, and with an overly enthusiastic smile, Lydia attempted to cover up her faux pas.
"Well," she said, "there are much more important things. Let me see that ring. Mum has told me so much about it."
He had to give it to Lydia. It was a good save. Stretching out her hand, Daisy grinned. He had never imagined that she would be the type of woman who would like all the attention that came with flashing a piece of jewellery. He was wrong. In the classic pose, she arched her hand towards Lydia.
"Well, I'm so glad he took our advice."
"Your advice?" Daisy asked.
"You know, to get down on one knee and do it properly."
"Oh." Daisy's smile dropped a little, and she looked ever so slightly crestfallen.
"I didn't realize you'd given him the idea." "Well, more like forced him, I suppose you could say. But I'm glad he listened. It's perfect, really perfect. And Mum did a fantastic job picking it out. She really does have excellent taste in jewellery."
Daisy's smile had vanished as she turned to Eric. Her eyes filled with a disappointment, the likes of which he had never seen her show before.
"You didn't choose my engagement ring?" she asked.
Chapter 31. It was a tough call. Try to appease Daisy immediately, or wrap his hands around Lydia's neck and throttle her.
In the end, Daisy won out.
Abby,
Yvette said, placing a hand on her shoulder.
why don't you show me how you've been doing with that bunting?
I'd like to see it too, Lydia joined in, and the three of them immediately left the room, leaving Eric to face Daisy on his own. It's really not as bad as it sounds, he started. Yvette went and bought the ring for me because I thought she could pick something that would suit your taste better than I could. And I didn't just let her choose whatever she wanted. We spent an entire afternoon looking at websites together, looking at different styles. She has really good taste. So why not go with her? Why not at least pretend that you gave a damn? That's not fair. I do care. I wouldn't have proposed to you like that if I hadn't thought you'd like it. You wouldn't have proposed to me at all if they hadn't told you to, it seems. Throttling Lydia might mean that he and Daisy would definitely be spending their married life apart, but he would be giving her more than an earful, that was for certain. They suggested it, that was all. They thought it might smooth things over after you got upset about the venue. So you proposed just to get out of my bad books? No. Well, maybe a little bit, but that wasn't the real reason. The real reason is because I want to marry you. She was nodding her head, hands on her hips as she paced back and forth. Look, I need to go for a run, she said. All this wedding stuff means I'm already behind in my training schedule, and I should probably go into work for a couple of hours too. It's Sunday, he said. Surely you can take the day off. Not if I want a full 2 weeks for a bloody honeymoon, she replied, before turning on her heel and leaving. For a minute, he stood there in stunned silence. Outside, he could hear her car start, then the noise of the engine fade as she disappeared up the road. He should have run after her, he thought. He shouldn't have let her drive off angry. It was all happening again. Racing to the front door, he found his route blocked, and all of his concern was instantly replaced with anger as Lydia stood squarely in front of him. "Has Daisy gone so soon?" she asked. "What the hell was that?" he spat at his sister-in-law. "What? How was I meant to know you were keeping things from your future wife? Not that I should be surprised." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Well, you keep things from Mum, you keep things from me." "What are you on about, Lydia? I don't have time for your riddles right now, and I'm not the one who started all the secret-keeping in this family, remember?" "No? Then how about the lovely young caterer that Mum's said she's booked, this young boy Noah? Early 20s, I think she said he was." He blanched, causing the fire in Lydia's eyes to grow even stronger. "So is it the same one? You have to be kidding me, Eric. How the hell did this happen? What have you done?" This was a battle he could have done without, but she had started it, and he was fed up of people blaming him when he was only trying to do the right thing. "This isn't my fault. I didn't want to book him. It was Chad's sister who recommended him, and then Yvette met him and she insisted that we go with him." "Well, you should have insisted otherwise." "Have you met your mother?" Her lips twisted just a fraction. "What does she know?" she asked. "What do you mean, what does she know? Nothing. That he's a caterer. How do you think I introduce him?" "Well, what do you know, Yvette? This is your dead daughter's illegitimate child you knew nothing about, and I hear he makes lovely vol au vents. Give me some credit."
Eric.
The blood was still pounding so furiously in his ears that it took him a moment to realize that it wasn't Lydia speaking. Slowly, with a sinking feeling in his stomach, he turned around. Eyes filling with tears, Yvette stood motionless in front of him.
"Please tell me there's some mistake," she said. "It can't be. It can't be true."
She'd rushed off in the exact same way they all had. Susie, Daisy, and now Yvette, racing out of the front door, fleeing from Eric and all the disaster he created around him. "Yvette!" This time he chased after her, grabbing her hand as she tried to open the car door, but she pushed him back far more forcefully than he would have thought possible. When she faced him, her eyes were cold and unflinching. "Don't," she hissed, so calmly and cold that the hairs on his arms lifted. "Don't you speak to me. Don't you dare." A moment later, and she, too, was gone. Shit, shit, shit! He beat a fist into an open palm. How the hell had this happened? How had they gone from magazine smiles and parachute jumps to him on his own again? Everyone he loved was angry at him. What the hell was going on? Eric? He turned around, his anger finding a new height. No! Eric, you don't even know what— No, he said again. I don't want to hear it. Whatever you have to say, I don't want to know. You wanted to come here and stir up a storm? Well, good job, Lydia, you've done it. Fan-bloody-tastic, Lydia. Her lip pursed. That isn't what I wanted. Yes, it is. You wanted to come here and kick up a hornet's nest about the Noah mess. You wanted me to be the bad guy in all this, so it would help ease some of your own festering guilt. Congratulations. Goal accomplished. I'm the bad guy. But here's the thing, Lydia. It's still your mess. It's you wanting to hide things that got us into this in the first place. It's you wanting to control things, as usual. Your mother is a grown woman. I'm sorry this is how it happened, but she deserved to know. My girls deserve to know. They all deserve to know about Noah, and Noah deserves to know them. You think she's mad at me? Wait until she finds out the truth. Eric, please. He was walking away. Done with it. But then there, in the doorway, he saw his daughters, their eyes wide with concern. Daddy, are you okay? Mabel said. He stooped down and picked her up. I'm okay. I'm okay, darling. I don't like shouting. I don't either, my love. He took a step into the house, only realizing when he went to close the door that Abby was still standing directly in the doorway, 100 questions burning in her eyes. Where did Granny go? She asked, a tremble in her voice. To see Chad, I think. He offered the only answer he could. And Daisy? Back to her house. She nodded once. Are they coming back? She asked. Letting out a sigh that was burning in his lungs, he looked at his daughter. I do hope so, he said. Lydia left without another word, after which Eric dropped Mabel off at Hank's. He wanted a conversation alone with Abby. And as much as he loved Mabel, this didn't affect her in the same way. Yes, Noah was related to her, but he and Abby shared a mother. Besides, Abby was older. She would need time to process what he was going to tell her. And so he took her to a cafe on the other side of town and ordered carrot cake and 2 forks. When it came, neither of them reached for their cutlery. What happened? Abby started. Was it something you said? An immediately defensive answer would have been his normal response, but there was no point in following that route. It was, he replied. Something you shouldn't have. He offered a half shrug. No, it needed to be said, but I could have probably found a better way of doing it. Abby gave a sad little laugh. What about Auntie Lydia? She looked furious. Yes, she did. But when it comes to that, your aunt only has herself to blame. Because of this Noah? Picking up his fork, he nodded slowly before locking his eyes on his daughter. Before I tell you this, I need you to know that it changes nothing. Nothing about you, nothing about me or your mum, not how much she loved you, how much she adored you. This isn't about you, and it isn't about me either. It's about Mum. He nodded. A prickling heat was burning in his eyes. Was he wrong to do this? Probably. But at least it would be his mistake. It had taken him so long to get past finding out about Susie's son, to get over what had felt like a huge betrayal by the woman he loved. But it hadn't been. It had just been her way of protecting them all, herself included. He could only hope that he'd raised Abby well enough for her to take less time to realize this than he had. When your mum was very young, just a few years older than you are now, she had a baby, a little boy. Abby's lips parted ever so slightly as the blood drained from her cheeks. Did you know? She asked.
Not while she was alive, no. I didn't find out about him until after your mum's accident, he said. It's tough, I know, finding out something like this. There was no indication of whether she agreed or not. Her face remained impassive.
Did Auntie Lydia know?
She asked finally. She did.
And Granny?
He shook his head. No, she didn't. Not until today.
Why? Why didn't you tell her sooner?
The inevitable question, the one he had no justifiable answer to. Your Auntie Lydia thought that after what had gone on with your granddad and Katrina, Granny wouldn't be strong enough to hear it.
That's ridiculous.
Abby's face finally flared with emotion.
Granny's the strongest person I know.
I now know it was wrong, and I want you and her to get to know him.
Noah?
Yes, he nodded. Granny's already met him, but she didn't realize who he was at the time, and she liked him, which I think is why this will be even harder for her. He seems really nice. He doesn't have any brothers or sisters, and his parents have died. He's so excited about meeting you and Mabel. If you want to, of course, he added hurriedly. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. But I needed you to know. You're not even a teenager yet, and if someone had told me something like this when I was your age, I have no idea how I would have taken it. But the thing is, you're not me. And no matter how much Daisy and your granny mean to me, when it comes down to it, it's you and your sister that matter most. It's your opinion that counts. We've been through too much together for me to start treating you like a child. Several tears had broken free and were making their way down his face. A similar thing was happening with his daughter. You don't need to make any decisions now. You don't even have to meet him at all, if you don't want to. When Abby looked up at him, he could have sworn he was looking at Susie. The confidence. The strength.
I want to meet him, she said. I do. But I think you have a few things you need to sort out first. Don't you?
Chapter 32. The next day, he sent 2 identical messages. I'm sorry. He received no reply from either person. On the Monday, he tried calling, but neither of them answered. On the Tuesday, he decided he needed to be proactive, although the question was where to start. And, given that bravery was in short supply, he chose the route that required the least amount. Even then, it took 3 attempts before anyone picked up the phone. Please, Chad, I just need a chance to talk to her, to explain what happened. She won't answer my calls.
Can you blame her? You broke her bloody heart, Eric.
I know. I do, I swear. I want to explain to her. Please, it's a mess. I messed up, but please, you have to let me talk to her. A sharp breath echoed down the phone.
I feel for you, dude. I really do. And honestly, I never thought I'd have to say this, not after everything you and Vetty have been through. But you've broken her. She's a wreck. You need to stop calling. You need to give her space.
Chad, please.
I'm serious, Eric, and if you come near her, I swear to God I won't be responsible for my actions. Leave her alone. You've already done more than enough.
Having been rushed off his feet for the last 3 weeks, he now found himself floating in a vacuum. Bunting covered his dining room table, but he didn't have the heart to move it. The last few wedding replies arrived in his inbox. Should he contact them, he wondered? Was the wedding even going ahead? There was only one way to find out. The nosy neighbour's curtain twitched as he stood on the doorstep, heart in his mouth, as he reached up and rang the doorbell, doubting his decision. He hadn't called ahead, but it wasn't as if it would have made any difference, given that Daisy still wasn't picking up the phone to him. As such, he'd left it until the evening, assuming she'd be home from work. But there was still a chance she was out, either for dinner or on a run. If that was the case, he'd wait. He needed to sort things out with her. After that, they could work together on the Yvette situation. A moment after he pressed the button, he heard footsteps approaching, and then a shadow appeared behind the glazed door. The surprise that registered on Daisy's face when she opened the door was enough to tell him he hadn't been expected. Whether that was a good thing or bad, he wasn't sure. "Can I come in?" he asked, standing on the doorstep. "Okay." She turned, holding the door open. The curtains of the downstairs flat were wide apart, a face half hidden behind them as he followed her in, shutting the door after him. Her flat was far messier than on the other occasions he had visited. Various notepads were dotted about on the coffee table, along with several half-finished mugs of tea and coffee. Clothing, ranging from bras to jeans, was littering the floor. She picked up a few things and slung them over the back of a chair as she made her way over to sit down on the sofa. "Yes, I'm a slob when I'm on my own." "I've seen worse," he said, noting the half-finished bowl of cereal on the kitchen counter. "Maybe it's a good thing you've seen this. It probably wouldn't have been fair to marry someone without knowing how messy they actually are." "I don't care," he said, taking a seat opposite her. It was a strange feeling, being so formal. The other times he had been there, they had snuggled up on the sofa together. Now he felt as if he'd been called into the head teacher's office, and not to get an award. "What are you doing here?" she asked, picking up other bits and pieces around her. "I came to apologize. I should have told you about Yvette picking the ring." She nodded. "The thing is, I wouldn't have even minded, you know me. It was probably a good idea. She undoubtedly has better taste than you. That wasn't the upsetting bit. It was being humiliated by Lydia. Her knowing. That's what sucked, Eric. That wasn't okay. And the whole proposal thing. She made me feel about this big," she indicated with her thumb and finger. "I understand. It's not an excuse in any way, but I didn't know Yvette had told her. Had told anyone. I thought it was just between her and me, you know? It didn't feel like a big thing." Daisy started folding the clothes on her lap, squeezing her lips together as her fingers moved. "Okay, so what do we do now?" she asked. "About the ring? That's entirely up to you. We can take it back if you want. I've got the receipt in my pocket now. You can go on your own and choose something yourself, or you can come with me. I'll go in and return it, and you can stay outside and pick a different one." "I wasn't talking about the ring," she said. "I was talking about what comes next. The wedding. The more I think about it, the more I think we were silly doing this. Stupid, in fact. We don't live together. We can't even agree on where we want to live. We'll just need a period of adjustment, that's all." "It's more than that, and you know it. We're not ready for this. Just look at us. In the last few weeks, we've had more arguments than the previous 5 months put together." "Excluding the allotment thing?"
That was different. It wasn't about us. It wasn't personal. I feel we're just going from one argument to another, with the only respite when we apologize before another fight starts. I think that maybe we fooled ourselves into thinking this was something more real than it was. We weren't ready for this next step."
Her eyes were brimming with tears, and he felt a tugging at his heartstrings as he fought the urge to reach over and wipe them all away. But she straightened up. In one swift movement, all signs of tears were gone, her face back to stony seriousness.
Our first answer, when Abby told us she'd won the prize, was no. Maybe we should have trusted our gut reaction. Perhaps this isn't right at all, even being together.
It was his turn to nod soundlessly. The worst bit was that he completely understood. He'd had the same thoughts running through his mind on the car journey over. But hearing it come from her lips had a whole different effect on him. An ache spread across his chest. He wanted to tell her that she was wrong,
That her putting it in words made him realize he had to have her in his life. He had to be with her forever. But it didn't matter one little bit if he felt like that. Not if she'd already checked out. She spoke again. I think it would be better to end it all now, before anyone else gets hurt. That was the final dagger to his chest. He felt himself gasp as he sucked in air and tried to steady his breathing. Is that really what you want? He asked. I want to stop fighting, and I want us to stop having to try so hard to make this work. It shouldn't be this hard. He could feel tears tumbling down his cheeks. He wanted to shout at her, to tell her she was wrong, but his mind was numb. I should go. The girls are with Hank. I have to pick them up. Okay. I'll tell them you'll see them soon. That's probably not a good idea. Not yet. We'll speak, though. He nodded, trying to contain his emotions. She rose and went into the hallway, where she held the door open for him to leave. Goodbye, Eric, she said. Chapter 33. No girls, no Lulu, no Yvette. Only once in his life could he remember the house that quiet. It was a silence he had tried to drown in alcohol. Maybe that was the way to go now, he thought, as he stared at his phone and willed someone, anyone, to ring him. Drinking wasn't a sensible idea, though. He knew that. When you're happy, it's fun, but drinking in a mood like this, who knew where it would lead to? He had sent Hank a text saying he would be a while. A no worries reply came straight back. Apparently, Abby and Mabel wanted to spend the night camping in his garden. Maybe he should let them, he thought. A bit of time on his own was what he needed. He couldn't remember the last time he didn't have a list of jobs as long as his arm that needed completing either. With the wedding now cancelled, the to-do list of his life had almost disappeared. Contemplating exactly how he would cope with the fallout from the magazine, he was debating how much he could offer to pay for himself when the doorbell rang. Daisy, that was his first thought. Yvette had a key to let herself in, so it had to be her. Maybe she had come to collect her things. Even that would be something. If she was here, at least he could talk to her again, tell her all of the things he should have said before. He jumped up and went into the hall, to the silhouette of a slight person through the glass of the front door. Swinging it open, his face sank. Cynthia, he said, crestfallen.
Wow, you sure do know how to make a girl feel special. Now I don't know if I should give you this at all.
She dug into a bag and pulled out a foil-wrapped oblong.
Banana cake,
she said. Banana cake? He asked. And, at that exact moment, all the pain he had been holding in came pouring out. In his defense, Cynthia's banana cake had a significant memory for him and the family. It was the first thing she had ever baked for them, back when he had despised Burlum and the plot with a passion. Back then, he had been less receptive to the gift, having been sure she must have spiked the cake, hoping to poison him so he would give up the plot. As it turned out, of course, that wasn't the case at all. Still, he couldn't even look at one of Cynthia's tin loaf cakes without all the memories flooding back.
Right then, where do you want to start?
She asked, placing 2 plates of cake on the kitchen table, along with 2 mugs of tea. How a woman can make such wonderful food yet not know her tea tastes like weak piss is beyond me. Another memory fired through him at the sight of the insipid brew steaming in front of him. Norman had been complimentary of everything Cynthia said and did, other than her tea-making ability. It caused the slightest smile to twitch at his lips.
Does this have something to do with why Yvette asked me to pop round and pick up a few of her things?
She did what? He shook his head in disbelief for a moment, before letting out a sigh. Of course she had. He had hurt her. Hurt Daisy. Hurt them all. Yvette's only half of it, he said, and then, as his fork cut into the first corner of his piece of cake, he recounted all that had transpired in the last few hours, warts and all. By the time he had finished, his cake was all gone, his tea still untouched, however, and Cynthia was looking at him with her chin resting on steepled fingers. "You have got yourself into a bit of a mess, haven't you?" She smiled sympathetically, drawing in a lungful of air before letting it out again with a heavy sigh. "Okay, the situation with this Noah is a bit of a tricky one, I'll admit. So let's tackle the Daisy one first. She said she didn't know if she wanted to marry you." "She said she didn't know if she wanted to be in a relationship with me," he corrected her, the sinking feeling fully settled in. "And what did you do?" "What do you mean? I left. She said we'd speak later. What more could I do?" Cynthia raised an eyebrow. "What?" He felt his actions were being criticised, which wasn't in the slightest bit fair, given all he'd gone through. "I showed her how much I wanted to marry her at the plot. I thought I'd proven I was serious about it when I got down on one knee and proposed. As suggested by your family, with a ring she now knows you didn't pick." Whatever answer he gave came out as little more than an unintelligible grunt. "You need to look at things from her point of view. She must be terrified. In the last 6 months, her entire life has been flipped upside down. She lost her job, found a new one, started a relationship, became stepmum to 2 little girls, and now a wedding. You've not exactly been taking things slowly, have you?" She leaned back in her seat and rested her hands on her lap. "Do you know that Norman proposed to me 4 times before I said yes?" 4 times? Eric didn't think his stamina would run to that level of suspense. "Why did you say no?" he asked. Then, remembering the Norman he so dearly loved, rephrased the question into one that made more sense. "Why did you say yes?" She chuckled. "Well, the first time we didn't really know each other all that well. We'd been out on a couple of dates, had a milkshake together on the promenade, that type of thing. But there was no way I was going to decide based on that little amount of time." "The second time?" "Well, the next time, I felt he just didn't want to be the boy who'd been turned down, and that was the only reason he asked again." "And the third time?" Her smile widened. "The third time, I'll admit I was tempted. After all, 2 rejections and still coming back for more. You've got to admire that, haven't you? But I was still worried that he didn't know me well enough. I kept myself very respectable, as a lady did in those days, and some men were all about conquests. I wanted a bit more time just to be me, to learn what I wanted. So, I went away and trained to be a nurse. And he said he'd wait, said he'd be fine with that. And I hoped he would, but I didn't hold out much hope. Anyway, while I was away, he wrote me letters and rang me from telephone boxes and even travelled up a few times. I will confess, I may perhaps have let him stay over in my room once or twice too. And then it was me waiting for him to ask again so that I could say yes. The bugger made me wait all right, though, until the day I'd finished my training. Got down on one knee outside of my parents' house and asked me then and there, and, of course, I said yes. The rest, as they say, is history." Her smile was wide, although there was a sadness to her eyes. So many years together. "You know, I sometimes asked myself what would have happened if he hadn't come back after that first time, or the second or third. What would my life have been like had he just accepted my decision as final and moved on?" "And what did you answer yourself?"
The sad smile faded, and in its place was a twinkle in her eye. "Eric, the right ones don't give up on the right ones. That's how you know."
Chapter 34. He felt bad about leaving Mabel and Abby at Hank's even longer, but, in truth, they probably enjoyed themselves there much more than they would have done at home with him. Hank and Jerry certainly fed them more sugar than he ever allowed. He also felt uneasy about making the same journey twice in one day, but needs must. The car parking spaces outside Daisy's were full, leaving him no option but to circle around the block a few times until one appeared. In the meantime, he'd been phoning her constantly, although to no avail. When he finally found a spot, he parked up quickly before racing to the door and holding his finger down on the button. 30 seconds later, there was no response. He pressed again, and again. "Daisy!" he shouted up. Her window was open, although, even if a ladder had been handy, he wouldn't have tried that one again. The last thing he needed was a repeat of the incident a few years ago when a fall from a ladder had ended up with him in hospital with broken ribs. Still, it was unlikely that she'd have gone anywhere far if she'd left it open. Probably just out for a run. On the ground floor, the curtain twitched. "Is she in?" he addressed the window, pointing upwards. "Has she gone for a run?" He mimed arm movements, just in case a woman who spent her whole life eavesdropping couldn't hear properly through the window. Rather than answer, the curtains were simply drawn together with a flourish. Huffing out a lungful of air, he considered the situation. The most likely scenario was that Daisy had gone for a run, otherwise she would have shut her window. And she hadn't been training for that long, so she'd probably be back soon. So, all he had to do was sit tight and wait. After 10 minutes on his phone, Eric had completed a quiz where your age was guessed from your favourite pizza topping, your favourite Disney character, and then your choice of sofa. He found the algorithm had him pegged in an age range of 11 to 78. He had also watched a video of a duck playing the bongos and another of a pair of dogs apparently having a conversation. He decided to stretch his legs and walk to the end of the road and see if there was any sign of her. He had just moved from his seat on the front step when 2 uniformed police officers arrived. One male and one female, they were exactly equal in height and walked at such a synchronized pace that even Yvette would have been impressed. "Hello there, sir," the woman spoke. Her lips hinted at a half-smile before dropping back almost immediately. "Do you live around here?" Surprised by the direct questioning, Eric's shoulders stiffened. No. My girlfriend, fiancée, lives here. I'm just waiting for her to get back." "Oh, and she knows that you're waiting for her?" While it was the female officer who spoke, his attention was taken by her colleague, whose eyes were scrunched up, scrutinizing him as if the sight of him was altogether confusing. "Not exactly. I haven't managed to get hold of her. I think she's on a run." "But she's expecting you? She's expecting your visit, this fiancée of yours?" The tone caused a prickle down his spine. "No, she isn't. This is an unplanned visit. Is there something wrong here? Something I should know about?" She looked to her partner, who was still studying him in a way that was making him feel almost as uncomfortable as the questions she was asking. "There's been a complaint, sir, about a man of your description loitering outside this property." "Loitering?" A flicker of something caught his attention. A twitching curtain. "Oh, you can't be serious." "You are. She rang the police." "Sir, I'm not at liberty to say from whom the complaint came." "I know exactly where the complaint came from. It came from flat 1A, didn't it? Look, she knows me perfectly well. She's seen me here dozens of times over the last 5 months." "Sir, if you could just move on and away from the property." "Look, my Daisy, my girlfriend, my fiancée, she'll be here in a minute. She'll be back from her run. She can clarify." "Sir, perhaps if you—" "Daisy." The male officer's eyes lit up. "That's where I know you from. It's Eric, right? Eric and Daisy." The look of confusion on his face had now been replaced by one of elation. Eric was certainly not sharing this emotion. "Sorry, do I know you?"
Doug. The officer stepped forward and reached out a hand. Doug Ribera, I read about you last week in the hairdressers. That letter your daughter wrote, wowzers. And the proposal, you really did well there. It can't be long to go, can it? Isn't it this week?
Oh, next week. Well, fingers crossed.
Uh-oh, not trouble in paradise. Honestly, I don't understand how you're doing it. 2 years it took us to plan ours. I got married last year. Poured down all day, but it was wonderful, really was.
He reached into his pocket. Given the turn the conversation had just taken, Eric was fairly sure he wasn't going to bring out handcuffs. Still, the look on his partner's face wasn't filling him with much confidence.
This is her, he said, turning his phone towards Eric. Anna, bloody gem she is. Met her online like you guys. We're expecting our first in September.
Congratulations, Eric offered, not sure what else he could say.
Excuse me, the female officer said, looking perplexed. Could you explain what's going on here? Ah, sorry. Doug stepped back. Pip, this is Eric. Eric won a wedding in a magazine. Well, technically his daughter won it for him. I was reading about it in the hairdressers last week. All very romantic. This must be Daisy's place.
Yes, it is, he said, not sure whether he was grateful for the recognition or perturbed. Probably a mixture of both.
But things are okay, aren't they? You sounded a bit uncertain there.
What the hell, he thought, deciding that divulging a little more of his already public private life was better than them following through with the loitering complaint. We've had a bit of a misunderstanding, he said. It's fine. I'll just wait for her to get back from her run. Pip was looking only slightly less concerned than she had been a few minutes ago.
By a misunderstanding, I assume you mean you screwed up, she said.
I might not have said quite the right thing.
At least you didn't bring flowers. I hate it when men bring flowers to apologise, like we should forgive them just because they stopped at a service station and forked out £2.50.
Doug shot Eric a wide-eyed look, which widened even further when he looked past him.
Daisy,
he shouted out. Sure enough, as Eric turned around, there she was, headphones on, jogging slowly towards them. At the sight of the police, she picked up her pace, dropping her headphones onto her shoulders. Eric, what's going on? What are you doing here? What's happened? Is something wrong? Before he could say a word, Doug had stepped forward.
Everything's great. All just a bit of a misunderstanding. There was a telephone call about a man loitering, Pip joined in. But this man,
Eric, Doug interjected.
Yes, Eric, Pip continued with a roll of her eyes, said he was waiting for you here, that you live in this building.
Daisy was clearly taking a moment to catch up with what was going on. Someone called the police. I'll give you 3 guesses who, Eric said, although she didn't seem to hear him. You're okay. There's no issues.
So, do you live in the building?
Yes. With an expression of worry, she fished around in her bum bag and then gave up. Do you want to see ID? I can pop into the house and get some.
No, it's fine. If we can't trust a pair of public figures like you, then what's the world coming to?
Doug was smiling, despite Pip's stony face.
And I can't wait to see the wedding photos. Just don't tell me the colour scheme. The wife and I are having a bet on it.
He winked at Eric before tapping Pip on the arm.
Come on then, we're all good. Let's leave these 2 lovebirds to patch things up. Less than 2 weeks to go.
He gave one more grin before turning around and heading up the street. 2 steps later, he stopped and turned back.
I don't suppose I can get a photo with you, can I? There's no way Anna's going to believe I met you guys otherwise.
Eric turned to Daisy, not wanting to put words in her mouth. I guess that would be okay, she said.
Brilliant.
Looking as if he was about to burst with excitement, he shoved his phone at his partner before joining Daisy and Eric, looping his arms around their shoulders.
Say, happy wedding, he said.
Happy wedding, Eric and Daisy chanted simultaneously. Well, that was awkward, she said as the still grinning Doug and partner turned the corner and were out of sight. You have no idea. Sighing heavily, from what he hoped was exhaustion from the run, but knew it probably wasn't, she turned towards him. What are you doing here, Eric? I thought we went through all this earlier. We decided it was best if we just cut our losses now before we get in even deeper. He shook his head. He had prepared what to say on the way over, figured out the best way to make her see how much she mattered. But all of that was forgotten now. All he could think about was Norman. Norman, who had known he was right about Cynthia, that she was the one for him, and Eric felt no different with Daisy. The thing is, I'm already in too deep. Way too deep. There's no way out of this for me, Daisy. I know I say the wrong things. I do the wrong things. But that's me. No matter how I screw up, I love you. You and the girls are what matter to me, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that I didn't stand up for myself and say this earlier because I should have done. I should have told you. Let's not do this here. We should go into the flat. I don't need to go inside. I don't care who sees or who hears me. Daisy Woodhouse, you are the only person who could make me mad enough to throw tomatoes at a stranger's car. You are the only person I would ever jump out of a plane for. Marry me next weekend. Marry me next year. Marry me in 20 years' time, or never. I don't care. I don't care if we never get married. This all sounds great, Eric, but you're not thinking about how hard it's been this last few weeks. Yes, I am. I thought about what you said, about us fighting, and I know it's not been great. I know it's been stressful, but relationships are tough, and I would rather fight for all I'm worth than just give up. Us, we are worth fighting for, Daisy. I'm not going. I'm not leaving. You will have to kick me away from you. I swear you are the only person I want to spend my life with, and I'm pretty certain you feel the same way too. If you don't, I'll walk away now. But you're the one who told me, remember? You're the one who said, in that bar in the middle of a forest, that a real thing like this doesn't happen often. So did you mean that? Or was it all just hot air? Because if you meant it, I'm here. I'm here and I'll fight for as long as I have to. Her eyes were locked on him. Beads of sweat from her run had formed a trickle which now weaved its way down her temples. You know that I meant it, she said. So? He stepped closer. He had given it his all, but, if he needed to, he would find more. You are a tough man to get rid of, Eric Sibley. I'm like the worst fungal infection you could possibly imagine. That is probably the most unromantic thing you could have said. She broke into a smile. Well, you can't win them all. Still smiling, she slipped her hands down to his. So, what is this? Are we doing it? No more backing out? No more fights? To be honest, I'm not sure Doug would cope if we didn't. She laughed in a way that sent butterflies through him. So, I guess I'd better see what Yvette has left for me to do on her list. Yes, about Yvette. I think I might need a bit of help there. Chapter 35. The week flew past, but when the weekend arrived, Yvette was still refusing to speak or listen to Eric. She sent him details of the wedding arrangements that she had made so far via Chad. Almost all of it appeared to have been done, right down to a theme-matched bow for Lulu, although this was of little comfort to him. Lydia had also stopped taking his calls too. Rather than presenting a united front, she seemed entirely happy to have thrown him under the bus. Has Yvette spoken to Noah? Daisy asked. Have you spoken to him? I called him last night, he replied. He said he'd received a message, saying to do everything as planned and to contact me if anything else cropped up. You told him Yvette knows, I take it? He shook his head and took a swig of the drink he was holding. No, not yet. I'm not doing anything until after I've spoken to her. I owe her that. With a gentle nod, she took his hand. I'm sure you're right. She has to come around. It's not as if she'd missed the wedding, is it? And yet the days passed with no word. In the last week, he'd been across to the barn every other day, hoping to catch her there with Evie and Simon, but no luck. That means Lydia and Tom won't be there either, he said the day before the wedding as he and Daisy sat in the living room. The excitement of the following day's event was well and truly overshadowed. None of them are going to be there. It's a good job we're not seating by families. My side would be empty. That's not true.
Ralph will be there, and Greg, and all your allotment friends. There will be lots of people to make it special."
"I know." He tried to sound convincing, but it was hard to drum up even a little enthusiasm. The only member of his extended family he had heard from was Noah, to check the number of people coming. As much as he knew it was silly, he'd kept the numbers just the same, just in case the others did turn up. He felt extra shit for the way his mood was bringing Daisy down now, although one person in the house had enough energy to make up for all of them.
Have you put all your jewellery in a bag to take? What about going away clothes? Have you thought about that? And a bottle for water? Remember, you can always ask me if you need help in the ladies. Wedding dresses are notoriously difficult to go to the toilet in.
I'm sorted, Abs.
And Steffi is definitely picking it up. You know she's not very reliable.
"Abby," Eric clipped her ponytail, "don't talk about Daisy's sister like that."
Daisy laughed. "It's okay. You're absolutely right, Abs. She is fairly useless, but she won't mess this up."
And the situation with Granny?
The question lingered for a moment, with Eric not sure what answer he could offer that wasn't going to be a huge disappointment. "I'm not sure your Granny will make it, or Auntie Lydia." Abby knitted her brows.
Granny doesn't usually let small things upset her this much.
"This isn't a small thing, Abs."
Maybe not, but it's not as big as the wedding.
As much as he loved her outlook, he couldn't muster a response. Fortunately, she had plenty of other things to do as she disappeared back upstairs to double-check that everything, from socks to cufflinks, was packed, not to mention her own and her sister's belongings. By 5:30, the four of them were sitting around the patio table, fish and chips in front of them.
"What time are you going?"
Abby asked as she dunked a chip into the tub of curry sauce.
"In the morning?" Daisy asked. "Evie said we can use the farmhouse to get ready whenever we want. I thought I'd get there about 8. The hairdresser doesn't arrive until 10. That's when I told Steffi to get there with the dress."
"What about tonight?"
"Tonight? Oh, I'm just going to stay here. We can all drive to the farm together that way."
Abby dropped her fork.
"What? You can't do that. It's bad luck for the bride to see the groom the night before the wedding. You have to stay apart. You'll have to go home."
Laughing, Eric broke off a piece of his fish. "Abby, that's a silly superstition. It's completely fine."
No, it's not. There's already this thing with Granny and Noah. The last thing you two need is anything else to go wrong. You have to go home. You have to go and sleep at your own place."
"I can't," Daisy replied. "It's full. Steffi's going to get there late tonight, and 2 friends are on the sofa because it was too far for them to travel down tomorrow morning."
Abby dropped her fork again and slammed her hands on the table.
"Then get a hotel room."
"Abby, you're being ridiculous. People don't worry about that anymore."
"Well, they should. They definitely should." "Yes, they should,"
Mabel agreed, although he thoroughly doubted she had any idea what she was insisting on.
"You can't risk it. You can't,"
Abby said, her arms now folded in defiance. Sighing, he put down his fork. "Well, she can't sleep in her flat, and there's no way of getting a hotel now, Abs, so what would you suggest?" At that moment, a small smile grew on her face. It was finally deemed best if he slept in the granny annex, with Lulu and Daisy staying in the house with the girls. It was bad enough as it was that they were going along with Abby's diktat. The last thing he wanted was for Daisy to feel completely isolated the night before her wedding, which was exactly how he now felt. Several of Yvette's pictures had gone from her dresser. Ones of Susie and Lydia when they were children. One of her, Chad, and the girls playing on the beach the previous summer. Chad must have picked them up at some point and taken them to her. Just the thought was enough to cause his chest to ache. With no one to talk to and no decent films on television, he stared at his phone. He had messaged her again, several times, just to say he was sorry, that she should take all the time she needed, that he hoped she could forgive him, that he wished she would come. All were unanswered. The flicker of hope that he'd been holding on to since she had walked out of the house was getting dimmer and dimmer by the second. Only tomorrow would tell. Chapter 36. Eric wasn't even aware he had fallen asleep, but When his eyes pinged open to a buzzing noise, it took him a moment to realize that it wasn't his alarm, but a different, annoyingly loud sound. Groaning, he dragged himself out of bed and opened the door of the granny annex. "Daisy?" He rubbed his eyes.
Shh, I don't want Abby to know I've seen you. I just popped in to tell you I love you.
The tension of the last few days eased as he grinned back at his soon-to-be wife. "I love you, too. And remember, stick to your side of the farmhouse. I'll be heading over there with the girls about 10. After that, they're all yours. For eternity." She threw back her head in a laugh.
Is it too late to back out of this?
"Absolutely. We've got a magazine deal, don't you know?" As it happened, the people from the magazine were some of only a few not already at the farmhouse when Eric and the girls got there. While Abby led Mabel upstairs to Daisy's half of the house, he headed to the kitchen in search of a glass of water. A selection of snacks and drinks had been spread out on the table there, with various balloons and decorations adorning the room. Already waiting were Hank and Ralph, still dressed in civvies. "Eric, these blinis are amazing," Ralph said. Notably child-free, he appeared to have decided to crack on with the celebrations, a glass of bubbly in one hand and something smoked salmon-y in the other. "I thought I'd get here a bit early, see if I can help with anything. Sarah will come down when her mum and dad take the kids." "Sounds great," he said, hugely distracted by the way the place had been transformed. Several strings of bunting he recognized from Lydia and Yvette's efforts, and there were enough flowers in this one room alone to fill a florist.
I hope you don't mind, Evie said, appearing behind him. Obviously, with all the publicity the magazine will give us, we wanted to make it look as good as possible. Yvette was working all night on it.
"It looks incredible," he said. "Daisy's already here?"
"She arrived nearly an hour ago."
He paused. "Yvette? You said Yvette did all this? Have you seen her? Is she still here?" He turned around on the spot, eyes darting, as if she might be hiding in a cupboard somewhere.
"She left late last night."
Disappointment flooded through him. "I suppose you heard we had a bit of a misunderstanding." Evie's eyebrow arched.
"That's what you call it."
"They told you?"
"We're family, remember? But if it makes you feel any better, she knows you were only trying to protect her. She just needs—"
"A bit of time, I know. I do understand that. I just wish I'd done this sooner. Or later, you know. I can't imagine not having her here today."
"She's here in spirit, even if she can't quite face being here in person. I think that's what all this is about, her trying to be here in her own way."
"It just doesn't feel right." Her look changed to one of deeper concern.
"You're not thinking about cancelling, are you?"
His mind wavered. He opened his mouth to speak when two more bodies marched in through the front door. Both dressed in white suits, it took a moment for him to recognize Casey and Sonia, particularly as Sonia appeared to be smiling.
"Happy wedding day! We've brought 2 extra photographers,"
Casey smiled, gesturing outside.
"So, we thought we'd get set up early, take some photos of you and Daisy getting ready, and the venue before the guests arrive. That's okay, isn't it?"
"Sure, I guess," he said, aware that Evie had now slipped away and was busying herself with something on the other side of the room. "As long as Daisy's happy with it."
"Exciting times, right? Now, from what I hear, the upstairs is her domain, you're not allowed there, and the downstairs living room has been set up for you and the men to get ready in, so you should get along there. If there's anything you need, you should ask someone to get it for you. You don't want to spoil the surprise of the dress by bumping into each other in the kitchen now, do you? And I've just seen someone going upstairs with what looks very much like a wedding dress bag."
It was as if one Abby had been replaced by another.
"So, a few questions to start with. Obviously, how are you feeling?"
"Good?" It came out more of a question than an answer.
"Any nerves?"
He was about to respond when his phone buzzed in his pocket, Daisy's name flashing up on the screen. "Sorry, I just need to get this," he said, smiling apologetically. Casey stepped back, offering him a little privacy to take the call.
"You saw each other, didn't you? Don't lie to me, I know you did."
"Abby?"
"It's ruined. It's all ruined."
"Abby, what's wrong?" Put Daisy on the line. In the background, he could hear various strange sounds and yelps, none of which sounded positive. Abby, what's going on? It took him a second to realize that the phone line was dead. Sod it, he said. A few seconds later, he was standing at the top of the stairs, hammering on the door.
Dad,
Abby said, her face flaming when she opened it.
what are you doing? Get out of here. Go away.
What's the problem? What's happened? Is Daisy okay?
You can't come in.
It's fine, Abby. Daisy's head appeared around the door. It's not like things can get any worse.
Why? What's happened?
Come in and see for yourself.
With nerves bubbling through him, he stepped from the landing into the bedroom. Like the rest of the farmhouse, it was beautifully decorated and filled with flowers and garlands. His eyes took in the scene before falling on the deep red knee-length dress hanging from the wardrobe door, and next to it, a very red-faced Stephanie. That's not... is it? He knew he was probably dangerously close to putting his foot firmly in his mouth once again, but, at the same time, it seemed glaringly obvious.
Isn't it pretty, Daddy?
Mabel said.
I love it.
It's the wrong dress, Daisy said. I've no idea how. I mean, how? It looks like a fat teenager's prom outfit.
He continued to stare at the garment. It was like an optical illusion where, the longer he looked, the wider and shorter it got. Finally moving, Steffi left her position in the corner.
It's my fault. I didn't look at it, but you insisted I didn't touch it in case I creased it or did something else to it. You told me not to open it on pain of death.
It's not your fault, Daisy countered, in a most calm and un-Daisy-like way.
It has my name on it. You wouldn't think you'd have to check.
Have you rung the dress shop? He suggested.
Of course I've rung them. They said they don't know how it happened. The seamstress dropped it over yesterday when the shop was closed, and now they can't get hold of her.
So you're stuck with it? Dropping onto the bed, she brushed aside the stray tears that were starting to appear.
They're going to bring up some more dresses from the shop, she said. Some other ones.
But you paid for your dream dress. You should be able to have your dream dress,
Abby wailed. Abs, this is not the time, he said. I'm sure the shop will bring a selection. There's bound to be one you like. Daisy's eyes stayed locked on her knees.
I don't know. I just don't know. Maybe it's a sign.
Not liking how the atmosphere in the room was changing, and the way everyone was even more silent than they had been when he came in, he fought for something to say.
Why don't we give you a minute?
Steffi said, ushering Mabel and the other bridesmaids to the door. Only Abby lingered.
You know you're not meant to be meeting like this,
she said. Abigail, can you go downstairs and keep an eye on Mabel, please?
I'll give you 5 minutes.
And get her a snack, too. The last thing we need is your sister getting hungry. Feeding Mabel would take up another chunk of her time and, hopefully, give him and Daisy time for a conversation, although he didn't put it past Abby to stand behind the door and eavesdrop. As long as she was out of sight, that was something, though. Huffing at her dismissal, Abby left the room, casting one last glare at her father before disappearing. When the door closed, Eric rested his hand on Daisy's knee. Is that really how you feel? That you want to call it off? A half shrug was the first response he got.
No. Not really. I don't think so. But it seems like all the omens are against us. Maybe this is the final one. Maybe this is fate trying to tell us we're not ready for this yet.
If that's how you feel...
I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, it's all paid for. The magazine people are downstairs and I want to marry you. I do. I just keep thinking of all the things that have gone wrong.
And we've got through them all.
You're right, we have. It's so hard to explain. This day, this room and place. It's so beautiful, but I don't feel like I fit into it. Does that make sense? I'm sure it doesn't. I'm not talking any sense. It's probably just nerves.
You don't have to be nervous. If there's something you don't like, then we'll change it.
It's not that.
A rap on the door interrupted their conversation. Just give us 2 more minutes, Abby, he shouted. Look, if you want to stop this now, you only have to say. The knock came again. Abs, if you can... Despite his objection, the door opened anyway. Abby!
It's not Abby. Sorry, I just wanted to check if everything was okay. Everyone downstairs seems rather stressed out.
He gasped. Yvette, you're here. It seemed rather silly to be stating the obvious, but, until that moment, he hadn't realized how tightly he had been holding on to the hope that she would be there, how much he had needed her to be there. The smile on her lips was small, but her eyes glinted with every drop of compassion he could have dreamed of.
Well, you know what I'm like. I'd be disappointed if I didn't get to hear in person all the compliments about my wonderful decorations and everything else I've organized.
He chuckled. For a moment, no one spoke. Daisy took his hand and offered a reassuring squeeze. But you are staying for the day? He asked.
I plan to.
And coming back home? She pursed her lips.
To be honest, it will only be a few months until Chad finishes his cottage. I'd been umming and ahhing about how to discuss me moving on with you and the girls. Maybe this has come at the right time. Well, not exactly in the right way, but you know what I mean.
I'm so sorry, Yvette, he said. I'm so sorry.
I understand, she said. I do. But I'm still mad at you. Furious. And Lydia, too. At least I want to be mad at her. But then I think, was I really that terrible? Was I such a bad mum? And I think I must have been. I must have been the worst mother in the whole world for the girls to think they couldn't tell me, to think they had to hide it.
Large tears tumbled down. She scooped them up with the back of her hand and sniffed.
Look at me. I'm going to ruin my mascara.
Don't worry, Daisy said. The makeup artist's coming in half an hour. Eric moved from the bed and took his mother-in-law's hands. Yvette, I don't know what you were like with the girls growing up. I know it wasn't always easy, but you can't have been the worst mother, because you raised 2 of the strongest, most creative and genuine women I have ever met. That came from you. And you're the best grandmother I could ever have dreamed of for the girls, you really are. I don't know why Susie couldn't tell you about Noah. I don't know why she couldn't tell me. I've been where you are. I understand how much it hurts, and I'm so sorry that I played a part in it. So, however long you want, whatever space or time you need, when you're ready, we'll be waiting. She nodded and opened her mouth to speak when the door opened again. Sorry, Abs, if you could... Actually, it's me. Bloody hell, it's like Piccadilly Circus in here, he said as Chad stepped into the room, already dressed for the event in his suit. Are you still being my groomsman? As long as it's all right with the missus. He moved across the room and swept Yvette into his arms, planting a kiss on the top of her head. It was such a simple act, a kiss on the forehead, what he would do with Daisy and had done with Susie before her. So often Chad and Yvette's displays were over the top, but now he realized why. Looking like they did, with the huge age difference, they needed to prove their relationship in public, to avert the uncertainty that would always accompany them. But, in private, behind closed doors, they were just a couple, very much in love, who meant the world to each other. The thought was like a bolt of lightning through him. As he twisted around to Daisy, "We shouldn't do it," he said. "What?" "Let's not get married. Not today. Not to someone else's schedule. Not with the wrong dress and the wrong ring and everything else. Let's elope. Or not elope. Let's stay unmarried and be perfectly happy forever." Her jaw dropped a fraction. He could see the uncertainty in her eyes, but also the relief. A second later, all the worry returned.
I'm not even sure we can. There's the press downstairs. They're waiting for a wedding.
Then we'll give them one, he said. Chapter 37. The moment had come 20 years earlier than he had expected it to. To be standing at the end of an aisle, ready to walk down it, was just as scary as waiting at the other end, he discovered. The same racing pulse, the same nervous feeling of anticipation. He glanced over his shoulder at the girls, unable to suppress the grin he saw perfectly reflected on Abby's face.
Mabel, be careful. You're going to tread on the dress.
She reached forward and pulled the train straight on the stone floor. She's just fine, don't worry. Enjoy this. He watched the tension in Abby's expression relax just a little. Smiling, he turned back to the bride beside him. You look beautiful, he said. A pink tinge rose in her cheeks.
Well, that's a given, but I will agree that I look even better than my normal standard of fabulousness. The dress shop did bring a wonderful selection.
Chuckling, he leaned forward and kissed his mother-in-law on the cheek. He's a very lucky man, he said.
Yes, he is.
He took hold of both her hands. You deserve this. You deserve all the happiness in the world. Her eyes started to fill.
Don't you dare, she said. Don't you dare make me cry.
Her smile faltered.
Eric, Noah,
he shook his head. Not now, Yvette. We don't need to do this now. This is your moment, yours and Chad's. This is your day. But she was determined.
It's a day about family, Eric, and Noah's part of that.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that I don't know much in life, but I know I've got two arms.
She made a loop with her free arm on her hip, nodding to it with a smile, then gestured to the back door. Really?
Really?
I'll be 2 minutes, he said. He raced out of the barn, past the farmhouse, and into the large white tent that had been erected in one of the paddocks. Just outside, several young waiting staff, in white shirts and black trousers, were sitting around talking. Noah! Where's Noah? He panted. Most of them shrugged, but one of them looked over his shoulder. He's in the kitchen, he said, out the back. Noah! He yelled, racing in. Past 3 giant fridges and several long metal tables, there, stooping over a hob, was Noah. Noah! He raised his head. Eric, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be getting married? There's been a slight change of plan. He blanched. The food? Don't worry about that. I need you to come with me. You do? Why? Eric paused, the ridiculousness of the situation suddenly hitting him. How would you feel about walking your grandmother down the aisle with me? What? Yes or no? Quick answer. We're short on time here. His jaw was bobbing open and shut like a stranded fish. Okay, yes. He moved away from the stove and unbuttoned his chef's coat, throwing it behind him. Joe, you're in charge. Don't let anyone touch anything. Not a thing, you understand? The confused-looking girl nodded. As they raced back to the barn, Noah stopped. I can't wear this, he said, commenting on his white T-shirt, which was noticeably sweat-stained. Then take my jacket, Eric said. You'll look fine with it over the top. What about you? I've got a shirt on, and I hate jackets anyway. As they reached the back entrance to the barn, Noah stopped for a second time. This time, he looked Eric straight in the eye. Just before I commit to this whole family thing, I need to check something. Are things always this chaotic? Pausing, Eric looked from the barn to his daughter's brother and grinned. Pretty much, yes. Nodding, Noah smiled. I guess I should get used to it then. The ceremony was perfect. It wasn't about the dress, or the flowers, or even the wonderful food. It was about the people. Daisy's friends, Eric's friends, family. Even Lydia, Tom, and the boys had made it when the last-minute change had been revealed, and she even managed to smile. And whether or not it was his wedding day,
Eric couldn't have been happier sitting there surrounded by everyone he loved. Laughter and singing rocked the beams of the barn, and the dancing. So much dancing. Kaylee, who knew, Daisy said, resting her head on his shoulder as she watched the guests perform another reel. Maybe we'll have it at ours too when we finally get there.
Only if you want to.
We'll see. We're good. Better than good, actually. I know we're not married like we thought we'd be, but somehow that doesn't matter. It still feels like something has changed. You know what I mean?
I do, he said. Which reminds me. He dug his hand into his pocket. The thing is, I'd like more to change.
You would?
I would. Look, I know the situation isn't ideal at the minute, and the house doesn't quite work, but Yvette doesn't need the granny annex anymore.
She frowned. Are you saying you want me to move into your granny flat now?
He laughed and shook his head. Not unless you want to. No, that wasn't what I was saying. What I mean is, I know things aren't perfect, and they're not going to get there without some changes. So, I was thinking, what if I put the house on the market?
What?
I don't want to leave Burlham, I really don't, what with the girls at school there. But if that's what I have to do, we'll make it work.
Do you mean that? He cast his eyes across to where Yvette was currently dancing with Noah. A deep ache spread through him. Daisy saw. Eric, that house holds a lot of memories for you.
It does, but there are just as many bad ones as good ones. And life isn't about clinging on to old memories, it's about making new ones. I want to be able to bring you coffee when you're working late into the night, or carry you up to bed when you've had one too many to drink. I want to pick out curtains and sofas with you, and I want you to be there to help with the girls' homework or problems. To help with it all. I want you there for everything.
She was so beautiful, he thought, as he gazed into her eyes. Maybe it was the champagne or the heat from all the dancing, but never in all their time together had she looked this beautiful. She seemed to be glowing from inside. I'll call the estate agent in the morning, she said. Then she kissed him like it really was their wedding day after all. When they broke apart, they both looked towards the dance floor again. They were all there, Abby and Mabel, Lydia, Tom and the boys, Chad and Yvette, and, right in the middle of it all, Noah. The future was going to be good for this family. He could feel it.
You know, sometimes I wonder how I managed to get so lucky in this life. I can't possibly have deserved all this.
Whether Daisy was going to answer or not, he didn't get a chance to find out, as someone had noticed him staring and was now rushing towards them. Come on, you two, don't just sit there. This is a wedding, you need to dance. Abby reached out her hands, grabbing Daisy and Eric and pulling them to their feet.
Hold on one sec, Abs, he said, pulling her down onto his lap and turning her around to face the rest of the family as they twirled away, laughing. I want you to see this.
See what?
She frowned.
What is it?
This, Eric said, feeling his chest swell. This, my darling, is a real happily ever after. Epilogue. The sand was the whitest he had ever seen. The crystal clear water was full of rainbow and parrotfish that darted around your feet. A little further out there were clownfish, too, dashing in and out of an anemone, exactly the way they did in Finding Nemo. He would have to try and get a video of those for Mabel and Abby. If he were to be totally honest, it was a little hotter than his ideal temperature, but there were plenty of ways to cool off, and even he couldn't complain. I just got off the phone to Yvette, he said as he returned from the beach bar with 2 bright, fruity cocktails. She and Chad have booked the registrar for next week. Then they will be officially married.
I'm so glad. Is she inviting anyone?
Just Lydia and Noah. I don't think she wants to risk anyone knowing that the wedding at the barn wasn't technically legal. And this way she'll be able to get Chad to celebrate 2 anniversaries each year.
Daisy grinned, sitting up and taking a long draw of her raspberry-flavoured drink, the glass already dripping with condensation. "Here, have a look at this," she said, handing him the tablet. "They've come out brilliantly."
Oh, wow, Eric agreed,
shading the screen from the dazzling sunlight. The pictures were beautiful, and the barn looked even better than he remembered, although his eyes were mainly on the people. Yvette, Chad, him and Daisy, and above it all, in the largest, most headline-esque font possible, the words, "Plot twist." "I still can't believe we got away with it. You know, if your plan hadn't worked, we'd be frantically trying to pay off thousands of pounds of debt, not sipping cocktails in the Maldives," Daisy said as she settled back onto her sun lounger.
I knew they'd be fine with it. Yvette's agreed to do another 3 interviews. They can drag this out for even longer. Besides, they'd already forked out for the honeymoon.
After taking one more sip, she lifted her glass up to clink with his. "I can't believe we've still got a whole week left," she said, before turning her gaze out to sea. Eric followed her gaze and found himself caught up in a kaleidoscope of memories. When he tried to comprehend the events of the last 5 or 6 years, it was almost impossible to absorb it all. Reminded of something Norman Kettlewell had once said to him about his father, Eric sat back and closed his eyes.
A week? We have a whole lifetime left.
This has been Peas, Carrots and Happily Ever After, the Peas and Carrots series, Book 6, written by Hannah Lynn, narrated by Rafe Beckley. Copyright 2021 by Hannah Lynn. Production copyright by Hannah Lynn.